Childhood sweethearts, estranged by a past misunderstanding, drifted apart, their communication dwindling. The female protagonist's high school life was marred by relentless bullying, driving her into isolation and silence. Her school days, once vibrant with youthful promise, had become a monotonous, dead-end road. Then, one fine day, on the first day of her junior year, she saw him. And everything changed. Let's begin. It was the first day of the new school year. Under the warm glow of the morning sun, students excitedly returned to school after a long break. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, causing every head to turn. "Hey, you in the flip-flops. Stop right there," the disciplinary teacher bellowed. Accompanying the earth-shattering yell, a student wearing flip-flops darted past. Inwardly, she cried, "Oh no, why me? Why is my luck so terrible?" She ran for a long time, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Why? No neem, she thought. Why does bad luck always find me on the first day of school?" Pushing herself harder, she desperately tried to escape. Her flip-flops slapped against the ground, a stark contrast to her crisp school uniform. Behind her, the balding disciplinary teacher, a roll of papers clutched in his hand, pursued her relentlessly. "Stop right there. Do you hear me?" he continued to yell. She glanced back, hoping to explain. "Sir, I honestly didn't know the school rules. I didn't wear these flip-flops on purpose." Before she could finish, thwack, the roll of papers in the teacher's hand smacked against her face. The disciplinary teacher, enraged, roared, "You dare talk back? You little—" His shiny bald head gleaming in the sun, he continued his pursuit. "Stop right there." Seeing his unwavering determination, she sprinted again, tears streaming down her face. "Help! Somebody help me!" she pleaded silently. Suddenly, something caught her eye, and her face lit up. A railing. A daring idea sparked in her mind. This was her only chance to escape. Steeling her resolve, she prepared to jump, and at that very moment, she grabbed the railing and vaulted over it with a swift, graceful movement. The disciplinary teacher, witnessing this acrobatic feat, gaped in disbelief. A girl, moving like a monkey, unbelievable. Defeated, he could only watch as she cleared the railing. She landed on her hands, striking a momentarily cool pose. The coolness, however, was short-lived. She hopped on one foot, yelping in pain. "Ow, ow, that hurts!" The teacher, even more infuriated, shouted, "You even dare to climb over the railing? I will catch you, you little—" Terrified, she took off running again. "Bye-bye, teacher," she thought, finally reaching the hallway of her classroom, completely out of breath. The thought of the teacher's relentless pursuit angered her. Why is that teacher so fixated on me? He wouldn't even listen to my explanation. So annoying. Lost in thought, she suddenly found a boy standing before her. "Excuse me," he said, addressing her. Startled by the unexpected interaction, she instinctively tightened her grip on her backpack straps. "What's going on?" she wondered. She stole a glance at him. "Is he talking to me?" She discreetly appraised him. His shirt is so neatly tucked in. Isn't he hot? His neck is so pale. His lips are so pink, and his nose is so high. She interrupted the awkward silence. Excuse me, is something the matter?" Inside, Cheen Rant's heart was blooming. "Oh my God, a cute guy is talking to me. I really am incredibly beautiful." The young man spoke softly, pointing above her head. "You have some grass on your head." Simultaneously, a few blades of grass tumbled down. Cheen Rant followed their descent with her eyes, mortified. She quickly brushed at her hair, trying to dislodge any remaining greenery. "Haha, it's so windy today, isn't it? Blowing leaves everywhere." Having said that, and to avoid further embarrassment, she made a swift exit, leaving him standing alone in the hallway. "Thanks, I have to go now." The young man stared after her, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Finally, Cheen Ran reached her classroom, 10A2. She entered, still brushing stray leaves from her hair. Ugh, so embarrassing. He's definitely going to think I'm an idiot. Lost in thought, she was startled by a wad of paper hitting her head. The classroom was a scene of utter chaos. Some students were asleep, others were chasing each other, laughing raucously. Stop running. Give me back my book." Cheen Ran dodged the various objects flying through the air as students continued their game of tag. Taking in the noisy scene, she thought to herself, wait, is this the right classroom? Shouldn't the advanced class be studying diligently, not causing mayhem? She looked around. Well, I guess I should find a seat first. After a moment of searching, she finally spotted a suitable spot. There it is. the classic protagonist's seat, in the back row, by the window, and unoccupied. Feeling a surge of excitement, she thought, "Is my luck finally changing?" She approached two boys and timidly asked, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Before she could finish her sentence, one of the boys cut her off. "I'm so thirsty. Let's go get a drink," his friend replied. "Okay, let's go." They continued their banter, oblivious to her presence. "You're buying today, right? Dream on, kiddo." They walked off, laughing, leaving Sheen Rand standing there awkwardly. She remained frozen in place. After a moment, she slowly lowered her hand, embarrassed. "I spoke too softly. Sometimes I just can't fit in." Having come this far, she decided to just go for it. She pulled out the chair, placed her bag down, and prepared to sit. "Whatever. If someone comes, I'll move." Settled in her seat, she rummaged through her bag, thinking, "No one noticing me is actually a good thing. That means I can." She pulled out a manga. "Read my manga." "Yes, this is the volume I've been waiting for." The previous one was so angsty. "Hopefully, this one will be super sweet." She reached the part where the two characters were embracing under a blossoming cherry tree. Her eyes lit up. As they finally embraced, Sheen Rand's heart soared. He finally confessed. They're finally together. This younger man romance is so sweet. I'm so happy. Engrossed in her manga, she continued reading. While it's still trending, I need to draw some fan art. Outside, the sun had climbed higher, its rays filtering through the leaves. This peaceful scene was suddenly interrupted by shouts. Sitting by the window, Sheen Rand could hear everything clearly. She opened the window and looked down. What's going on down there? It turned out that a gust of wind had lifted the skirts of several girls, causing them to clutch at their clothes in embarrassment as they hurried away. The boys who witnessed the scene whistled appreciatively. The wind whipped Sheen Rand's hair around her face. She chuckled to herself, thinking, "Those perverts." Suddenly, a stronger gust of wind snatched the illustration she had tucked inside her manga and carried it away. Sheen Rand's eyes widened. She flinched, snatching at her drawing as it was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. Scrambling to her feet, she chased after the fluttering paper, almost catching it. Just as her fingers brushed the edge, another hand intercepted it. She froze, hearing a soft gasp from the other person, followed by her name. "No, Neem." Startled, Sheen Rand looked up, her eyes narrowing as she recognized the other student. Surprise colored her voice. "Yunchi," he smiled, offering her the drawing. Seeing him brought back a rush of childhood memories. The scar on her face, the whispers and stares that followed her everywhere after the accident. "Look at Neem's face. How'd you get that scar?" Young and old alike would comment, their voices laced with pity. "She used to be such a pretty little girl. What a shame." The boys would tease her relentlessly. "Hey, isn't that the no Neem you used to like?" Another would sneer. "Haha, don't embarrass me." Ignoring their taunts, she had walked away, head held high, telling herself it didn't matter what they thought. The thought of one person, however, always brought a smile to her face. He wouldn't care. She remembered spotting Yin Shi in the crowd, looking just as he always did. Running up to him, she had grabbed his arm, a bright smile on her face. "It's been so long. How have you been?" He'd shrugged her off, his expression turning cold. "Go away. Don't bother me." She'd watch him walk away, speechless. Why? That was the moment she finally broke. She hadn't cared about the whispers of the others, but his rejection had been too much. Tears had streamed down her face. Snapping back to the present, Sheen Rand took the drawing from Yun Shi, her cheeks flushing. Why was he here? Wasn't he in 11th grade? Nervously chewing on her thumbnail, she realized she hadn't seen him since that day. The sting of his rejection had faded, replaced by a deep embarrassment. He broke the silence, startling her. "Your drawing is beautiful." A warm feeling spread through her chest. "Oh no, it's nothing," she stammered. "Just a copy. It's not very good." Before she could finish, he was beside her, pulling out a chair. "Oh, is this the manga you're drawing from?" he asked, picking up her book and reading aloud in a dramatic voice. "Junior brother, you mustn't. Senior brother, I know you desire me." "Ah, stop." Sheen Rand's face burned. "What are you doing?" she shrieked, lunging for the book. He easily blocked her with one hand. "Get it back," she yelled. He only read louder, his voice dripping with exaggerated emotion. "Senior brother, you're so adorable." Their struggle caught the attention of the students at the desk behind them. "Hey, stop shoving," one of them called out. Seeing Qin Ran practically draped over Yun-Chi as she tried to wrestle the manga from his grasp, another student teased. "Oh, what's going on here?" Qin Ran quickly pulled away, putting some distance between them. No, it's not what it looks like," she blurted. Before she could explain, Yun-Chi cut her off. "We weren't doing anything weird. It's from a manga." She's panicked that he would reveal her secret. Qin Ran shouted, "The teacher's coming." The two boys quickly turned back to their desks. Qin Ran seized the opportunity, whacking Yun-Chi across the face with her backpack. He went silent, touching his now reddened cheek. "No neem," he muttered. "Why'd you hit me so hard? I was just kidding. I wasn't actually going to tell anyone," Yun-Chi said, his expression indignant. Seeing his irritation, Qin Ran quickly tried to soothe him. "I was only joking," he continued, still rubbing his cheek. "Like I believe that." Finally, he grabbed the manga and tucked it into his bag, his tone overly casual. "To compensate for my physical and emotional trauma," he said, "lend it to me for a few days." Qin Ran lunged forward. "No way. Give it back." At her reaction, he glanced at her and launched into a dramatic performance, eyes welling up. "Wah! It hurts so much. I think my jaw is dislocated. Wah!" Qin Ran's grip tightened on the manga. She felt like she was about to combust. She couldn't stand him anymore. With a frustrated growl, she slammed the manga down on the desk. "You're such a pest." Yun-Chi, meanwhile, looked pleased with himself, having achieved his goal. Pointing towards the door, she ordered, "Get out of here." As he tucked the manga back into his bag, she continued, her voice sharp, "This is class 10A2. Go find your own class, 11th grade." Yun-Chi's expression turned surprised. "You didn't know?" Qin Ran pulled out a chair, preparing to sit, her face etched with annoyance. "Know what? Just spit it out. Don't waste my time." He pulled a paper from his bag and handed it to her. "Take a look at this." Qin Ran took the paper, bewildered. Why was he giving her someone else's form? For a couple of seconds, she stared at it, confused. "Isn't this the class registration form?" he prompted. "Keep reading." Her eyes scanned down to the names section. When she saw the name Yun-Chi written there, her eyes widened in surprise. "Congratulations," he said. "We're classmates now." Qin Ran looked back at the form, then back at him, flustered. "You're kidding, right?" Her exaggerated reaction didn't seem to faze him. He simply stretched lazily and replied, "Yep, I'm repeating the year." Qin Ran stared at him in disbelief. No way. As far as she knew, Yun-Chi had always been incredibly smart. Even though he could be playful, he always topped the class. How could he be repeating the year? She turned to him, stammering why. He seemed unwilling to answer, cutting her off. "I just played basketball early this morning. I'm starving." He patted her shoulder, looking at her earnestly. "Ice cream and instant noodles. I'm counting on you." "Thanks." Qin Ran swatted his hand away. "What? Why should I be your servant?" He quickly added, "I'll buy you ice cream." Qin Ran scoffed. "Huh, you think I'm tempted by your measly pocket money?" He sighed dramatically. "What if your stash of BL manga accidentally gets discovered by your mom? That would be pretty tragic, wouldn't it?" Seeing her hesitate, he pressed on. "Your name's on them, right? And you know how close our families are. What if my mom mentions it to your mom?" He'd barely finished speaking when Qin Ran imagined her mother's furious expression upon discovering her secret. Defeated, she snatched the money from his hand and stomped towards the door. "Yun-Chi, you're unbelievable." Seeing her anger, he called after her, "Careful you don't lose your shoes." He shouted his outrageous demands after her. "Oh, and the noodles can't be too chewy, but not too soft either. And keep the ice cream cold. Don't let it melt." Qin Ran, fuming, threw a broom at him. "Shut up," Qin Ran muttered to herself as she walked, lost in thought. "This is such a pain. Why does he have to be in my class? My high school life sob is over." By now, she had returned with the noodles. A steaming, fragrant bowl sat on the table. Yun-Chi, looking excited, called out, "Let's eat." She sat beside him, eating her ice cream and occasionally glancing his way. Instant noodles and a popsicle. Only you could think of that, she thought. He slurped down the noodles enthusiastically. "Eating like you're starving isn't good for you." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. "Who dropped this paper plate in the bin? By the way, the new snail noodle place down the street is pretty good. You should try it sometime." Yun-Chi, still chewing on a mouthful of noodles, turned around. "Oh, thanks for the tip, classmate." Their homeroom teacher, standing behind them, beamed. "You're welcome. I'm your homeroom teacher, Lu Sa." The cheerful expression on Ms. Lu's face vanished, replaced by a stern look. "Would you two please step outside?" she said pointedly. Qin Ran and Yun-Chi, mid-meal, felt a chill run down their spines. Out in the hallway, Ms. Lu addressed the two apparent troublemakers. "Qin Ran and Yun-Chi, is it?" Qin Ran, her voice small, pleaded, Ms. Liu, I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. Yin Qi quickly spoke up, taking the blame. It was me. I wanted to bring Qin Ran. It has nothing to do with her. Qin Ran looked at him, surprised. She quickly defended herself. No, it was me. I was craving noodles. It has nothing to do with him. Ms. Liu couldn't help but crack a smile. Ha ha, she chuckled, her voice softening. I wasn't going to punish you. Seeing her smile, both Qin Ran and Yun Qi had the same thought. She's so pretty. Ms. Liu waved her hand dismissively. But there's not to be a next time. It's the middle of summer, and the air conditioning is on with the windows open. Eating in the classroom makes it smell. You need to be considerate of your classmates. Yes, ma'am, they both replied. We promise it won't happen again. Ms. Liu smiled gently. It's hot out. Hurry back to class. As they turned to go, Ms. Liu called out, Yin Qi, wait a moment. He turned back, a cheerful expression on his face. Is something the matter, Ms. Liu? Is your mother busy lately? She asked. I haven't seen her in a while. Yes, he replied. She's busy with the elementary school getting ready for the new school year. He paused, then asked, surprised, You know my mother? She's a senior of mine, Ms. Liu explained. She came to see me a while ago and talked about your situation. I hope you don't mind. Her expression turned serious. She looked at his academic report. You got into the advanced class because you ranked 78th in the citywide high school entrance exams. But your grades started slipping at the end of your first year. By the end of the year, you dropped out of the top 500 in the school. Yin Qi fell silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ms. Liu continued, Your mother said you were too focused on video games. But I asked your former classmates, and they said you don't play games at all. Yin Qi's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Seeing his tension, Ms. Liu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, she said with a warm smile. I believe you have your reasons. However, Yin Qi, she continued, exams are a crucial turning point in your life. No matter what, you have to put in the effort. On a nearby branch, a dove stretched its wings, preparing to take flight. The sunlight caught its feathers, making it look vibrant and free. Yin Qi stood there, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. Ms. Liu, their homeroom teacher, continued, Only then will you have the power to choose your own life, instead of letting life choose you. Hearing her sincere encouragement, Yin Qi smiled and replied, I understand, Ms. Liu. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows as Ms. Liu went over the class rules. These are the things you need to pay attention to for the start of the school year, she explained. Ms. Liu went on, Tomorrow, military training officially begins. Today, the school requires each class to complete a wall newspaper with a military theme. Voting will begin tonight. Time is quite tight. She gestured with her hands. Does anyone want to participate? The classroom fell silent. No one volunteered, everyone looking around, clearly trying to avoid eye contact. Ms. Liu, seeing this, tried to encourage them. This is a chance to make friends and experience group activities. Don't feel pressured. The spirit of participation is what matters. The voting results aren't important. Seeing the lack of response, she paused thoughtfully. No one wants to raise their hand. Qin Ran, seemingly hesitant, thought to herself, all the wall newspapers in middle school were made by me. After a moment of contemplation, she almost raised her hand. Should I try? Just then, two boys in the row ahead of her whispered to each other. Ridiculous. We're in high school now. What's with the wall newspaper? The boy next to him agreed. Exactly. The school always likes to come up with these useless activities. So boring. Hearing this, Qin Ran lost her nerve and lowered her hand. Forget it, she thought. Being too outstanding isn't good. I'll just be invisible. Yin Qi, observing her actions, considered the situation. Then, without hesitation, he reached out and raised Qin Ran's hand, cheerfully announcing, Ms. Liu, Qin Ran wants to participate. Qin Ran was startled. Oh my God, this rascal. Ms. Liu clapped her hands delightedly. Oh, that's wonderful. Then we'll leave it to Qin Ran to organize. Qin Ran, deflated, replied, No, not me. I didn't. Seeing her predicament, Yin Qi, with a mischievous grin, clapped enthusiastically. Congratulations, congratulations. Qin Ran, fuming, clenched her fists and glared at him. Yin Qi, do you want to die young? Meet me at the school gate after school. Outside, the heat lingered, the incessant drone of cicadas intensifying the summer atmosphere. Inside the classroom, Chin ran, looking exhausted, held a paintbrush. I'm so sleepy. I shouldn't have stayed up late reading comics last night. I just want to go back to bed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, snapping the piece of chalk she held in her hand. While she struggled with the wall newspaper, Yin-Chi was off playing basketball. That little devil, Yin-Chi, dragged me into this mess, and he's not even helping. He's as annoying as ever. She ruffled her hair, staring at the blank board in despair. How am I supposed to finish all of this? Suddenly, she heard laughter. What's all that noise? Aren't they supposed to be working on the wall newspaper? She peeked over to see what they were doing. She was surprised by the scene. Two boys and a girl were teasing each other. Haha, I'm dying. Are you drawing a person or a meme? The girl threatened the artist with a raised fist. Your drawing is crap, and you have the nerve to criticize me. The boy wearing glasses interrupted them. Stop arguing. The inspection is tonight. Get back to work. The girl, upon hearing this, shoved him, sending him tumbling. Now you're talking. Who's the one always playing on their phone instead of working? Chin ran, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but laugh. So it's just those three goofing off. Those three idiots are going at it, Chin ran muttered. How dare they hit my face? I'll give you what for. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. You should be thanking me. She watched them for a moment longer, then turned back towards the classroom. At this rate, they'll never finish the drawing. Back at her task, Chin Ran's hands stilled, a thoughtful expression settling on her face. It's all never finish the drawing this and that. She compared her solitary figure against the backdrop of the empty classroom with the image of the other three. So lonely, she whispered to the silent room. Maybe not finishing wouldn't be so bad if I had some company. The image of the trio, laughing and joking, filled her mind. That's what making high school memories is all about. She smacked herself lightly on the forehead, trying to snap out of it. Ow, why did I do that? She mumbled, rubbing the spot. With renewed determination, she grabbed her drawing materials and started working again. Pull yourself together, Chin ran. The revolution hasn't been won yet. This isn't the time to get sentimental. Come on, come on. She worked furiously for a while, but her energy eventually began to wane. She started nodding off, exhaustion creeping in. Her eyelids grew heavy, her energy reserves depleting rapidly. Finally, she couldn't fight it any longer. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she drifted off, dreaming of the boy who had carried her on his back. He was calling her name, Nyen Nyen. Suddenly, she woke with a start. Yun-Chi was shaking her gently, his face close to hers. He brushed the chalk dust off her cheek, muttering, leaning against the blackboard, "You're covered in dust. Why didn't you ask someone to help you, you dummy?" Chin Ran blinked sleepily at him. Then, without warning, she shoved him away. "Too close," she blurted out. Yun-Chi rubbed his cheek, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "That's twice today," he exclaimed. Chin Ran, "How many times are you going to hit me today?" She mumbled defensively. "I told you it wasn't on purpose." He sighed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "I give up. What about our friendship drawing?" Chin Ran put on a brave face. "I'm enough on my own." In truth, she was too shy to ask for help. Chun Lin is surprisingly shy, she thought to herself. Seeing her pick up her chalk again, Yun-Chi tried to reason with her. "Come on, you should get some sleep. You can finish it later. There's still all afternoon." Chin Ran ignored him, stubbornly continuing to draw. "Don't tell me what to do," she muttered under her breath. He sighed again. "Your eyes are barely open. Why are you torturing yourself like this?" His constant nagging finally pushed her over the edge. She grabbed a piece of chalk, her grip tightening. With a frustrated yell, she threw it at him. "Shut up," she shouted. "I told you not to bother me." Yin-Chi stammered, "It's not. I didn't know you were doing it all by yourself. I thought you could make some friends." Chin Ran's anger subsided, replaced by a serious expression. She looked at him intently. "Enough, Yin-Chi. You're being really weird," she said, rubbing her temples. "This morning you were defending me in front of Ms. Liu, and now you're acting all concerned." A wry smile touched her lips. "First you're impatient with me, and now you're trying to be nice. You said it all, haven't you? What am I supposed to make of this? It's ridiculous." He looked at her, confusion evident on his face. "Impatient? When was I impatient?" She stared at him in disbelief. "Have I ever said anything mean to you?" he pressed. Chin Ran paused, lost in thought. Then, covering her eyes with her hand, she let out a bitter laugh. "What is this? Am I imagining things?" "Yin-Chi, you really don't remember? So, for 3 years, it's only been me who cared? That's so pathetic." She rubbed her head, feeling foolish. "I'm such an idiot." Suddenly, he lifted her up from behind. Startled, she looked at him, her eyes wide. He set her down gently on a chair. She turned to him, indignant. What are you doing? She demanded. He held her hands firmly, preventing her from moving. I should have known you'd be a handful, he said. I should have dragged you away while you were asleep. She struggled, tried to pull her hand away. Let go of me, you jerk. He ignored her pleas, his grip firm. I've actually been wanting to ask you this for a while, he said. Why has your attitude towards me changed so much? Qin Ran fell silent, contemplating his words. He reminisced about their childhood, a time when they were inseparable. You used to be so attached to me, he said, a hint of longing in his voice. Always calling my name, Yinqi, Yinqi. I'd take you out to play, and you'd always ask, Yinqi, where are we going? I'd tell you, you'll see when we get there. But somewhere along the way, her demeanor had shifted. Whenever he tried to get close, she'd pull away, avoiding him like the plague. You don't even smile like you used to anymore. As he spoke, her gaze drifted away. He continued, you don't enjoy dressing up and making friends like you did when we were little. She recalled a time when she was like a princess, always adorned in beautiful dresses. A worried frown creased his brow. What happened to you? He asked softly. Qin Ran tightened her grip on his hand. You always forget what you say when you're angry, she whispered, even when you apologize. The memory of him pushing her away, his voice cold and distant, flashed through her mind. Don't bother me, he had said. Deep down, she knew the real reason for her transformation, and it wasn't what she had just implied. Closing her eyes, she relived the painful memory. A foot shot out, tripping her. She fell hard, the sound echoing around her. Laughter erupted. Her scar almost showed. Be careful there. The boy with white hair, the one who had tripped her, sneered. Sorry, my legs are just too long. Qin Ran gritted her teeth, humiliation burning in her chest, tears welling up. She desperately wished for someone to help her. Her hopeful gaze swept across the classroom, but everyone remained silent, indifferent to her plight. She snapped back to the present, tears streaming down her face. You're overthinking it, Yinqi, she choked out. He looked at her, surprised by her distress. Seeing her pain, he fell silent, unwilling to press her further. Releasing her hand, he stepped back. I'm sorry, he murmured. Get some rest, he added gently. I'll wait until you're ready to tell me. Qin Ran lowered her head onto the desk, her thoughts swirling. How can I tell you? She thought miserably. During the darkest period of my life, the person I trusted most treated me with the same disdain as everyone else. She cradled her head in her hands, lost in her despair. But I know he's not that kind of person. This morning, he complimented me, and I lost my temper. And now we're fighting again. She continued to ponder. I just want someone I can vent to, someone who will always be there for me, no matter how badly I behave. She thought of those who had hurt her, intentionally or not. She thought of those who had stood by and done nothing while she suffered. And yet, despite the image of Yun-Chi rushing towards her with a bright smile, she only allowed herself to resent him. She buried her face in her arms, silently mocking herself. I'm such a coward. A while later, she groggily opened her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep. She bolted upright. How long have I been asleep? Remembering the unfinished wall newspaper, she panicked. I'm so screwed. Glancing at the board, she saw Yun-Chi working on it. He was almost finished, just adding the final touches. Astonished, she whispered, Yun-Chi, is he? Hearing the sound, he turned around, a smile spreading across his face as he saw her awake. Well, Sleeping Beauty has finally risen. She walked towards him. Don't call me that, she retorted. Then, eyeing the writing on the board with suspicion, she asked, Did you write those words on the board? Qin Ran asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Are you angry because the teacher suspected you? It wasn't me, you know. Didn't your mom drag you off to calligraphy practice when we were little? And didn't you strut around afterwards, all puffed up, saying how amazing you were? Yun-Chi's nose was practically touching the ceiling by now. Qin Ran continued her teasing. Well, it does look much better than your usual handwriting. Yun-Chi ruffled his hair in frustration. Nyen, he grumbled. Can't you ever say anything nice? Suddenly, his expression softened. Qin Ran beamed. Thanks, Yun-Chi. He froze for a moment, surprised, then turned back to the board and continued writing. The vastness of the unknown. I don't know if I should add you in, he muttered. Qin Ran hopped onto a desk, her expression changing. What did you just say? Yun-Chi threw down a piece of chalk and yelled in exasperation. I'm not helping you anymore. Not to be outdone, Qin Ran shouted back. I'll tell your mom. Yun-Chi immediately caved. After lunch break, the students gradually returned to the classroom. Two boys, sitting at the desk in front of Qin Ran, walked in. The one further back yawned widely. Lunch break wasn't nearly long enough. I'm still so tired, he mumbled. His friend, walking ahead, scoffed. 2 hours wasn't enough for you. Both boys looked up at the blackboard and simultaneously exclaimed, Qin Ran and Yun Qi were still diligently working on their drawing. Whoa, that's amazing. They breathed in unison. We can't even draw or write properly. Aren't we going to be in trouble now? We're screwed. We've made things so difficult for them. Up on the board, Qin Ran was concentrating on her drawing. They're going to lose their minds, she thought. There's still so much left to do. I regret taking that nap now. I should have stayed awake. Suddenly, she knocked over the chalkboard eraser, sending it tumbling to the floor. Both boys startled and looked at it. Seriously? Nothing's going my way today, Qin Ran muttered. Just as she bent down to pick it up, the boy sitting at the desk in front retrieved it and offered it to her. Here's your eraser, he said. Qin Ran stared at him in surprise, her hands covered in colored chalk. Thank you, she stammered, thinking, what a nice guy. A silence fell over them. The two boys watched her as she remained in her bent-over position. She tensed, worried they might see her scar. This is so awkward. Why are they both staring at me? If I stay like this, they won't see it, right? She bit her lip nervously, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly, one of the boys spoke. Hey, Qin Ran gave a wry smile, bracing herself. Here we go again, she thought, just like all the others. But this time it was different. The boy, looking at the board, praised her work. That's really good. The soldier looks so cool. His friend chimed in excitedly. Yeah, we sit in front of you. Do you remember us? You seem pretty busy. Do you need any help? Qin Ran clutched the eraser, flustered and embarrassed. Thanks, but it's okay. I don't want to trouble you. Yun Qi, standing behind her, had been subtly observing the interaction. He stepped forward and slung an arm around Qin Ran's shoulders. Sure, we could use some help, he said, then released her. Qin Ran now stood face to face with the two boys. They were initially taken aback by her direct gaze, but they quickly recovered and made an offer. Teach us how to draw. Qin Ran shyly agreed. The two boys happily set to work helping them. Time flew by. The moon was already high in the sky. Suddenly, a girl burst through the door, shouting, Emergency! Baldy's coming. He's already checking class 1. He'll be here any minute. Everyone started urging each other on. Just a little bit more. Come on. Qin Ran rested her chin in her hand, thinking, Baldy? That sounds familiar. Suddenly it clicked. Qin Ran cried out, startling everyone. Isn't that the person who was chasing me this morning? In her mind, the fearsome teacher, like a raging gorilla, chased her relentlessly, yelling, Hey, you student in flip-flops, stop right there. Qin Ran looked down at her feet. I'm doomed. I didn't even go home to change out of my flip-flops at lunch. Everyone followed her gaze and, seeing her footwear, were utterly speechless. Yun Qi patted his chest reassuringly. Don't worry, Nian Nian, I've got this. Tears of gratitude welled in Qin Ran's eyes. Seeing him as her last hope, she choked out, Yun Qi. Oh, Yun Qi, I knew I could count on you. Just then, the legendary balding disciplinary teacher, stern-faced, approached. Qin Ran clasped her hands respectfully. Hello, teacher. Beside her, Yun Qi rubbed his head, muttering, Phew, that was close. Almost a major disaster. The disciplinary teacher glanced down, his brow furrowing in displeasure as he seemed to notice something. Surprise! Qin Ran's feet were currently encased in black plastic bags. Oh, the ingenuity of Yun Qi. The disciplinary teacher pointed angrily at her feet. You think I'm an idiot, you little brat? Yun Qi jumped to her defense. No, sir. This is a high-fashion, cutting-edge style. The two boys nearby, intimidated by the teacher's severity, quickly slipped away. Just then, their homeroom teacher arrived. Tears welled in Qin Ran's eyes. This is it, she thought. I'm done for. I should have just run away earlier. I shouldn't have trusted that idiot Yun Qi. She closed her eyes, berating herself. Is all our hard work going to be wasted because I didn't follow the school rules? Seeing Qin Ran's distressed expression, the disciplinary teacher's face softened slightly. He noticed her hands, smudged with paint from the afternoon's work, nervously clutching her shirt. He sighed and then, to everyone's surprise, praised her. Very well done. He handed her a pennant. Everyone stared. Qin Ran took it, her eyes widening. It was the first-place prize. Clutching the pennant to her chest, she beamed. Thank you, teacher. The teacher walked away with a swagger. producing a comb from seemingly nowhere to smooth his remaining hair, the bald patch gleaming. Before leaving, he added, "If this happens again, I'll be calling your parents." Qin Ran quickly assured him, "Don't worry, teacher, it definitely won't happen again." Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, rushed over and hugged Qin Ran tightly. "Nian Nian, you're amazing. We'll be counting on you for all the bulletin boards from now on." Caught off guard, Qin Ran yelped, "Whoa, Ms. Liu." The other students, seeing that the judging was over, came up to admire the bulletin board. "The classroom looks completely different after we finish the bulletin board. Maybe we should all participate next time." Qin Ran, still embraced by Ms. Liu, basked in the unexpected praise. What is going on? She thought, overwhelmed with joy and surprise. In the Xianjiang apartment complex, most of the lights were out. Yunqi lay in bed, unable to sleep, reading Yin Yin's manga in the middle of the night. He found it strange. When she was little, wasn't she all about princess and baby stuff? How did she end up like this? He smiled to himself. Good thing I went with her today. He recalled that afternoon on the basketball court, snatching the ball and sinking a perfect shot. His friend came up and high-fived him. "Awesome, Yunqi. You sank quite a few three-pointers today." "Haha, we finished the game. Good thing I passed well." He grabbed his water bottle and took a long drink. Playing basketball at noon is brutal. The guys around him complained. "It's scorching. Why didn't our school build an indoor court?" Another friend replied, "Haha, keep dreaming. This rundown place of ours, how many decent spots are there in the whole city?" Just then, he suddenly thought of her working on the wall newspaper. I wonder if Nian Nian is seriously working on the wall newspaper with someone else. His friend, hearing him mention a girl's name, asked curiously, "Nian Nian? Wu Nian Nian, right? The one who raised her hand this morning." He asked back, "Yeah, why?" The other boy, wiping his sweat, replied, "I saw her eating lunch alone in the cafeteria at noon. Doesn't seem like she was meeting anyone else to work on it." Yunqi asked in surprise, "Really? Alone? What? Alone?" He immediately took off running, leaving behind only the words, "You guys play on, I'm going to the cafeteria for a bit." The others were bewildered. "What's the rush, man?" His classmates called after him. "Yunqi, you told me to save you a spot this morning. It was for her, wasn't it? What's your relationship with her?" Yunqi froze, and seeing him silent, they continued to tease. "Do you like her?" Then a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha!" Yunqi turned back, a smile on his face, and denied it. "What are you thinking? That's my little sister." He quickly ran back to the classroom. Opening the classroom door, he found it incredibly quiet. Why is it so quiet? She's not really working alone, is she? He pushed the door open further, surprised by what he saw. There she was, fast asleep, leaning against the blackboard. Looking at her sleeping so soundly, he thought to himself, how did she fall asleep like this? He stepped inside, moving closer to her, wanting to fulfill that special promise. He recalled images of them as children. She was often sulky, and he was always smiling, coaxing her. The next morning, Qin Ran, dressed in her uniform, was running frantically to school. She thought as she ran, "Darn it, I shouldn't have read manga last night. Now I'm late. I didn't even have time for breakfast. Ugh, I'm so annoyed." Just then, a bicycle approached, its bell ringing a warning. The bike whizzed past her, making her jump in fright. Watching the figure ride away, she cursed under her breath. "Jerk, in a hurry to be reborn, are you? You scare me to death." Then, something clicked. She paused for a moment. Wait a second, that bracelet looked kind of familiar. She remembered the boy she had met in the hallway yesterday also wore that bracelet. Looking after the receding figure, she wondered, could he also live in this area? She took out her phone and checked the time. Crap, I'm going to be late in 7 minutes. She picked up her pace. Darn it, if I get caught by the disciplinary teacher again, I'm dead. I'll be freezing my butt off with him again. She remembered that the walk would take at least 15 minutes. Now I can only... She called out to the boy on the bike. "Hey, classmate, wait a minute." The boy, hearing someone call him, turned his head to look. He stopped his bike. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew through, scattering leaves from the trees. The wind was so strong that she had to hold onto her hat. He stood there in the wind, his handsome face impassive. Much later, she would realize that if she hadn't approached him that day, what they received would have been the best possible outcome. Qin Ran stopped, staring at the boy in front of her. He's way too handsome, she thought, a volcano of excitement erupting within her. He reminded her of a leading man from a Danmei novel, a cool and elegant mountain god from historical fantasy. I shouldn't be having such frivolous thoughts, she chided herself. She felt both physically and mentally rejuvenated. I can't believe I met him so soon, she cried internally. Is this fated? He must be surprised too. The boy's voice cut through her fantasizing. Excuse me, are you? Qin Ran froze, her imagined world cracking around her. She snapped back to reality. I was thinking too much. How embarrassing. This is so awkward. She wanted the earth to swallow her whole. Is there a hole I can crawl into? What do I do? Should I pretend I mistook him for someone else and just walk away? I need to call 119 for help. This is so humiliating. Nyen Nyen. Seeing her frozen silence, the boy stepped closer. Oh, it's you. The girl with the grass in her hair yesterday. I almost didn't recognize you. Chin Ran was surprised he remembered her. This is too much of coincidence. He got on his bike. We're going to be late, aren't we? Hop on. Chin Ran suddenly remembered she was about to be late. Thank you, she blurted out, touched by his offer. He's so thoughtful, offering without me even asking. He's a true angel. Chin Ran stared at the bike seat. She was already imagining him stopping in front of everyone at school, the whispers and stares. If I sit sideways, will people think we're dating? Lifting her foot towards the bike, she thought, I can't cause him any trouble. It's better to sit normally. Before she could properly settle, he took off, making her yelp. Wait, I'm not on yet. He stopped, saying, sorry, I didn't notice. Are you okay? Chin Ran forced a smile. I'm fine. It's just me being clumsy. After she got on, he checked, ready? She looked at him and replied, all right, hold on tight. I'm going, he said, and started pedaling. Sitting behind him, looking at his shoulders, broad as the Pacific Ocean, Chin Ran felt a sense of security, of being protected. Being so close, she could smell his scent. Wow, is that shampoo? It smells so good. She slowly closed her eyes. It was her first time riding on the back of a boy's bike. The experience wasn't quite what she'd imagined. He was pedaling so slowly that an old woman with a cane overtook them. Am I really that heavy? She wondered. The old woman even passed another cyclist. Wow, she's fast. Suddenly, another boy appeared, seeing her on the back of the bike. He teased, hey, Lantu, already picked up a girl, huh? Chin Ran looked at him, confused. Lantu? So that's his name. The name evoked the image of a rustling bamboo forest. The teasing brought back memories of being bullied. Huh, Scarface and Fatty, a match made in heaven, the boy continued, stepping on a heavier boy. Here's your civil union ceremony. Chin Ran gripped the seat tightly. He must be uncomfortable being paired with me like this. Lin Tu turned and replied. She's a classmate who lives in the same area. Behave yourself, you'll embarrass her. She was surprised to hear him say that. The other boy, waving goodbye, called out, sorry, gotta run. Bell's about to ring. Good luck. Lin Tu scowled at the retreating figure. Show off, he muttered under his breath. Then, turning back to Chin Ran, he said, hold on tight. She nodded happily. Okay. Lin Tu sped up, easily overtaking the other boy. The other boy stared after them, open-mouthed. A leaf, caught in the wind, slapped against his face. Mr. Big Shot, huh? Finally, they reached the school gates. Chin Ran felt her soul catch up with her body. She'd thought she was destined for detention with the stern-faced headmaster. Lin Tu said, I'll go ahead. Good luck. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Lin Tu parked his bike in a rack and took off running. Chin Ran watched, impressed. So fast. Before she could finish her thought, he came sprinting back. Lin Tu grabbed her school bag strap. Give me your bag, he said, and took off again. Wait, she called after him, but he was already too far away. She lowered her hand. I don't even know what class you're in. She reached the door of class 11. 82, threw it open, and announced loudly, reporting. She noticed someone else who seemed to be late as well. He whispered to her, what a coincidence. She looked up, utterly astonished. It was the boy from earlier. Lin Tu spoke. Fancy meeting you here. Flustered, she replied. Isn't this my classroom? Are you in this class too? She feigned surprise, but inwardly, she was blossoming with happiness. Lin Tu raised his hand. She asked innocently, what's up? Their coach walked over. Late again, both of you. 5 laps around the track. The words hung in the air, and both students broke out in a sweat. A strange silence fell over the classroom. Chin Ran felt like she turned to stone. 5 laps? Why was she so unlucky? She'd only been at school a few days, and it was one thing after another. Out on the track, the sun beat down mercilessly. After just a few warm-up laps, she felt like she was about to die. She couldn't even remember how many laps she'd run. Dizzy and disoriented, she stumbled along. Was this the 3rd lap? Or the 4th? Come to think of it, she hadn't eaten anything this morning. Or last night, for that matter. A wave of nausea washed over her. She glanced around, spotting Lin Tu beside her. It's good to have him here, she thought. He looked over at her. Flowers bloomed in her heart. Wow, those perfect features. Save me. Someone, save me. Lin Tu spoke. You know, I don't even know your name yet. Suddenly remembering her manners, she replied shyly. I'm Wu Nian Nian. Nian, as in remembrance, she added with a small laugh. Kind of a mouthful, huh? Lin Tu disagreed. I think it's quite charming. Wu Nian Nian. Don't dwell on the past. Strive to move forward. I bet your parents hope you live a carefree and happy life. Carefree and happy? I haven't even thought about that. The phrase "don't dwell on the past" struck a chord, and a shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. She remembered the image of herself, covered in injuries, while he stood there silently. Ran gritted her teeth. It was an unbearable memory, and her mood darkened. Lin Tu asked, "Are you all right? You look a little pale." She collected herself and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." He offered, "If you can't run anymore, just tell the teacher. He won't force you." But, wanting to stay near the handsome boy, she insisted, "Don't worry, I'm totally fine. Im juste naturali tan." Ha! Seeing he couldn't dissuade her, he dropped the subject. She recalled how, in her childhood memories, she often ran until she collapsed. She remembered a scene from a romance novel she'd enjoyed immensely. After the heroine fainted, the handsome male lead carried her, princess style, to the infirmary. Such a blissful scene. She wished for this scene to become reality. So, as she ran laps, while her brother, Yin Chi, was engrossed in a video game, she dramatically collapsed. Yin Chi, hearing the thud, glanced up, then, seemingly unfazed, returned to his game. Ran lay on the track, waiting for her princess Carrie. He remained oblivious. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she sat up and yelled, "I fainted. Aren't you going to help me up?" He calmly replied, "Aren't you okay now?" Her eyes welled up with frustrated tears. Reality, she realized, rarely lived up to the fantasy. He added, "Be quiet. I'm about to win this game." She shrieked, "Yun Chi, you idiot! I'm never playing with you again." The memory still stung. So many foolish incidents flooded back. She glanced at Yin Chi. Beside him lay her book. He was taking a drink of water. But so many years had passed. The Yin Chi of now was different from the Yin Chi of her childhood. Then, Yin Chi, looking at her, suddenly felt mischievous. He started teasing, putting on a dramatic voice. "Ah, my dear younger sister, do not disturb me." Ran's anger flared. He really was getting more annoying with age. Lin Tu, seeing her spirited reaction, thought, "She seems to have plenty of energy." Her face paled. "What if I actually faint?" She looked at Lin Tu beside her. Before losing consciousness, she wondered, would Lin Tu give me a Princess Carrie? Her vision darkened. Lin Tu seemed to notice something was wrong. She silently mocked herself. "Ha, how silly. Things like that only happen in stories. Lin Tu and I aren't even that close. And I'm not exactly the cute, bubbly type." Her eyes fluttered closed, and she collapsed into Lin Tu's arms. He caught her and called her name, Wu Nyin. At the same moment, Yun Chi, in the distance, startled, rushed towards them. People started shouting and running over. Someone fainted. What happened? Yin Chi quickly reached her side, calling her name. "Nyin, wake up! Wu Nyin." Lin Tu, beside her, gently patted her. "Wu Nyin, can you hear me?" Seeing her unresponsive, Lin Tu said, "This is bad. It could be heat stroke or low blood sugar." Lin Tu tried to lift her, but couldn't. "We need to get her to the infirmary quickly." Yin Chi, watching, was taken aback. The boy who had just moments ago looked so strong, stumbled and nearly fell, likely exhausted from running. At the infirmary, the teacher spoke up, "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." Ran, embarrassed, scratched her head. Ran said brightly, "It's okay, sir. It's my fault for being late. I deserve to be punished. You're just being fair and upholding the rules." Despite her words, the teacher remained dejected, looking like a child who had been scolded. Seeing that he couldn't cheer up, Ran felt a pang of guilt. Her earlier attempts at consolation seemed to have fallen completely flat. The homeroom teacher took the teacher's hand and admonished him gently. "Come on, don't be sad. Aren't you embarrassed? Everyone's watching." The onlookers gaped in surprise. Lin Tu called out, "Goodbye, teacher. I'm going back to practice now. Yin, get some rest." Seeing Lin Tu leave, the teacher waved. "Thanks a lot." Then something occurred to her. "Oh, right, Yin," she said. "I just spoke with your mother. She wants you to call her back." Ran looked surprised. "My mom." Ms. Liu had already dialed the number and handed her the phone. Ran took the phone and thanked Ms. Liu. The call connected. "Hello, Yin, is that you?" Her mother's voice came through. "This child, you never give anyone a moment's peace. How are you feeling now? Are you still dizzy?" Ran replied obediently, "I'm fine, Mom. Don't worry." Her mother responded, "How can I not worry? You fainted during military training in middle school, too. You were so healthy as a child." Her mother's words brought back a flood of memories. Ran remembered hiding under the covers reading comics day and night, skipping meals for fear of getting fat. Even when she went out with her mother, she'd be glued to her phone, ignoring her friends, devoid of the energy a 15-year-old should have, the vibrancy of youth. truth. And now, she'd fainted during military training. Qin Ran pressed her lips together. Are you trying to make me worry you sick? Her mother continued, her voice sharp. Yin Qi watched Qin Ran, his expression growing serious. The room fell silent. Yin Qi finally broke the silence. He took the phone from Qin Ran. Hello, Auntie, it's Yin Qi. Hearing his voice, their mother's tone softened slightly. Oh, Yin Qi, you're with Nian Yen. Yes, he replied. Please don't be angry. I know you're worried about her. She's fine, really. Nian Yen feels terrible about this, so please don't scold her. Qin Ran felt a surge of gratitude towards her brother for intervening. Their mother grumbled, she's so stubborn, never listens to a word I say. I'm glad you're there with her. I'll come to the infirmary after work. Yin Qi reassured her, don't worry, Auntie. I'll take good care of Nian Yen. Their mother sighed. If only Nian Yen were as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. He glanced at Qin Ran and offered a compliment. Nian Yen is doing great, though. She even won first prize for the class bulletin board last time. Qin Ran was surprised to hear him praising her in front of their mother. Her mother's voice softened with surprise. Oh, really? That's my girl. Why didn't she tell me? She probably just hasn't had the chance. Yin Qi said smoothly. All right, Auntie, can you give the phone back to Nian Yen for a moment? Sure, she replied, her voice gentler now. Be nice to her. Yin Qi added softly. Oh, I know, their mother said. What kind of mother would I be if I really held a grudge against my own daughter? Yin Qi handed the phone back to Qin Ran. He placed a hand on her head, comforting her gently. Don't worry, Mom's not mad anymore. Qin Ran wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and whispered her thanks. He smiled brightly. Don't mention it. He nudged her playfully. Come on, no more crying. The two adults watching them chuckled softly. Qin Ran nervously picked up the phone. Hello, Mom. Her mother's voice, laced with concern, came through the line. Nian Yen, I was so worried just now, I might have sounded a bit harsh. I only want what's best for you. Don't take it to heart. Qin Ran obediently replied. Of course not. Relieved, her mother continued. Nian Yen, am I right? A student's main focus should be their studies. If you don't take care of your health, how will you study? How will you take the college entrance exam? Qin Ran responded dutifully. Yes, I understand, Mom. She pressed on. Since this incident was so serious, wouldn't it be better to rest at home and recover? You could review your textbooks and get ahead. Military training doesn't count towards college credit anyway. There's really no need to push yourself through this, is there? Silence hung in the air for a moment before Qin Ran finally spoke up, gathering her courage. Mom, actually, her mother, unwilling to hear her protest, cut her off. Listen to me. Don't participate in this military training anymore. Qin Ran was stunned. Several days later, at the military training grounds, the scorching sun beat down like a furnace, threatening to melt everything in its path. Yin Qi's hands trembled uncontrollably. His fingers twitched restlessly, and his exhausted legs fared no better. Each step he took was unsteady, a stark contrast to his usual sure-footedness. Every movement felt governed by an invisible fear, tightening his nerves to the point of agony. Sweat poured down his face like a torrential downpour, plastering his hair to his forehead and soaking his uniform, leaving him chilled and clammy. Each droplet seemed to reflect the exhaustion and tension that consumed him. Yin Qi struggled to regain his composure and continue training. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes filled the air, a grating, maddening soundtrack to his misery. They swarmed around him relentlessly, preventing any semblance of focus or peace. The buzzing was a constant, piercing whine, and they bit mercilessly at his cheeks, adding to his growing frustration and exhaustion. Suddenly, a voice, cold as ice, cut through the air, making Yin Qi jump and sending a shiver down his spine. Cadet, Instructor Hidong approached, his sharp gaze piercing, as if searching for any hidden thoughts. It felt like being interrogated under a spotlight, leaving no room for secrets. Itching that much? Need me to help you with that? A terrified silence fell over the group. Yin Qi stammered a reply, his voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. Each word was a struggle, betraying the anxiety churning within him. He averted his gaze, unable to meet the instructor's intense stare, as if any perceived weakness would be instantly seized upon. Our reporting, sir, in no feeling at all. A A stern, authoritative voice echoed across the training grounds. Attention, dismissed. Yun-Chi gratefully stretched out his aching legs, seeking relief from the throbbing pain. His body was heavy with exhaustion, every muscle screaming in protest. Leaning against a tree, he groaned, "I'm going to die." What kind of sadist is this instructor? Nearby, other cadets echoed his complaints. "I'm dying too. My legs aren't even legs anymore." They gulped down water, their voices filled with a mixture of exhaustion and amusement. Speaking of which, it seems like Wen Yin has been gone for 3 or 4 days now, hasn't she? No more military training for her. Lucky her. I wish I could faint too. Yin-Chi shot them an irritated glance. That's not funny. The two young men grew even more boisterous, their laughter and taunts echoing around them. They showed no restraint, as if mocking someone's wife was perfectly acceptable. This is love, after all, they jeered. Consumed by a surge of anger and indignation, Yun-Chi lost control. He lunged at the two young men, delivering a few swift, decisive blows, each one a release of the fury burning within him. As he struck out, he didn't forget to reprimand them, his voice sharp and authoritative. "You punks, watch your mouths." Lin too stood lost in thought, a pensive expression etched on his face, tinged with a quiet disappointment. His silent contemplation seemed to transport him to a private world, a place where complex emotions churned within him. "She isn't coming back, is she?" he murmured to himself. Lin too shielded his eyes from the scorching sun, his hand casting a small shadow that offered little relief from the oppressive heat and fatigue. Feeling the intense heat, he sighed in relief. It's this hot, and her health is so fragile. It's good she's resting at home. Suddenly, a hand offered him a cool ice cream. Lin Tu's eyes widened in speechless astonishment. Qin Ran stood before him, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she offered him the treat. Her smile radiated warmth and charm, her eyes sparkling with a friendly light. "Lin Tu," she said softly, "thank you for helping me the other day." He returned her gaze with affection. Meanwhile, Yin-Chi continued to deal with the two young men, their howls of pain and terror filling the air. "Spare us, master! Spare us!" they shrieked. Yin-Chi froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked towards Qin Ran. Astonishment painted his features as he released his grip on the two men. Confusion swirled within him. How is Yin Yin back?" Lin Tu reached out to accept Qin Ran's offering, but suddenly, Yin-Chi appeared out of nowhere. He snatched the ice cream, his eyes gleaming with delight, and took a large bite, savoring it as if it were a precious treasure. Qin Ran clenched her fist and yelled in exasperation. "Hey, that wasn't for you." Lantu shukud. His laughter was warm and comforting, like the gentle rays of the morning sun. He stood up and walked towards Qin Ran, his voice soft with concern. "Shouldn't you be resting at home? There's no air conditioning here." She clutched the plastic bag, her expression hesitant and strained. Each word she spoke was carefully chosen, as if she were meticulously arranging her thoughts. It wasn't easy to find this feeling. A bright, vibrant smile bloomed on her face, illuminating the space around her. Her lips curved naturally, radiating a sense of ease and positivity. I find studying enjoyable." The two young men stood dumbfounded, silently listening to her confession. They stood motionless, their gazes fixed on her, captivated by her words. She proudly recounted her experiences, her voice filled with confidence and excitement, each word radiating the joy of sharing her accomplishments. She described every detail with enthusiasm, her eyes shining with pleasure and eagerness. To be able to return to military training. "I even had a fight with my mother about it. Her mother had pulled her back, vehemently protesting with unwavering determination. She hadn't just voiced her disapproval. Her forceful and decisive gestures spoke volumes, clearly displaying her worry. Her voice, tense and stern, conveyed the gravity of the situation, firmly asserting her perspective. "Has your brain gone soft? Absolutely not. You're staying home, recuperating, and reading books." Qin Ran had struggled and protested. "I've recovered already. Don't stop me." Lin Tu, his expression serious, stared intently at Qin Ran, posing the question he had asked earlier. "Why did you hate studying so much before?" Was middle school too demanding? His question silenced the two in front of him. Qin Ran lowered her head, unsure how to respond appropriately. To prevent Lin Tu from pressing her further, Yun Qi shoved the ice cream towards him. Hurry up and eat. It's melting. Then, Yun Qi acted like a child let loose in a candy store, snatching the entire bag of ice cream from Qin Ran with a mixture of innocence and playful defiance. He not only displayed his desire for the treat, but also a mischievous attitude. Wow, Ninian, this whole bag is a tribute to your dear older brother. Qin Ran scowled, determinedly trying to wrest the bag back from him. Her annoyance and resolve were evident on her face, her eyes flashing with defiance. Yin Qi, give it back. One is enough for you. Yin Qi continued to tease her. Leaving so suddenly is rude, you know? You don't need to be so polite. Lin Tu looked thoughtfully at Qin Ran, his gaze distant and lost in contemplation. The sounds around him seemed to fade as he focused on his complex thoughts. Why did she show that expression just now? He mused, watching her, a surge of emotions welling up within him. Could it be that something unpleasant happened to her in middle school? Their classmates were overjoyed. Their eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Excitement and gratitude radiated from their faces. Every smile and glance reflected their deep joy and appreciation. Ninian, are these for us? Qin Ran cheerfully waved her hand, a smile gracing her lips. This is too much fuss, really. It's not. We have you to thank for the previous wall newspaper. We've always wanted to thank you properly. The two young men were overcome with happiness. They hugged each other, jumping and dancing in unrestrained joy. Their movements were filled with excitement, each leap and embrace as if they were sharing an immense joy. You're too kind. Hee hee, but I appreciate your kindness. Welcome back, true Fujoshi. Qin Ran's mind immediately conjured up an image. That's so cheesy. Yin Qi, looking at Qin Ran's bag overflowing with ice cream, asked, There's so much left. Do you want to share with everyone? She nodded. Yes. The two young men were still fooling around. Babe, let me try a bite of yours. Get lost. Only a ghost would eat your slobber. Qin Ran confided her thoughts. When I fainted before, so many people helped me. Ms. Liu and the instructor even came to visit me specifically. Everyone's been working so hard during this military training, and I haven't broken a sweat. It feels so unfair. I'm really embarrassed. Yun Qi excitedly suggested. So, why don't you give some to them? Wouldn't that be great? However, Qin Ran, being introverted, couldn't bring herself to do it. I haven't talked to the others before. I can't just go up to them. He approached her with a sly grin. For the sake of your ice cream, I'll reluctantly help you this once. Yin Qi then raised his hand and shouted, Nian Yin, ice cream, come and get it. Run slow and you'll miss out. As soon as they heard that, everyone came running in a surge of excitement. Are you serious? Free ice cream? Nian Yin, when did you get back? Are you all better now? The crowd became a chaotic scramble for ice cream. Thanks. I won't be polite then. A girl with short hair cheerfully struck up a conversation with Qin Ran. Do you like spicy sticks? I'll share some with you. Yun Qi yelled, try to restore order. Don't push. Only one each. At that moment, Qin Ran felt a bloom of happiness in her heart. It was so good to be back. Mustering all her courage, she offered ice cream to the instructor. Instructor, thank you for taking care of me before. I've shared with everyone else, and these two are just right for you and Ms. Liu. The impassive instructor coldly asked, Are you recovered? Just hearing his voice made Qin Ran tremble with fear. Yes, sir, she mumbled, her head bowed, her inner turmoil immense. He's so stern, so scary. I can't even bring myself to look up. She glanced behind her to see Yin Qi holding her favorite book threateningly. She was incredibly annoyed. Yin Qi, you jerk. His eyes held a challenge, as if to say, if you don't personally give this to the instructor, I'll tear your book right now. She thought of her precious book, screaming, Mommy, save me. She couldn't let that happen. Don't. Please let my precious book go. Please, please. The instructor sternly held up a hand in refusal. I can't accept this. Qin Ran froze, her face flushed crimson on the verge of tears. Seeing this, the instructor sighed, his heart softening. All right, thank you. I'll take it to Ms. Liu for you. Qin Ran's face brightened. Yes, sir. Then followed a brief exchange of concerned questions. Are you sure you're all right? Completely recovered, sir. Have you been eating properly? I had 2 bowls of rice at lunch, sir. Good. If you feel unwell, let me know immediately. I won't give you special treatment. Qin Ran nodded. Thank you, instructor. The assembly whistle blew, shattering the lively atmosphere. The superintendent calmly and meticulously combed his hair. each strand carefully arranged, demonstrating a meticulous and serious approach to his duties. He then tucked the comb into his pocket and formally introduced himself. "I am your superintendent, Xiong Wu," he then announced in a loud voice. "Following school tradition, at the end of military training, we will hold a cart-pushing competition. This is to cultivate the spirit of diligence, perseverance, unity, and cooperation." Qin Ran stared, astonishment etched on her face, unable to tear her gaze away from the scene unfolding before her. Qin Ran stared, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and confusion, as if struggling to process the scene unfolding before her. "Cart pushing? What is that?" she murmured. A girl beside her offered a hushed explanation. "One person gets down on their hands, the other lifts their legs. They move forward like a farmer pushing a plow." A wave of displeasure washed over Qin Ran. With each irritated flick of her hairspray bottle, she telegraphed her frustration and disapproval. "This is ridiculous. Why would they organize such an embarrassing competition?" The instructor continued his announcement. "The prize for this competition far surpasses any previous one." A tense silence fell over the assembled students. Every eye was fixed on the front, filled with anticipation. The instructor presented a gift, concealed beneath a shimmering red cloth. "A slight flash of the prize," he teased. "The cost is astronomical." Qin Ran gasped, astonishment etched on her face. "It's huge. What could be inside?" The instructor announced the next step, drawing lots to determine which classes would face off against each other. "Class A1 versus Class A7, he declared. "Class A5 versus Class A12. Class A8 versus Class A9. And he paused for dramatic effect. Qin Ran small. Underdog Class A2 will go head-to-head with Class A14. A wave of panicked whispers rippled through the students. "No way. Class A14? They're the super-strong instructor class," someone exclaimed. "We're doomed. I heard they have some reserve athletes in their ranks." The instructor raised his hands, radiating energy and enthusiasm. His gesture, a symbol of unity and motivation, galvanized the students. "For this grand prize," he boomed, "pour forth the passion of your youth." A wave of anxiety washed over Qin Ran. Unease churned within her, making her feel restless and on edge. "We're doomed," she thought. "How can we possibly win?" The gazes of the two opposing instructors locked, crackling with tension and animosity. Their stares were sharp and intense, like sparks flying from a flint. The air between them was thick with unspoken rivalry and unwavering determination. The next morning, three long-haired young men had their hair forcibly styled by the instructor into comical, almost cute shapes. The sight was hilariously absurd. The instructor's voice was stern and authoritative. Each word dripped with seriousness and power. "I've given you enough time to cut your hair," he stated. "If it doesn't meet military training standards today, you'll be styling it like this every single day of training." His eyes were cold and emotionless. "Report your numbers from left to right," he barked. The students trembled, fear and anxiety etched on their faces. The dejected expressions of the weaker students only fueled the instructor's anger. "Have you not eaten?" he roared. "You're lacking spirit before training even begins. How do you expect to beat Class A14 like this?" Hearts pounded nervously, a frantic rhythm against ribs. A wave of discontent rippled through the students, their hushed whispers laced with frustration and anxiety. Murmurs and grumbles filled the air, a chorus of unease. "It's just a competition," someone muttered. "It's not like it's a national tournament. Why make such a big deal out of it? What a joke." The instructor's head snapped up, his gaze locking onto the speaker. He pointed a finger, his voice sharp. "I said silence during training. 30 push-ups. Now." The student remained rooted to the spot. The instructor's eyes, hard and unforgiving, dared him to disobey. His stare was chilling, brooking no disrespect. "Finish your breakfast? Then move it. Want me to count down? 3, 2. The student, his earlier bravado gone, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He stalked away, seething. "Jerk," someone hissed. Qin Ran fell into thought. It seemed many disliked the instructor, but she knew, deep down, he wasn't so harsh. The instructor of the rival class smirked. "Who are the brown sugar water and heating pad for?" The instructor, his face impassive, replied. "The girl with stomach cramps. She's in the infirmary." The Class A14 instructor burst out laughing, a sound full of mocking surprise. "Remember last year's military training? The two girls confessing their love for you? Quite the scandal. And this year, you almost killed Wu Yinyan. Perhaps you should go easier on your students. He continued to fan the flames. The superintendent doesn't look too pleased. Are you hoping for a few more near-death experiences and love confessions this year, on your way to a glorious 5-star rating? The instructor's eyes were like blades, sharp and glinting with barely suppressed fury. Each glance was a cut in the air, a reflection of the anger simmering within him. The A14 instructor sauntered over, placing a condescending hand on his shoulder. The gesture, dripping with disdain, heightened the tension. "I'd be so disappointed," he murmured, his voice low and mocking. "The rocket classes are all weak bookworms. I'll go easy on you." He leaned closer, his words a venomous whisper. "Won't let you lose too badly." The instructor's jaw tightened, his face a mask of displeasure. Ms. Liu, their homeroom teacher, clenched her fists, her eyes blazing as she stared at the A14 instructor. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, the corner of her mouth twitching with barely controlled rage. "Why wouldn't my class win?" she demanded. The A14 instructor turned, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, if it isn't the beautiful homeroom teacher of Class A2. Though her fury hadn't subsided, Ms. Liu forced herself to speak, each word sharp and precise. Her voice, tight with barely suppressed anger, vibrated with the need to be heard. "Don't be ridiculous. What gives you the right to say that rocket class students are weak? These kids are just intelligent and worked hard. They got lucky." The two instructors fell silent, listening to her outburst. The A14 instructor's expression remained unchanged, his face a mask of indifference. He offered no acknowledgement of Ms. Liu's words, simply turning and walking away. "I don't argue with women," he said dismissively, waving a hand. "Won't interrupt your romantic pursuits any longer. See you at the competition." Ms. Liu stood with her arms crossed, her face flushed with anger, her eyes sharp as knives. Her whole body radiated fury. She stood there, barely containing her boiling rage. Her frustration was evident in every gesture and expression. "Hopeless. No aptitud whatsoever." Suddenly, a student cheerfully waved, a bright, friendly smile on their face, instantly warming the atmosphere. "Hello, Ms. Liu, an instructor." Ms. Liu's expression transformed. Her eyes sparkled, her demeanor softening, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Hello there." Instructor Han Dong watched, a puzzled expression on his face, silently speculating, trying to carefully analyze the situation and find a plausible explanation for what he was witnessing. "I have a feeling you're quite different in front of the students." Ms. Liu flinched, her heart pounding in her chest. Flustered, she affected a gentle, refined demeanor. "What? No, not at all." Embarrassed, Ms. Liu tried to cover up her slip, hurrying away to escape the awkward and uncomfortable situation. "Train hard. I have a meeting to attend." But her gentle facade didn't last long. Her true nature quickly resurfaced as anxiety and panic sent her scurrying away, shattering the image she had so carefully constructed. All attempts at composure vanished, revealing her flustered state. Instructor Han Dong chuckled softly, shaking his head. His face held a mixture of acceptance and amusement. His smile seemed to lighten the atmosphere, conveying understanding of the situation. The classroom isn't that way. Back at the rigorous military training grounds, a female student diligently practiced running. Elsewhere, male students were rigorously doing push-ups. The girl cried out in exasperation. "What kind of monsters are in class A14? Yun Chi sighed dejectedly. "Oh my God, what's the point of even competing?" Ms. Liu approached, calling out kids. Her hands were laden with snacks and drinks. "Refreshments. Come and get them." The students, thrilled, rushed towards her. Ms. Liu excitedly handed out the treats. "Snacks, drinks, ice packs, take whatever you need. Just let me know. Train hard, everyone. I'll be right here with you." Ms. Liu beamed, embracing the students. "If you beat Class A14, I'll treat you all to pizza." The class erupted in cheers. "Ms. Liu is the best. Pizza, here we come." From the sidelines, the Class A14 students watched with disdain. "Pizza? Keep dreaming." Later that evening, Yin shouts echoed. "Yin-Chi, let me go. I'm not eating a late-night snack." Yin-Chi held her back, concerned. "You've been studying for 2 nights straight. Are you trying to get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Get some rest. You won't miss these few minutes." He pulled her towards the canteen. 2 sausages and 2 yogurts, please." The canteen owner cheerfully replied, "Okay, handsome. That'll be 8 yuan." Suddenly, a rude young man cut in line. "2 spicy sticks, please." Yin Shi tried to remain polite, said, "Hey, don't cut in line." The Class A-14 student turned around. Well, if it isn't the top student, Yin Shi, competing against us." He sneered. "Oh, excuse me, I should call you upperclassman Yin Shi. After all, you did repeat a year." A strange, heavy silence descended upon the canteen. Laughter and chatter evaporated, replaced by a thick, tense quiet that prickled the skin. Everyone felt the shift. Whispers rippled through the students of Class A-14, a low murmur spreading like a virus. "He repeated a year and still got into the rocket class? Aren't there rules against that? I bet he pulled some strings. Maybe if I slip someone some cash, I could get into the rocket class too." The girl's companion clapped a hand over her mouth. "Shut up. Do you want to get overheard?" Yin Shi gave a bitter laugh. He heard the whispers, the rumors, the accusations swirling around him. Each word was a tiny dart, pricking at his composure, adding to the dull ache of frustration and hurt. He ignored them, treating them as if they were invisible, focusing intently on his task. "Here's your payment, ma'am." The canteen worker smiled. "Thank you, dear." Having been thoroughly ignored, the other student scowled, his face twisting with irritation. He raised a hand as if to strike, his frustration evident in every twitch and gesture, ratcheting up the tension. "Hey, you ignoring me?" Yin Shi raised an eyebrow. Just then, Wu Ninian stepped forward, intercepting the boy's hand with a lightning-fast movement. Her eyes blazed with anger, a sharp, unwavering glare that radiated a steely resolve. "Have you washed your hands? Do you think you could just touch him like that?" The boy gritted his teeth, resentment and humiliation warring on his face, but he remained silent, unwilling to challenge her further. He accepted the situation with a sullen, dissatisfied expression. Yin Shi looked at Wu Ninian, his face etched with concern, his eyes reflecting a deep worry. Every tense line spoke of his anxiety. "Ninian," he began, but she cut him off with a sharp shove. The force of her push sent the other boy stumbling backward, his balance lost. The decisiveness of her action heightened the tension. Then, with fierce protectiveness, she raised her voice, her words ringing out in the sudden quiet. "First place in the provincial math competition, second in physics, third in biology." Her voice was thick with barely contained fury, each word laced with a raw, simmering anger. He achieved all of that in 10th grade. Her eyes were icy, her gaze sharp and emotionless, radiating an absolute, unwavering conviction. "Can you boast of achievements like that?" The boy's hand clenched into a fist again, his disrespect and cowardice plain to see. "Wu Ninian, are you asking for a beating?" The girl beside him grabbed his arm. "He's itching for a fight again. Stop it." Undeterred, Wu Ninian continued, her voice firm and unwavering. "Even if Yin Shi got into the rocket class through connections after repeating a year, it's still a valuable asset to the school. Isn't your mother a teacher too? But your grades are so poor, even your connections couldn't get you in. After all, you did repeat a year." "Ugh, I'm covering my ears. I can't stand this," the female student muttered. "If they think we're so pathetic, they should prove it on the field instead of running their mouths. My ears are ringing from all this negativity. Honestly, it's like being nice just invites trouble." The girl beside her tried to calm the aggressive Class A-14 student, urging him to stop before things escalated. Her face etched with worry, she intervened, desperately trying to de-escalate the situation and keep it from spiraling out of control. She quickly took Yin Shi's hand and pulled him away as everyone stared in bewilderment. "Yin Shi, let's go," she said. Yin Shi passively followed, a look of pure joy and happiness spreading across his face. He was reminded of a time when they were children, when she had held his hand and smiled at him just like this. "Yin Shi, don't be sad," she had said. "Your parents will make up after a few days. The sand dunes by the river are really high. Let's climb them together." She had let go of his hand, and he had quickly taken it back. They were running when Yin Shi suddenly stopped. Wu Ninian frowned and turned back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yin Shi held her hand tightly and spoke sincerely. "You don't hate me anymore? I thought you'd ignored me since middle school." Wu Ninian's heart pounded in her chest. Still, she stubbornly denied it. "As if I'd ever care about you. I just can't stand that guy. Let go of my hand. What if someone sees us?" Yin Shi held on tight, pulling her closer. "You're lying. If you don't tell me the truth, I won't let go." Her heart beat even faster. Blushing, she finally admitted, "Fine, I don't hate you anymore." "Happy now?" A happy smile spread across Yin Shi's face. They chatted excitedly as they walked. "Why haven't you let go of my hand yet?" Wu Ninian asked. He replied casually, "There's no one around, and besides, didn't we always hold hands when we were little?" Exasperated, she exclaimed, "You idiot! It's different now." He laughed at her flustered expression. "Haha, you're blushing." The next morning at military training, a female student ran while lamenting, "Ugh, I'm dying." Because of the competition, the instructor made us run 2 laps first thing in the morning. "Oh, Mom, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have come to school. I should have stayed in bed." Her eyes were fixed ahead, filled with utter despair. She looked at the long legs of the girl in front of her and sighed. "Wow, such long legs. If I had legs like that, I wouldn't be stuck running at the back." But the long-legged girl finished last, utterly exhausted. The girl swayed unsteadily, prompting the first girl to wonder, "Wow, with legs like that, she still couldn't beat me? Hey, what are you doing?" Nian Yin, completely drained, wiped the sweat from her brow, her face a mask of fatigue and tension. Every movement betrayed her exhaustion as she struggled to regain her composure. The girl beside her looked even worse. She looked as though she might collapse at any moment, her face pale and her breath coming in ragged gasps. The strain and exhaustion were etched on her features. The instructor's voice rang out, "Wu Ninian, second place. Yang Xiaoting last." The instructor spoke sternly, "I'll be keeping a closer eye on you two from now on." They could only manage a breathless, "Thank you, instructor." Shouting muttered under her breath, her words laced with frustration and disappointment. Each syllable dripped with resentment and a sense of unfairness. Shouting kept her voice low, trying to avoid further trouble. "This is so annoying. Maybe I should just pretend to faint tomorrow." Her eyes widened, gleaming with a sudden spark of inspiration. The light in her eyes reflected a world of emotion and a touch of mischief. Nian Yin gazed at those soulful windows, sighing in admiration. "Such beautiful eyes," she breathed, her own eyes filled with awe. The rhythmic thud of approaching footsteps caught everyone's attention. Loud and clear, the sound drew all eyes, creating a palpable tension in the air. A sense of anticipation, thick with apprehension, settled over the group. Yunqi and Lin too hurried forward, their movements sharp and decisive, conveying a sense of urgency to those around them. They began to report, but before they could utter a word, they were met with a stern reprimand from the instructor. Frozen in place, their faces etched with shock and helplessness, they were unable to react. The unexpected and harsh criticism seemed to have turned them to stone. "Late, 40 push-ups each." Lin Tu raised his hand tentatively, reporting, "Instructor, I'm not feeling well. I can't do push-ups." Yin Shi, standing beside him, muttered a warning, "Don't even think about slacking off." Just when they thought they might get away with it, the instructor, with a mischievous glint in his eye, offered a twisted alternative. "All right then, Yin Shi, you hold on to Lin Tuesday." Both of them stared, dumbfounded by the bizarre punishment. A mixture of amusement and bewilderment painted their faces. They exchanged incredulous glances, unsure if the instructor was serious. Nian Yin, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Hold on to him?" Meanwhile, Shouting was preoccupied with a single thought. "Why haven't we been dismissed yet?" Yun Qi jumped up, vehemently protesting the punishment. Anger and frustration radiated from him with every movement. His face, set in a grimace of defiance, clearly displayed his refusal. "You can beat me to death, but I won't do push-ups with him." Lin Tu, resigned, spoke up again, reporting, "I think I can manage on my own now, instructor." The instructor added a warning, "Any more fuss, and you'll both do 80 while holding each other." At that, the two boys reluctantly complied, their eyes filled with apprehension. Each movement was hesitant and shaky as they tried to follow the instructions, despite their reluctance. "Yes, sir," they mumbled. The instructor, losing patience, snapped, "Do you two intend to hold that pose until tomorrow?" Yun Qi and Lin Tu maintained a careful distance, refusing to begin the push-ups. Inwardly, they were screaming, absolutely unwilling to lower themselves. "Don't push down! Don't push down!" Nian Yin, her blood boiling with excitement, thought, "This is better than free entertainment." Shouting, content, relished the opportunity to rest. Suddenly, Lin Tu spoke up, reporting, "Instructor, wait a moment." He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and covered his face with his cap. Then, feeling slightly better, he announced, "We can begin now." Seeing Yun Chi add his own cap on top of Lin Tu's, Nyan heart protested. "No, no," she cried, jumping up. "Too fast. I can't see properly," she lamented. Shouting continued to savor the rare moment of respite. The breeze is so nice, she thought. The instructor, however, was pleased. "Not bad. A good seedling," he mused. The two boys, shivering, vowed to themselves, "We will never be late again." The instructor's voice boomed, "Down, lower." He was now drilling Shouting and Yin, who were behind him. "Don't stop until you reach the line." Next came the exercise of balancing water bottles on their heads. Shouting, losing her balance, cried, "The bottle! I can't." The instructor, observing from nearby, continued, "5 more minutes. Persevere." Shouting, exhausted, could no longer stand straight. Even as the instructor yelled, "Get up, continue." Yang shouting, "Pull yourself together," she struggled. Then the instructor ordered them to run 3 more laps before resting. The two boys, breathless, obeyed, then collapsed onto the ground, enjoying their ice cream. "The drill instructor is so strict," one gasped. "Nyan, do you think they can handle it?" Suddenly, Lin Tu approached and offered an explanation. "Actually, the instructor cares about them a lot. Every training session is in the shade, and they get plenty of breaks." Yin Chi smiled brightly. "Oh, so that's how it is." The two locked eyes, a silent tension between them. Thoughts flew back and forth, each scrutinizing the other. "He actually started a conversation with me, and he's eating the same ice cream as me. Does he like me? This is terrifying. I didn't realize it was him. Suddenly, I don't even want this ice cream anymore." After the training, the instructor dismissed them. "You all rest. I'm going to check on the others." The two girls, exhausted, sighed. "Take your time, instructor." A sudden voice startled Nyan, who was taking a drink. "Hey, Nyan." Shouting, weary and drained of energy, spoke in a faint whisper, the exhaustion evident in her voice. "How did you faint last time? Teach me. If this keeps up, I'm going to die and meet my ancestors." Nyan was so shocked she spat out her water. She explained with all her remaining energy, "Last time wasn't on purpose. Running 5 laps on an empty stomach? It's a miracle I didn't collapse sooner." Hearing this, a light bulb seemed to go off in Shouting's head. A brilliant, groundbreaking idea. Fresh possibilities began to form, opening up a whole new path. "Oh, that's a good idea. I won't eat today, either." Nyan frantically tried to dissuade her friend. "Yang Xia Oting, don't play around with your life." Suddenly, 3 young men began gossiping amongst themselves. "In the second row of the next class, there's a super cute girl. Did you guys see her? The one with the impressive chest." The 2 girls instantly fell silent, sitting up straight. The sound of heavy footsteps accompanied their boisterous laughter. "Perverts, staring at girls all day. Aren't you the same?" Nyan and Shouting froze, speechless. The boys walked on, arms slung around each other's shoulders, continuing their lively discussion. "Check out that blonde girl from earlier. Man, she's dark. Did you guys see that? So dark, and she's got those braids so country bumpkin." Shouting bit her lip, her face crumpling. Anger flashed across her features, her eyes glistening, her brows furrowed in frustration and discomfort. "How dare they? I heard everything." She glanced at Nyan, worry and unease flooding her. The tension in her eyes reflected her hidden fear. "Shouting, is she okay?" Shouting hung her head, dejected, as if burdened by a deep sadness. Her despair deepened the heavy atmosphere around them. She clenched her fists, trying to contain the waves of emotion surging within her, but keeping her composure. Nyan's eyes filled with empathy. She stood up abruptly, fists clenched, her indignation overflowing. "How can you make fun of someone like that? Apologize." The 3 young men stopped in their tracks, startled and surprised. Shouting grabbed Nyan's hand, whispering urgently, trying to calm her anger. "Let go, Nyan. I'm fine. There are 3 of them. What if we get into a fight?" The 3 young men glared menacingly, their eyes cold and hard like street thugs. "Hey, Shorty, who are you yelling at?" Nyan refused to back down, her gaze fixed on them. Shouting, unwilling to cause any more trouble, pleaded, "Nyan, it's okay. Let's just go." Shouting's hands trembled with rising fury. The 3 young men continued their aggressive, threatening taunts. "Damn you. You dare glare at me? Looking for a death wish, huh?" Nyan suddenly stood up, her movements sharp and decisive. She yelled, abandoning her initial intention to remain a civilized observer. unable to contain her impulsive reaction any longer. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. Why do you care so much about me? Are you my son? Or my little brother? So damn nosy. You look like a QR code. Useless unless scanned. If I'm dark-skinned, it's because my mother gave birth to me that way. Unlike you, probably born in some ditch. Is that head on your neck just for show? You think you're so tough. Having delivered this verbal onslaught, Nyin clicked her tongue dismissively. All right, you can scram now. A chilling aura emanated from her, making the boys shiver in fear and retreat without another word. The boys, thoroughly intimidated, scurried away. Crazy, shouting stared at Nyin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh my God, Nyin, you were so cool. But a second later, Nyinyin's bravado crumbled, and she collapsed to the ground. Oh my God, I was so scared. Mom! She gulped down some water to regain her composure. Shouting knelt beside her, concerned. Hey, are you okay? Are you still dizzy? Nyin sighed. I'm fine, I'm okay. Oh no! Nyinyin's eyes widened in panic. She wailed in regret. Almost had it. I almost fainted and got out of training. Now I'm awake again. What am I going to do? Shouting, standing beside her, could only offer a helpless shrug. Honestly, a moment later, Nyin spoke with sincere gratitude. Wu Nyin, thank you, Shouting said, her eyes wide with emotion. Nyin confessed her hidden feelings. Actually, I'm used to people saying things like that. Nyin recounted the dark memory. When I was little, the boys nicknamed me Black Loach. One time, there was a loach on the TV in class, and they all pointed and laughed at me. Look, it's Black Loach. She sighed wearily. At first, I cared. I was sad and angry. But after being teased so much, I got used to it. I stopped caring. I even started to laugh it off. After all, everyone prefers fairer skin, and that's something I can't change. Nyin forced a cheerful smile. So you didn't need to stand up for me. Shouting protested loudly. No way. Then, looking down, she recalled her own unpleasant memories. In middle school, I had a scar on my face, and they drew me as a pirate and passed it around the class. Thinking about it now, I still think they were horrible. I wish I could have punched them all. Nyin listened intently to Shouting's story. Overcome with emotion, Shouting's eyes filled with tears. How can you forget something like being ridiculed? Nyin empathized with her feelings. Then, she comforted Shouting. And I think you're incredibly pretty, especially your eyes, Shouting. You're not dark at all. They're the ones who need to get their eyes checked. Nyin giggled. Silly, you've got snot running down your nose. Wipe it. You're very pretty when you're not crying. They chatted animatedly for the rest of the afternoon. But where's your scar? On the left side, under my chin. Right here. What? I can't see anything. How is that possible? You should get your eyes checked. I think you should get yours checked, silly. A startled voice interrupted them. The tension in the air thickened, drawing everyone's attention. A teacher rushed over, his face etched with worry and concern. He quickly began asking questions, trying to gather information and understand the situation so he could respond appropriately. A male student clutched his leg, his face contorted in pain. Each spasm brought a fresh wave of agony. What happened? I twisted my left ankle. It hurts so much. The instructor arrived to examine the injury. With practice care and professional precision, he assessed the damage. The ankle was already red and swollen. It's badly swollen. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. Instructor Han Dong carefully helped the student to his feet, supporting him every step of the way. He ensured each movement was slow and steady. Can you put weight on your left foot? Be careful with your right. Try not to move it too much. A phone rang urgently. Hello, Teacher Liu. A student in my class has twisted his ankle. Could you come to the hospital later to check on him? Teacher Liu agreed readily. Yes, I'll be right there. The male student, lost in thought, stared into the distance, his expression troubled. He seemed consumed by a whirlwind of complex emotions and thoughts. Overwhelmed by remorse and guilt, the student replayed his previous disrespectful behavior towards the teacher. The weight of his transgression pressed heavily upon him. Each passing moment felt heavy and uncomfortable. He lowered his head slightly. His voice was low and sincere, each word laden with regret. I'm sorry, he murmured, desperate to atone for his actions and regain the respect he had lost. About what happened last time, I'm so sorry. But the teacher had already dismissed the incident. What are you talking about? The student, embarrassed, stammered, It's nothing, sir. A girl smiled, radiating the contented satisfaction of a fan witnessing a favorite couple's interaction. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, as if a long-held wish had finally come true. Oh my gosh, he's holding his waist. Shouting, standing beside her, looked on with puzzled confusion. The scene unfolding before her was difficult to comprehend. She observed silently, her mind buzzing with questions. He's smiling. That's so weird. The other girls began to react, their expressions softening with dawning understanding. Their eyes lit up as realization and emotion washed over them. They were finally seeing the genuine connection before them. "Don't you think the instructor is actually really nice?" one whispered. "Yeah," another agreed. "He's just strict during training. Last time, he even gave us sugar water. He's so handsome, and his posture is perfect. Aside from his icy demeanor, he's flawless." One girl couldn't contain her joy. Happiness surged through her like a tidal wave, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Everyone finally likes the instructor," she exclaimed. A sharp whistle cut through the quiet air, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. The sudden sound shattered the stillness, instantly grabbing everyone's attention and foreshadowing the excitement and tension to come. "Next, we invite all the instructors to perform a military martial arts demonstration for the teachers and students." The instructors performed with focused seriousness. Every movement and gesture exuded professionalism and dedication. Each action was executed with precision and care, creating an impressive and dignified display that reflected the seriousness of their commitment to teaching and their values. The crowd cheered and applauded enthusiastically. A vibrant, energetic sound resonated through the air. Cheers and applause fueled the instructors, creating an atmosphere buzzing with excitement. "Oh my God, that's so cool!" Shouting whispered, her voice full of awe. Even though it's tiring, the instructors are still going strong. Their fists clenched, eyes bright with focus. Each movement displayed dedication and passion, making the performance captivating and dynamic. Despite the lively atmosphere, the instructors maintained a serious and disciplined demeanor. "Instructor Handong's rasa." "Oh my God, Teacher Lu is looking at me. I can't mess this up. I have to look even cooler, so she'll be impressed." He lifted his leg, preparing for a flashy move, but in a moment of distraction, he kicked Instructor Han Dong squarely in the face. Instructor Han Dong cried out in shock and embarrassment. "Well, Han, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Han Dong, maintaining his professionalism, replied, "It's all right. Don't worry about it. Just focus on the performance." Nyin thought to herself, did Instructor A14 just kick our instructor in the face? After the break, Instructor Han Dong sat nursing a drink when Teacher Lu approached. "Instructor Han Dong," she called. He looked up surprised. Teacher Lu held a first aid kit. "See, I knew you wouldn't take care of that injury." Teacher Lu carefully instructed him. "This is saline solution and anti-inflammatory cream." Instructor Han Dong blushed, embarrassed. "Thank you, but it's just a small injury." As she applied the cream, Teacher Lu scolded him gently. "With a handsome face like yours, you can't afford to have a scar. You really need to take better care of yourself." She leaned in close. Instructor Han Dong's inner monologue screamed, "She smells so good." Teacher Lu's beautiful face and captivating, glossy lips made his heart flutter. Instructor Han Dong, flustered, turned his head away. Teacher Lu's voice rose, sharp as a hawk. "Hey, I wasn't doing anything. Why are you closing your eyes?" Instructor Han Dong stammered, his thoughts scattering. "Allergies. Just allergies." A firm voice rang out, strong and decisive, filling the space like an undeniable command. "Tomorrow, military training ends. Today is the final session." Instructor Han Dong barked out orders, his voice powerful and authoritative. "Straighten your lines. Don't stop until I say so." A resounding, "Yes, sir," echoed back, a unified and determined response. There were no objections, no resistance. This unusual compliance left Instructor Han Dong feeling strangely unsettled, as if he'd walked into the wrong class. The students' silence and obedience created a sense of unease. Why are they so cooperative today? He wondered. Below, the students whispered amongst themselves. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the air, creating a vibrant buzz that filled the space with a restless energy. "Don't you think the bandage on Instructor Han Dong's face looks a little off?" "Isn't that from one of the girls?" someone whispered. "Quiet. Do you want to be punished with frog jumps?" another hissed. Despite the stern warning, the cutesy bandage plastered on Han Dong's face clashed hilariously with his gruff commands. The contrast was both unexpected and amusing. "1, 2, 1, 2. Teacher Lu's voice caught his attention. drawing his gaze towards her. He couldn't tear his eyes away, as if every syllable she uttered held some profound meaning he couldn't afford to miss. Teacher Liu, I'm telling you, blah blah blah, and so on. Instructor. Han Dong remained fixated on Teacher Liu's back, his gaze lingering on her every subtle movement, captivated by an inexplicable allure. Each moment felt charged with a strange magnetism. Nian Yin, bewildered, wondered aloud. What's going on? Hasn't Instructor Han given the order yet? Her eyes widened with a mixture of panic and concern, her inner turmoil plain to see. This is bad. If this keeps up, she glanced towards Lin Tu, the handsome, serious boy in front of her. If this keeps up, I'm going to crash right into him. She clenched her hands together, a silent prayer escaping her lips, her every breath, laced with a potent blend of anxiety and hope. It was as if she poured every ounce of faith and longing into her fervent plea. Instructor, please call a halt. Wait, maybe bumping into him wouldn't be so bad. No, that's not right. I can't just go throwing myself at him. A sudden thud echoed through the air. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Well, there's no escaping fate, she sighed. I bumped into someone, but it wasn't Lin Tuesday. It was Yin Shi. He flashed her a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with kindness and amusement, like a gentle light illuminating the space around them. Clumsy girl, he chuckled. Can't you even walk straight? Nian Yin's heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a frantic pulse against the rising tide of nervousness that threatened to overwhelm her. Laughter erupted around them, filling the air with a joyous cacophony. Yin Shi, someone called out. Nian Yin, you're the only one still walking forward. Everyone else stopped ages ago. That night, Nian Yin tossed and turned, replaying the moment Yin Shi had called her clumsy. A strange flutter stirred within her. Were we just standing too close? Why did my heart race like that? Shouting's voice startled her. Nian Yin, she shouted. Nian Yin yelped, nearly falling out of bed. Shouting, what was that for? Shouting shrugged. I called you like 5 times. You were totally spaced out. Thinking about a certain boy, perhaps? Nian Yin stammered, what? No, I was studying. Shouting held up 2 bottles of sunscreen. Which one of these do you think is better? Nian Yin considered them. I think the one on the left is cuter. They grabbed the chosen sunscreen and headed to the checkout. Do you think this stuff actually works? Nian Yin mused. Shouting, ever confident, replied, my mom uses it all the time. Just wait and see. You'll be glowing in no time. Passing a jewelry store, Nian Yin paused. That jewelry store looks nice. Should we check it out? Shouting readily agreed. Sure. Inside, they gasped at the dazzling display. So much jewelry. It's all so beautiful. Nian Yin's eyes suddenly locked onto something, her expression transfixed. She observed the instructor before her, dressed in the standard uniform, but also wearing a mask and sunglasses, disguised like some kind of ninja. This person was truly suspicious. She noticed the bandage. Could that bandage be? She shouted, startling him. Instructor Han, she declared with certainty, it really is Teacher Liu. Before he could react, he blurted out, no way. Instructor Han Dong was equally surprised. Nian Yin? Shouting, he struggled to regain his composure, his voice laced with concern as he probed. What are you two doing here? Nian Yin wondered inwardly, curiosity and suspicion quietly rising within her, prompting her to ponder the unfolding situation. Shouldn't we be asking you that? Shouting whispered her suspicions, her words soft but laced with doubt. So, Instructor Han has this kind of hobby. A thought sparked in Shouting's mind. Dramatic and thrilling scenarios played out in her imagination. Tense and intense situations unfolded, her mind spinning with unexpected possibilities. Could it be that by day he's an icy instructor, but by night he's a cross-dressing kingpin, captivating hearts? Shouting mused, a touch of self-impressed drama in her thoughts. To think he's been hiding it so well. He must be suffering. Nian Yin was speechless, a look of bewilderment on her face. Shouting, you've been reading too much fiction. She peered closer, a realization dawning on her. Small details others might miss became clear, illuminating the situation. A bow tie? She pondered inwardly. Could it be a gift for Teacher Liu? Instructor Han Dong blushed, embarrassment flooding his features. His voice stuttered, each word halting and fragmented as he fought to control his swirling emotions. The tension and shame made his words difficult and disjointed. She understood his flustered state, just as she suspected. Quickly, she stepped in to rescue him from his awkward predicament. Her tact and sensitivity eased the tension. Instructor Han must be getting a gift for his mother, right? Instructor Han Dong gratefully seized the lifeline. Yes, for my mother. A gift for my mother. Shouting remained unconvinced. Isn't that a bit too young? Yin pressed her suggestion. Don't you think there's something his mother would like more? Instructor Han Dong momentarily became clueless. Like what? The next day, Shouting handed Yin a bottle of water. She was panting, each breath heavy and rapid, her exhaustion and tension evident. Thanks, Shouting. Shouting consoled her. Yin, drink up. It's not even your turn yet. Yin was incredibly stressed. This is no good. I'm too tense. I need to run or I'll go crazy. Look, I've got goosebumps. But what Shouting really noticed was, wow, that's a lot of arm hair. Shouting, still pondering, asked, are you sure that gift is suitable for Instructor Han's mother? It just feels too youthful. Yin took a long swig of water and calmly replied, don't worry, I have a good eye for these things. The murmurs of the crowd rose around them. Look, our class hottie has a girl coming to see him. A shy girl approached hesitantly. Excuse me, could I possibly get your Instagram? Shouting happily gossiped, adding more fuel to the fire. I heard 6 girls have already asked Lin Tu for his contact info. And today, it seems like it's the hot girl from class 12. The girl stepped forward, flipping her hair cutely. Lin Tu s'était retreating bakwa. Yin's eyes widened, and she stood up. Shouting, let's go get some spicy sticks. Shouting nodded. Okay. As they walked, Shouting asked curiously, didn't you just eat a whole bag this morning? Yin replied, my record is 5 bags in one day. Back with Lin Tu, the girl persistently held out her phone. Give me a number, pretty please. Lin Tu remained indifferent, standing up and flatly refusing. Sorry, I don't have a phone. Yet, the girl seemed as happy as if she'd met a celebrity. It's okay. Just talking to you is enough. Your voice is so nice. Lin Tu walked away to read his book, leaving the other boys green with envy. The taste of girls these days is so strange. Yeah, tell me about it. I don't understand what's so great about a weakling who can't even do a single push-up. Yin Chi's eyes flashed. Lin Tu remained absorbed in his book, oblivious to the ongoing gossip. Seeing everyone's excitement, Yin Chi, standing nearby, tossed a water bottle into the trash can. The clang silenced the boys. Yin Chi stepped forward, an air of authority about him. Lin Tu, he's a second year, right? You guys are already in your third year. The 2 boys froze, scowling inwardly. Who's talking about you, punk? They stomped off in a huff. I was just saying. Yin Chi mumbled. What's wrong, Lin Tu? You were just laughing and talking with us. Lin Tu stared at Yin Chi, his eyes filled with gratitude. Noticing the stare, Yin Chi quickly clarified, I didn't do it for you. I just think they're too nosy. Lin Tu looked bewildered. Huh, I didn't say anything, Lin Tu replied. Yin Chi continued tapping on his phone, sighing. You're pretty patient, though. Lin Tu's eyes held a thoughtful expression. It's not patience. I just don't think it's worth paying attention to. Otherwise, it'll just drag on. Besides, there are plenty of people waiting for you to give them a reason to mess with you. Yin Chi burst out laughing. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so funny. Lin Tu looked confused. Is there something funny? Their conversation flowed, their voices filling the air. All right, I'll take you to train. Train for what? Don't you like Jin Yang's novels? I'll train you to be a martial arts master. We'll start with 10 sit-ups. Lan tu sigid. We're not that close. Delicious, glistening watermelon slices, inviting you to take a bite. The enticing display, along with the announcement, created a captivating scene that made everyone's mouths water. Now, commencing the watermelon scramble. Instructor Han Dong continued. Everyone has worked hard during training. I've also selected the participants for the wheelbarrow race later. She spoke with carefully chosen words, expressing herself clearly. Yin Chi, you know older brothers should let their younger sisters win, right? But Yin Chi wasn't one to back down easily. He presented his reasons logically and persuasively, firmly defending his viewpoint. Yin, don't you know about gender equality? Their eyes locked, and sparks seemed to fly between Yun-Chi and Yin-Yin. Neither was willing to give an inch. Equally matched in this battle of wills, each was determined to hold their ground, creating a tense and fierce standoff. They began to challenge each other. The air crackled with tension and determination. Every word was a lever, asserting their dominance and vying for the upper hand. "Let's make a bet," Yun-Chi declared. "If I win, you give me back my Dan-mei and buy me a week's worth of magazines. If you win, I'll bring you breakfast for 5 days. Deal? Don't cry too hard later." Yun-Chi's gaze was sharp, radiating confidence and meticulous preparation in every move. Yin-Yin's expression was equally serious, every line of her face etched with focus and tension, as if she were listening intently and seriously to every detail. The instructor's voice boomed. "All right, get ready. Prepare to fight for the watermelon." The instructor yelled, "Begin." In a flash, they were grappling, their hands moving like lightning to snatch the piece of watermelon. Every gesture was fierce and powerful, neither willing to yield in this dramatic struggle. Their classmates watched in awe, amazed and impressed by the intensity of the competition. Their eyes couldn't tear away from the thrilling, heated contest. "Whoa, they're so fast," someone exclaimed. "Wow, they're really going at it." The watermelon slice hung, suspended in the air between them. 200 pairs of eyes watched with bated breath, each person sensing the weight of every moment in this fierce competition. Yin-Yin leaped, reaching out to seize the golden opportunity. Her agility and decisiveness drew gasps from the onlookers. Each movement was precise and determined, refusing to miss this rare chance. She raised her hand high, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. "My manga," she thought. But Yun-Chi's hand ruthlessly pushed her head down, and he snatched the watermelon slice. Her smile vanished. Yun-Chi savored the watermelon with relish, not forgetting to tease her. "Haha, even jumping couldn't beat my knee. Dying of thirst so good." Yin-Yin fumed, unable to swallow her frustration. "Yun-Chi, you jerk. You dare to push my head. So annoying." All the boys in the class yielded to the girls, except for Yun-Chi, who hadn't, and Lin Tu, who hadn't needed to fight for his. Unexpectedly, Lin Tu offered his watermelon to Yin-Yin. "Yin-Yin, you eat it." She shyly waved her hand in refusal. "No need." Lin Tu gently placed it in her hand. "I'm not hungry." Yin-Yin was overjoyed. "Thank you." But her happiness was short-lived. Lin Tu's stomach rumbled loudly. Mortified, she broke the watermelon in half. "Sorry, here's half. I haven't eaten this part." Lin Tu stammered awkwardly. "No, it's okay." The awkwardness was palpable. Yin-Chi shoved the watermelon slice into Lin Tu's mouth. "I'm full." "Yatmine." Lin Tu protested weakly. "Men shouldn't be so close." Yin-Chi laughed heartily. "Don't be so polite with your bro." Yin-Yin's girlish heart fluttered. He, she thought, touched it. Shouting glanced at her, assessing. "Yin-Yin, you're smiling so creepily." The instructor stood solemnly and announced the next participants in the competition. Bang Xiaoming, Li Xiong. The next pair called were Wu Yin-Yin and Yun-Chi. Lin Tu and Yang Shouting weren't spared either. "Xiao Ting Violet, threatening to beat the instructor on." "Teacher, are you going to lose like this? I'm the youngest." Yin-Yin has to try and stop her. Lin Tu also vehemently protested. "Instructor, don't be impulsive. I volunteered to give up my spot." Only Yun-Chi seemed cheerful and confident, taking it all in stride. Instructor Han Dong explained his decision. "Actually, the result isn't important. As long as you can seriously complete the training, that's enough. Besides, everyone has their weaknesses, but they also have their strengths. Yin-Yin's endurance is poor, but her explosive power is strong. Lin Tu lacks strength, but he's very agile. Shouting is indeed the youngest, but you won't be participating this time. Later, you might not have another opportunity to compete." The instructor emphasized the importance of teamwork. Competing and exercising with your classmates is a valuable experience. "I hope you all cherish this opportunity." Shouting reluctantly agreed. "Fine." Lin Tu also accepted the decision. "Thank you, instructor." Suddenly, a small, pretty bee appeared, drawn to the sweet watermelon. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with screams and shouts of bee. "Wasp!" Everyone scattered in 8 different directions. "That bee is huge. Oh my God, it's coming towards me." Ms. Liu, also terrified, grabbed someone's hand and ran, only to stumble into Instructor Han Dong. The sweet scene was a feast for the onlookers' eyes. Both blushed, embarrassed. Ms. Liu stood up and turned away, flustered. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she stammered. Instructor Han Dong, equally flustered, replied, "It's okay." Then, Yunqi approached with a smile, feigning innocence. Nian, are you looking for me to specifically apologize for the bump on my head? She smiled brightly, full of hope. I have a favor to ask. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The students' excited chatter filled the air. The atmosphere buzzed with enthusiasm and joy, creating a lively and vibrant scene, making the space more animated than ever. Have you heard? The cart-pushing competition between Class A2, the Rockets, and Class A14, known for their strength, is about to begin. They chattered excitedly. The lively exchanges continued nonstop. Everyone excitedly shared their thoughts and feelings. What? Didn't that rocket class already lose? Come on, let's go watch the fun. At this moment, she felt incredibly tense. Her hands and feet were constantly being rubbed and massaged for comfort. Each movement was a way to soothe the waves of anxiety rising within her. Her worry was evident in every gesture, creating an image of both patience and awkwardness. Oh no, so many people are watching. Shouting beside her prayed, putting all her faith in a higher power. I'm doomed. My tarot reading only gave me 3 stars today. Nian pulled her friend up, bolstering her spirits. Every movement was filled with energy and determination, like a fresh surge of strength, helping Shouting regain her confidence. It was a powerful source of encouragement amidst the tension. Shouting, get up and warm up. Shouting remained sunk in despair, like a bottomless pit. Feelings of helplessness and sadness enveloped her every thought, preventing her from escaping the gloom and disappointment that had taken hold of her mind. We're lost. We're definitely going to lose. She spoke, her voice hoarse, each word carrying the weight of her emotions and efforts. Her struggle was evident in every syllable. Stop being so superstitious, you two. Just do as I say. Yunqi looked at her thoughtfully, his gaze filled with deep contemplation and a hint of concern, as if trying to decipher the emotions and meanings hidden behind her every gesture and word. He pondered inwardly. Each thought revolved around the relentless search for the right path, caught in a whirlwind of indecision. Was this truly the way? But was it truly right? Below, the announcer's voice boomed, cutting through the tension. The cart-pushing competition between Class A2 and Class A14 is about to begin. Contestants, please assemble. Nian gasped, struggling to tame the rising anxiety within. Stealing her resolve, she took the lead with a surge of determination. Let's go, she urged, echoing instructor Han Dong's earlier pep talk. Everyone remember, friendship first, competition second. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Compete with grace. Win or lose with dignity. The Class A14 instructor, brimming with arrogance, declared, Old Han, don't cry too hard when you lose. Instructor Han Dong, his eyes crinkling with amusement, retorted, We'll see who's crying then. The A14 instructor recoiled, astonishment etched on his face. What the? He's actually smiling? Does he have some secret weapon up his sleeve? The announcer's voice, amplified by the microphone, rang out. I'll reiterate the rules one last time. A 50-meter sprint, 3 teams total, 2 people per team. The first team runs the full 50 meters, then the second team takes the baton and runs back to the starting line. After the second team returns, the third team sprints to the finish line. The first hand to cross the finish line wins. His voice hardened. Understood. Yes, sir, the contestants chorused. Satisfied, the announcer softened his tone. Then prepare yourselves. Begin. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Go, go, go. Yunqi and Lin Tu, poised at the starting line, launched forward, eliciting gasps of admiration. So fast. Class A2 is way ahead. As expected of Yunqi and Lin Tu. Nian, watching intently, thought something about their posture seems awkward. Having completed his leg, Yunqi turned back to his teammates. All right, hurry up. The announcer's eyes widened. What a turnaround. Class A2 has taken a significant lead. The A2 supporters roared their approval, their cheers echoing through the air, electrifying the atmosphere. The infectious energy spread like wildfire, painting smiles on every face. Go, go, go. A2 forever. The announcer's voice cut through the din. Unbelievable. Class A2 is pulled ahead by more than 10 meters. Class A14 hasn't even started their handoff. The cheers continued unabated. Go. Could this really be happening? Will the rocket class actually defeat the physical education class? Lin Tu and Yunqi bent over, gasped for breath, wiping sweat from their brows. Yunqi stood, a flicker of unease in his eyes. wait. The announcer's voice boomed again. Here comes the ace of the A14 physical education class. They're catching up fast. Oh my God, they're like rockets. They've overtaken them. Class A14, propelled forward with blistering speed, smirks playing on their lips, widened the gap in the blink of an eye. The announcer's voice filled the air. Is this the true strength of the physical education students? Class A2 is in trouble, he added playfully. Everyone in the comments, guess which class will win? A frustrated yell shattered the momentary quiet. Damn it, why is there a puddle here? Lin Tu rushed to steady Yun Chi, his voice laced with concern. Be careful. It rained heavily this afternoon. Though most of the ground was dry, the training ground had a few dips where water had collected. Yun Chi sighed, dejection evident in his voice. It felt as though all their effort and hope had evaporated in an instant. What rotten luck. At least it wasn't my new shoes. He gestured towards the ongoing race. Let's keep watching. The referee's voice boomed across the training ground, loud, strong, and decisive. The last group from Class A14 is sprinting towards the finish line, but Class A2 still hasn't completed their runner changeover. A male student, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, was overwhelmed with guilt. Droplets of sweat traced paths down his face as thoughts and emotions churned within him. I'm so sorry, he choked out. Ms. Liu offered a comforting smile, soothing him with gentle and sincere words that brought him to the verge of tears. Her warmth and concern were a balm to his soul. In that moment, he felt the strength of friendship and empathy. It's okay, she reassured him. We did our best. The referee's voice rang out again, formally announcing the second group from Class A2 has finally reached the starting line. Yun Chi's eyes widened, a spark igniting within them. He snatched up a bag and yelled, his voice echoing across the field, demanding attention. Everyone stopped and listened. Mo Nim Nim. He abruptly tossed away her beloved comic book, the decisive action underscoring his resolve. Go save your comic, he commanded. Shouting, and Lin Tu stared, eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, their focus absolute. Astonishment rippled through the onlookers. They could scarcely believe what they were witnessing. The unexpected turn of events left them frozen in place, unsure how to react. Noni Neem's heart ached as she watched her precious comic book discarded so carelessly. A silent scream of anguish tore through her. It felt as if her heart were being ripped apart along with each page. That little Yun Chi, he actually threw it. That was a limited edition. Seeing her discarded treasure, she surged forward, propelled by a furious wave of anger and anxiety. She couldn't bear to witness her beloved comic treated with such disregard. She bolted towards it with incredible speed. Even the startled Class A14 competitor swerved in surprise. Oh my God, what is that? The referee's voice crackled with excitement. The last runner from Class A2 has suddenly taken off, just as I expected from the student who wore flip-flops to the opening ceremony. I can't catch no Neem. The finish line was just ahead, but Class A2 was still lagging behind. Shouting's voice was sharp with urgency. Lin Tu jumped. Lin Tu's eyes hardened with determination. She lifted her foot, poised to spring. Her gaze was locked onto the comic book. It was all she could see. But another girl's hand reached the line first. And so the winning class is Class A14. The winning class erupted in cheers, jumping, dancing, and hugging each other in a joyous celebration. Amidst the raucous celebration, No Neem collapsed to the ground, dazed, as others tried to comfort her. Neem, can you get up? Shouting sobbed, her heart heavy with bitter disappointment. Instructor Han Dong and Ms. Liu rushed to her side, trying to console her. There, don't cry, shouting. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's just a competition. In the final seconds, Class A2 relied on a burst of strength, hoping to overtake Class A14. But the sheer power of the athletic students proved too much to overcome. Brains couldn't triumph over brawn. Despite their loss, Class A2's remarkable performance would be remembered in school history. Yun Chi approached, his voice soft. Crybaby, he murmured. No Neem saw the comic book in his hand, and her heart skipped a beat, a complex wave of emotions washing over her. Yin stared at the comic book, a mixture of shock and disbelief washing over her. She was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Hadn't it just? Yun Chi smiled, trying to explain with patience and gentleness. His smile was meant to reassure her, to ease her distress. How could I really throw away your precious treasure? That was just the cover of a discarded draft. He tapped the book lightly against her head. Surprise mingled with relief, a wave of emotion washing over her. She couldn't hide her profound relief. Yin-Chi hadn't thrown away her comic book after all. The girls from Class A14 helped her up, chattering excitedly and showering her with praise. Their enthusiasm created a warm, supportive atmosphere, making her feel appreciated and encouraged. Nyin, are you alright? Can you stand? That move you guys pulled off was amazing. I thought I was watching a wildlife documentary. Nyin blinked, her mind adrift in a sea of whimsical imagery. She started imagining all sorts of scenarios, her mind wandering. The surprise and the dreamy quality of the moment made it hard to focus on the present. Her thoughts were swept away into a world of swirling emotions. A wildlife documentary. Lin too watched with a serious expression, his eyes falling on the scrape on her arm. Worry etched itself onto his face as he took in the injury. He was instantly concerned, his mind racing to find solution. Nyin, your arm is injured. You need to go to the infirmary right away. You must have fallen hard. Nyin clicked her tongue. It would have been better if it was my leg. Then maybe I'd get carried like a princess, just like in my comics. Oh well, always just a little bit off. The girl next to her looked at her quizzically. What? Nyin startled, then laughed. Haha, nothing. Suddenly, Yin-Chi swept her into his arms. The decisive action spoke volumes about his concern and his desire to protect her. His eyes, soft with care, reflected the depth of his feelings. Let me carry you to the infirmary. Happy now? Nyin froze, momentarily stunned. After a 2-second pause, a blush crept up her cheeks. Though secretly pleased, she still feigned annoyance. Put me down, you idiot. I don't need you to carry me. The onlookers chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. They get along so well, Yin-Chi retorted. When she was little, she was always clinging to me, begging to be carried. Nyinyin's heart hammered her chest. A wave of nervousness washed over her. Oh no, my heart is beating so fast. His hands are so warm. Being this close, I can almost feel his breath. This is so embarrassing. I need to say something. Her mind raced, searching for a distraction. It's such a shame, though. We were so close to winning. Yin-Chi looked at her. Actually, losing is pretty good too. Nyin looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? The prize Class A14 received was a stack of study materials, he explained. The proctor's voice rang out, laced with a strange mix of enthusiasm and awe. These materials are worth 50 NDD each. I'm impressed. The school really shelled out a lot of money to reward you all. The students of Class A14 received their prize with mixed feelings. They had won, but it didn't feel like a complete victory. Curiosity piqued. Nyin spoke up. So, what was your prize last year? Yin-Chi replied, the top student's guide to hydromancy. Hearing this, Noni jumped up, a mixture of exasperation and mock outrage in her voice. Seriously? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I've been agonizing over these comics like an idiot. Yin-Chi defended himself. Well, I saw how enthusiastic you were and didn't have the heart to tell you. Shouting, watching their exchange, sighed. Those two are at it again. Lin too stood off to the side, a bemused expression on his face. Children, he muttered. Junki, undete, kontin totis ngonium. Just think of it as extra exercise. Try to last a little longer next time. The instructor for Class A14, observing the scene, chuckled. Your class has a lot of spirit, he commented, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. Not bad in the competition, but just a little short of our Class A14. Instructor Han Dong, unfazed, simply shrugged. Yeah, as long as you're having fun. Suddenly, a group of students swarmed the Class A14 instructor, hoisting him into the air. As they tossed him upwards, they cheered. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. The instructor, a mixture of surprise and alarm in his voice, cried out, Hey, what are you doing? Wait, there's a tree ahead. Don't spread my legs. Internally, instructor Han Dong admitted, Your class is certainly enthusiastic. In the distance, Yin-Chi pointed. Look, the A14 instructor. Lin too suggested, should we give instructor Han the same treatment? But a glance at their instructor's icy expression made them quickly reconsider. On second thought, maybe not, one mumbled. Yeah, let's not, another agreed. Yin-Chi, who had already rolled up his sleeves, reluctantly lowered them. They've tormented us enough, Yin-Chi muttered, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Revenge is a dish best served eventually. The other students exchanged nervous glances. Yin-Chi, are you crazy? Lin Tu asked, closing his book. With a determined look, Yin Chi started towards the other instructor. Push-ups. You lead the way. I'll back you up. Other students, caught up in a moment, joined in. I'm in. Let's do it. Count me in. Their bravado lasted all of 2 seconds before they faltered as they approached Instructor Han Dong. In meek voices, they called out, Instructor Han. Instructor Han Dong raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? A flurry of hands reached out. Sorry, instructor. He swatted them away. How dare you? Trying to ambush me. Their attempt at rebellion was met with a chorus of yelps. Shouting, munching on a snack, commented, boys are so immature. The screaming never stops around here. She peered over at NAMA-MANGAI. Is that Yun Chi and Lin to your drawing? Why are they hugging so tightly? NAMA-MANGAI giggled, a knowing look on her face. Brotherly love. Just brotherly love. Suddenly, they noticed Ms. Liu talking to Instructor Han Dong, a noticeable limp in her step. Instructor Han, what happened? Why are you limping? Instructor Han Dong waved it off. It's nothing. Just a minor thing. Shouting gasped. Isn't that Ms. Liu and Instructor Han? Why are they together? NAMA-MANGAI pulled her down behind a bush. Hi. Shouting sighed dramatically. Seriously? Why do I always end up eavesdropping from such awkward angles? She whispered. What are they doing? Ms. Liu's voice was soft and hesitant. Are you leaving tomorrow? Instructor Han Dong replied, yes. After the military training graduation ceremony, Ms. Liu turned to leave, then paused, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Oh, by the way, how's the injury on your face? Instructor Han Dong touched his cheek, a small smile playing on his lips. It's almost healed. It wasn't anything serious. Ms. Liu bloomed a radiant smile. Her gentle and charming demeanor was like a warm ray of light. Her eyes reflected sincerity, a smile that left no scars. Instructor Han was reminded of a painful fall from his childhood, the memory of his loud, choked sobs and cries of "Mom, it hurts," echoing in his mind. And yet his mother remained indifferent, uncaring, even yelling and scolding him. How could you be so careless? I told you not to play soccer. You play all the time. Even strangers nearby tried to intervene, urging her not to be so harsh. The child is crying, but she continued to justify her anger. Boys shouldn't cry. The ointment is under the TV stand. Go put it on yourself. And then, to his utter disappointment, she cheerfully returned to her game. Not a bad hand. Mahjong. Mahjong. Now being cared for and attended to, Instructor Han Dong felt a warmth spread through him, a profound sense of happiness. He reached into his pocket, preparing to retrieve something. All right, instructor, I have a gift for you. He offered it carefully, meticulously, a gesture of genuine affection. Thank you for the Band-Aid. Ms. Liu turned away, incredibly embarrassed. Don't mention it. And you even bought a gift. If we're caught, you'll lose points. Instructor Han appeared flustered, awkward, and embarrassed. It suits you. Ms. Liu feigned reluctance, accepting it with a touch of playful vanity. Everything suits me. Thanks. Shouting, finally understanding the situation, exclaimed in surprise, so it wasn't for my mom. Nyan struggled to restrain her. Shouting, be quiet. Instructor Han Dong, holding his cap, said calmly, it's so hot today. Seeing him remove his cap, Ms. Liu remarked, your hair has gotten quite long. Instructor Han Dong rubbed his head, replying, yes, it's too long. I'll shave it tomorrow. Ms. Liu, picturing the scene, expressed her disappointment. You're going to shave it all off again, like a monk? Instructor Han Dong blushed. If you prefer it this way, I won't shave it. Ms. Liu, flustered, denied it vehemently. Who prefers it this way? Embarrassed, she stormed off in mock indignation. So narcissistic. After she left, Instructor Han Dong softly asked, is your school short on PE teachers? Ms. Liu stopped in her tracks. Instructor Han Dong continued, my 2 years of compulsory military service are almost up. I'll be discharged soon. They'll try to get my teaching certificate and see if I can pass the exam. Ms. Liu responded shyly, whether you pass or not has nothing to do with me. Instructor Han, embarrassed, replied, well, it has to do with me. Nyan, delighted, sketched the adorable moment. That evening, Ms. Liu played a game with her students. This is our last night of military training. How about we play hot potato? Everyone agreed. Okay, Ms. Liu explained the rules. When the music stops, whoever is holding the flower has to perform. The students fidgeted nervously. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Nyan became the first victim of the game. Ms. Liu smiled, her eyes fixed on the bewildered and flustered Nyan. Nyan, show us your talent. She stood up, completely frozen, as if turned to stone in that tense moment. A hush fell over the group. Around her, whispers began. What's wrong with her? She's not saying anything. She was so good good at the wheelbarrow race. It's been 5 minutes already. Are we even playing this game? This is so boring. Ms. Lu's voice soothed no neem. Just sing any song, Nyin. There's no need to be nervous. Lin Tu and Yun Chi watched her anxiously. These two were the masterminds behind the morning's game and were now sporting ridiculous tra hairstyles as punishment from Instructor Han. Nyin gulped, trying to calm herself. It's okay, she thought, though her heart hammered against her ribs. She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. An inner voice urged her on. Come on, Nyin, don't let it affect everyone's mood. Looking down, she saw a male classmate looking at her with a gentle smile. The unexpected kindness disoriented her, freezing her in place like a statue. Painful memories flooded back, humiliating moments of being teased by boys. Haha, does the drawing look like you, little tomboy? A boy had taunted, while another had chimed in, beautiful. It's got soul, a lost, wandering soul. Her hands clenched. A heavy silence blanketed the room, unbroken by a single sound. Then a hand gently took hers. Nyinyin's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze filled with astonishment. Shouting's voice broke the awkward silence, singing, "A little duck spreads its two wings." Shouting looked at her affectionately, her voice filled with cheerful encouragement. Though Nyinyin's heart still raced with anxiety, Shouting's presence gave her the courage to join in the song. Hand in hand, their voices intertwined, creating a warm and touching moment. The atmosphere shifted, becoming lively and vibrant once more. Everyone joined in the laughter and joy. What song was that? I don't know. Let's play again. A moment later, Instructor Han Dong stood up. You've all worked hard during these past few days of training. I've been a bit strict with you. I hope you can forgive me and not take it to heart. He removed his cap and bowed his head, his voice thick with emotion. I'm not good with words, so I won't say much more. In short, you are the best class I've ever taught. Ms. Lu gazed at Instructor Han, her eyes filled with emotion. Her heart swelled with a deep and sincere appreciation. The female students couldn't contain their feelings of regret, tears streaming down their faces. They sobbed openly, heartbroken and disappointed. Instructor Han, we don't want you to leave. Ms. Lu was gently wiping away her own tears when her gaze shifted to the side. Shouting was crying uncontrollably, tears flowing like a relentless downpour. Anyone watching would have thought she had just suffered a painful breakup. Seizing the golden opportunity, Ms. Lu teased, shouting, I thought you hated Instructor Han. Now that he's leaving, shouldn't you be celebrating? Why are you sitting here sobbing? Shouting leaned closer. Silly, these are tears of joy. Happy tears. With that, Shouting resumed her crying. This dreadful military training is finally over. I'm so happy. The next day, the students hurried away, filled with an indescribable joy. Goodbye, Ms. Lu. Be careful on your way back, Ms. Lu called after them. Make sure you enjoy your break to the fullest. A young man with dark hair paused. His eyes widened in surprise. Ms. Lu, he exclaimed, did you get a new necklace? It's beautiful. A female student beside him rolled her eyes. You clueless boy, it's obviously a gift. The nosy young man, his curiosity piqued, pressed further. Ooh, from who? Ms. Lu simply smiled, her face radiating a secret of happiness. On one side, Instructor Han stared intently at a piece of paper. Nyin bowed deeply as she handed it to him. Instructor Han, she said, I'm so sorry. I accidentally saw you and Ms. Lu. I hope you'll accept this drawing. In Instructor Han's hand was a sketch capturing the sweetly awkward moment the two had shared, their eyes locked in a fleeting gaze. Even after packing her belongings, Ms. Lu couldn't shake a lingering thought. She wondered if Instructor Han would like it. Shouting suddenly appeared and playfully pinched Ms. Lu's cheek. Nyin, let's go together, they chatted excitedly. There's a new boba tea shop that just opened near the school gate. We should try it sometime. Ms. Lu's attention shifted, her gaze drawn forward. Lin Tu and Yun Chi were standing outside. Finally decided to come out? Yun Chi called out, stepping forward to take her bag. Free bag-carrying service for the injured, he quipped. Lin Tu joined in, chatting cheerfully with Shouting. The competition was so exciting, just like a martial arts movie. Shouting giggled shyly. Oh, it wasn't that impressive. Yun Chi turned to Shouting. Where do you live? Across from his school, she replied. Then let's all grab something to eat together, he suggested. Watching everyone's lively chatter, Ms. Liu was reminded of her own lonely past, always alone. Noticing her standing there lost in thought, Yin-Chi nudged her gently. Hey, what are you spacing out for? I'm about to starve to death. A wave of happiness washed over Ms. Liu, and she blinked back tears, a bright smile replacing the distant look. Coming, she chirped, hurrying to join them. Youth was truly beautiful when shared with kindred spirits. She hoped everyone watching could find such friends too. Later, at the library, as they sat shoulder to shoulder reading, Shouting suddenly spoke up. Nian, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Ms. Liu looked up. What is it, Shouting? Shouting leaned in conspiratorially, a mischievous glint in her eyes. What's really going on between you and Yin-Chi? Ms. Liu's eyes widened in surprise. What are you talking about? Shouting pressed on. During military training, you two seemed really close. He even carried you like a princess. Are you two a couple? Ms. Liu playfully smacked Shouting's head to bring her back to reality. You've been reading too many novels. We grew up together, that's all. We're just childhood friends. Shouting, undeterred, continued her matchmaking efforts. Wow, so you're childhood sweethearts. Shouting, eagerly anticipating the story, continued. Tell me all about it. What was it like growing up together? Ms. Liu paused, a thoughtful expression on her face. Childhood sweethearts, huh? I guess you could say that. Our mothers have been best friends since they were in teachers' college. After graduating, they both taught at the same elementary school and lived in the same neighborhood. So naturally, they were very close. I was born a year after Yin-Chi. He always teased me when we were little. My mom would often scold him. Yin-Chi, why are you pinching her cheeks again? But he'd just laugh and say, little Nian cries so cutely. My memories from back then are hazy, but there's one thing I'll never forget. It was a summer day when I was in 3rd grade. The cicadas were buzzing loudly, and I ran up to him excitedly. Yin-Chi, I said, let's go on a big adventure. Let's collect cicada shells. Yin-Chi was engrossed in a video game. Undeterred, I continued my enthusiastic invitation, my face beaming with excitement. I brought a big jar. Let's go. Yin-Chi, exasperated, couldn't contain his frustration. He yelled, his voice laced with annoyance. Seriously, what's with the yelling? You're gonna make me press the wrong button. It took me forever to get to the last level. Nian shrank back, murmuring, I'm sorry. Yin-Chi continued to grumble, his complaints a steady stream of discontent. Nian, don't you have any friends? Why are you always at my house? Are you my shadow or something? Hurt and angry, Nian cried out, her voice thick with disappointment. I hate you. I hate you the most in the world. Yin-Chi remained unfazed, his attention glued to his game. As Nian walked away, shame washed over her, each step heavy with dejection. I don't care about you anymore. I'm never coming to see you again. Yin-Chi, still engrossed in his game, simply replied, oh good. Tears streaming down her face, Nian ran off, muttering, all he cares about is his stupid game. I'll go catch fireflies by myself. And so, she made her way to the woods, a small flicker of determination replacing her sadness. My jar is full. She carefully placed the fireflies into her jar, trying to convince herself. It's fun playing alone, too. Finished, she slowly climbed down from the tree. Time to go home. Her eyes widened in terror. Before her, coiled and menacing, was a huge snake. A scream ripped through her, tears of pure fright blurring her vision. A snake. Her legs trembled, and a gust of wind snatched her hat from her head. Clinging desperately to a branch, her hands shaking, her cries intensified. Fear, raw and overwhelming, consumed her, squeezing the breath from her lungs. A wave of despair washed over her, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. The frantic voices of their mothers echoed through the air. Yin-Chi's mother paced anxiously. Nian isn't here. It's getting dark, and she's still not home. Yin-Chi, looking sheepish, admitted she said she was going to catch fireflies. She left this afternoon. His mother rounded on him, furious. What? Why didn't you go with her? Nian's mother tried to calm the situation. Let's just go find her. She's probably playing nearby. Yin-Chi's mother urged him, hurry, go look for her. And Nian, if you come home, call your mother right away. Yin-Chi, still slightly dazed, replied, yes, ma'am. The two mothers hurried into the woods, their calls of Nian, where are you? Echoing through the quiet trees. Suddenly, they stopped, frozen in their tracks. They stared ahead, hoping for a response. A worried voice called out, no Nim? Nian turned, tears welling in her eyes. Choking back a sob, she whispered, Yin-Chi, what are you doing here? Yin-Chi, breathless from running side. I'm sorry. I'm late. He gently approached her, their eyes meeting in a shared moment of relief. Meanwhile, a comical scene unfolded as the two mothers, still shaken, embraced each other. Oh my God, a snake! Nian, still upset, called down to Yunqi. I don't need your help. You idiot. All you care about are games. Yunqi, holding onto the tree trunk, pleaded with her. I'm sorry. Let's go home. Your mother is frantic. Nian clung tightly to the branch, her voice trembling. There's a snake down there. I'm scared. Yunqi's eyes widened in alarm. A snake? Where? He quickly searched the area, peering into every nook and cranny. Finally, he announced, it's gone. It must have slithered away. It's okay, Nian. Come down now. Nian turned, her expression still doubtful. Really? She began to climb down, then hesitated, her foot hovering in midair. Her fingers dug into the rough bark of the tree, goosebumps erupting on her arms as she imagined the snake below, jaws wide, waiting. No, I think it's playing with me down there, she thought, fear paralyzing her, preventing her from climbing down. Yunqi was at a loss, completely exasperated. He sat down, turning his back to her. How about this? I'll carry you. The snake won't be able to bite you then. A reassuring smile spread across his face. It's okay. Don't be scared. His warm, encouraging gaze gave her a surge of confidence. In that moment, she felt deeply touched, her heart warmed by his genuine concern. Perched on his back, she peppered him with questions. How did you find me? Yunqi chuckled inwardly. You were crying so loudly. How could anyone not hear you? I figured your mom went to look in a different part of the woods. But aloud, he said something different, something that made her eyes widen in surprise and affection. Because you're my little sister. Wherever you are, I'll be there. Her bright smile returned. That afternoon, they wandered through the woods, chatting and laughing. So, you have to be my brother forever. By order of the princess. Nian gazed into the distance, lost in the memory. It seemed like it was her most vivid one. Shouting, her eyes sparkling, delivered a fatal blow. So you like Yunqi, huh? Nian was speechless. Shouting, what did you even get on the reading comprehension section of the high school entrance exam? Nian cracked her knuckles, indignation bubbling up. When I was little, I didn't understand things. I always had this sense of awe for older students. I can't believe he even stole my BL manga. Shouting, clueless asked, what's BL? Her phone rang. Nian picked it up, patting Shouting's shoulder with a smile. I'll tell you when you're older. As soon as she answered, her mother's voice shrieked through the receiver, making her jump. Nian, what are you doing? Why are you just answering now? The food's all ready, and the guests are waiting for you. She sprinted home, panting and breathless. Yunqi stood outside the door, grinning. Nian, everyone's been eating for 20 minutes already. You're so dead. Hee. Two young men eavesdropped nearby. So, Nian did that well on the exam. Yeah, we were all surprised. He nudged her. Go on, get in there. The sooner you face the music, the better. As she stepped inside, her mother's voice, sharp with annoyance, rang out. No, Nian, you finally decided to show up. Ms. Liu, Yunqi's mother, offered a warm smile. It's all right, we just got here. Yunqi's mother spoke up. Nian, come and eat. Nian stammered an apology. Sorry, I was at the library and lost track of time. Reaching the table, she mumbled a greeting. Hello, Instructor Han. Hello, Ms. Liu. Her mother, still fuming, snapped. Don't you know how to speak up when you greet people? Ms. Liu exclaimed. Oh, she was studying at the library? How diligent. Nian thought to herself. Actually, I was reading manga. Her mother kicked her under the table, her eyes narrowed. Pour the tea for the teachers, she hissed. We'll talk about you being late later. Nian obediently stood and picked up the teapot. Instructor Han, Ms. Liu, please have some tea. Instructor Han nodded. Thank you. Ms. Liu demurred. Oh, you don't have to, Nian. I can pour it myself. Nian's mother replied smoothly. It's all right, Ms. Liu. Young people should learn these things. They'll be relying on teachers like you a lot in the future. She then turned to pour tea for Yunqi, who grinned mischievously. Thanks, good little sister. His mother promptly rewarded him with a playful swat on the head. What kind of older brother lets his younger sister pour his tea? Go get your own. While Yunqi was fetching the food, Nian's mother approached him. Yunqi, she began, thank you for helping Nian settle into her new class. It must have been a lot of work. Yunqi offered a warm smile. It was my pleasure, ma'am. Nian is like a little sister to me. Nian's mother was deeply touched. You're such a good older brother. Just now, Ms. Liu and I were talking, and we've noticed Nian is doing much better than she did in middle school. Hearing this, Yunqi felt a sense of relief. That's That's wonderful. But my methods are a bit unconventional. She might even resent me for it. Nyenyen's mother smiled gently. Don't worry, Nyenyen's anger is only on the surface. She doesn't truly dislike you. But Yin-Chi, her mother's expression turned serious. You didn't repeat the year because of Nyenyen, did you? Recalling that dark period, he answered, it wasn't because of her. It was my own fault. Nyenyen's mother seemed to relax. Oh, that's good. I thought you two might be, involved romantically. Her voice hardened slightly as she continued. If that were the case, she paused. Ms. Liu and I would have a lot to worry about. Your study should be your priority right now, understand? Yin-Chi offered an obedient smile. Yes, ma'am, of course. That evening at Yin-Chi's home, his mother's voice rang out. Yin-Chi, I've spoken to your teachers. You need to take things seriously from now on. If your grades don't improve, you'll be repeating again. But Yin-Chi's mind was elsewhere. He was preoccupied with other thoughts. What happened to Nyenyen back in middle school? Why doesn't even her mother know? He wrestled with the question. Was the last time she actually sought me out? His mind drifted back to that day. He'd been furious, yelling in frustration. Why did you throw those pictures away? Don't you know how important they were to me? His mother had yelled back through the phone. I did it for your own good. Do you want to just stare at pictures all day and accomplish nothing? She had taken his hand then and said something else, but he couldn't quite recall what. He'd been so angry, he just coldly shrugged her off. Now, thinking back with a clearer head, he wondered, could that have been Yin? Damn it, I can't remember clearly. Did I really push her away? Seeing her son unresponsive, his mother's voice sharpened. Hey, I'm talking to you. She crossed her arms, her face a mask of annoyance. Why are you all smiles and sunshine outside? But the moment you come home, you mope around like you're at a funeral, just like your father. Yin-Chi clenched his fists. Don't talk about my father like that. His mother's anger flared. You're taking his side, aren't you? Don't you know how he treated me? Do you think it's been easy raising you all these years? Overcome with rage, she shouted directly in his face, causing him to turn away. You ungrateful. The doorbell rang, cutting her off. She turned and headed for the door. Who's there? Nyenyen's mother called out, a smile gracing her lips. Excuse me, could we possibly stay the night? My daughter and I seem to have forgotten our key. Nyenyen's father won't be back until tomorrow. She waved. Hello there. Yin-Chi's demeanor instantly transformed, his face lighting up with a welcoming smile. It's you two. Don't be so formal. Come in, come in. You can sleep in the living room. As it happens, I have some clothes I haven't worn yet. He approached them. He couldn't resist teasing her. Forgetting your key? That's so typical of you. The two women embraced warmly. We're going to have some tea and catch up, Nyenyen's mother said. Yin-Chi, dear, why don't you go take a shower so Nyenyen can have one too? Yin-Chi quickly headed off. Yes, ma'am, he replied with a grin, slipping his hand into his pocket. Silly me, he muttered under his breath. The key was in my pocket all along. He'd carefully planned this whole scenario since their encounter at school. Nyenyen doesn't have her manga. He must have it hidden in his room. I have to get it back. I can't let him blackmail me anymore. Nyenyen thought to herself, overhearing Yin-Chi's voice from the bathroom. I'm done, he called out. Come in, she replied. Clutching her towel, Nyenyen blushed, her heart pounding strangely in her chest. Why was she so nervous? In a manga she read, this was the part where the heroine would stumble upon the hero shirtless. While she didn't harbor any particular expectations about Yin-Chi's physique, a well-defined six-pack could be useful research for improving her drawings. The thought alone made her anticipation soar. However, contrary to her imaginings, Yin-Chi emerged fully clothed. Go ahead, he said. Turn it to the left for hot water. A flicker of disappointment crossed Nyenyen's face. Reality rarely lived up to expectations. He stepped closer, a teasing glint in his eyes. Don't tell me you were hoping I'd come out half-dressed. Mortified at having her thoughts exposed, Nyenyen darted into the bathroom. Nonsense. You're crazy. Night fell, and once her mother was sound asleep, Nyenyen opened her eyes. Time for action. She carefully crept out of bed, each movement deliberate and silent. As the door creaked open, she moved with painstaking slowness, placing each foot on the floor as lightly as a feather. Good, she's out cold, she thought. She began her search, meticulously examining every nook and cranny, taking care not to make sound. Not here either. Where could he have hidden it? Her eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting within them. Under his pillow, he reads it before bed. Just then, Yin-Chi stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Undeterred, Nyenyen pressed on. Her hair disheveled, she looked like a ghost. Yin-Chi bolted upright, letting out a yell that echoed through the room. Mom, there's a ghost. Yin Yin clamped her hand over his mouth, determined to retrieve her manga. Mom! His mother, roused from her sleep, mumbled, "What's going on?" But a second later, overcome by drowsiness, she rolled over and went back to sleep. Yin Yin quickly covered Yun Chi's mouth again. The close proximity left him stunned. Yin Yin, he stammered, bewildered. "What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night?" Yin Yin's mind raced. Darn it, why did he wake up? What do I do now? Should I knock him unconscious and grab the manga? The scent of her perfume filled his senses, causing him to blush. His heart pounded in his chest. Flustered, he quickly turned away, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Get off me," he muttered. Yin Yin startled, sitting up. Her shirt collar had slipped low. Both of them blushed, staring at each other. Yin Chi's mind raced. Why am I so embarrassed? Without hesitation, she playfully shoved him, yelling, "Yin Chi, you pervert!" Yin Chi could only squirm, burying his face in his hands, clutching the manga close, his eyes squeezed shut in mortification. She saw everything. How am I supposed to face her now? At school, Xiaoxing and Yin Yin were huddled together, whispering. "Okay, Xiaoxing, put my number as your emergency contact, number 4. They glanced furtively around. "Okay, put away quickly. If the hall monitor catches us with phones, we're dead." Xiaoxing, curious, asked, "Who are your other emergency contacts?" Yin Yin, calmly munching on a snack, replied, "1 is my dad, 2 is my mom, and 3 is a nuisance." She glanced towards Yin Chi, who was laughing with his friends. Their eyes met, a silent, smoldering animosity passing between them. "Pervert, violent girl." The hall monitor strolled past, pleased, studying quietly in class. Not bad. But after a few steps, he heard a burst of laughter, his face tightening. Why is it so noisy? The hall monitor clenched his fists, pausing outside the classroom door. Let me see what they're up to. He stood on tiptoe, peering in. Inside, the classroom was chaotic, a cacophony of voices. "Let me copy your homework. My idol's live streaming tomorrow. I'm so excited. Ugh, I'm stuck on this level again. I can't stand it." The hall monitor threw open the door. The slam echoed, making everyone jump. He roared in frustration. "Why is it so loud in here? Are you a market or a classroom? Don't think just because you're in the rocket class you can slack off. The experimental class is working much harder than you. They'll surpass you all soon enough. Anyone with a phone, hand it over. With these grades, you think you'll get into university? Your monthly test scores drop below the top 100 in the entire grade. Get out of the rocket class if you can't keep up." Yin Yin flinched at his thunderous voice. During class, the teacher began his lecture. "This question is simple. Do I need to explain it?" A student stretched, replying, "No need, teacher." The teacher continued, "This one, just apply the formula. Need an explanation?" The students responded listlessly, "Just move on, please." Yin Yin fumed, frustrated. Ugh, they all act like they know everything, skipping ahead all the time. Can't they have some sympathy for those of us who can't keep up? It's embarrassing to ask. I hate myself. She glanced at Yin Chi, who was taking notes. She chewed on her pen, annoyed. And this guy next to me isn't even paying attention. Chewing gum, scribbling away, acting all smart. It's infuriating. The way he's seriously taking notes makes me feel like an idiot. She rallied herself. "It's okay. I just need to keep working hard. It'll pay off eventually." After handing out the exam papers, the teacher stood there, utterly defeated, holding the pile of failing grades. Meanwhile, classmates were boisterously congratulating each other. "Yin Chi, you're amazing. Near perfect scores in physics, chemistry, and biology. You're definitely in the top 10 this month," someone exclaimed. Yin Chi smiled modestly. "Just lucky," he replied. Groans rippled through the other students. "I didn't bother listening in physics and only got an 89. Another chimed in, "Me too. I only started studying the day before. Thankfully, I got over 90. Xiaoxing approached, startling the teacher with her question. "Yin Yin, how did you do?" Yin Yin, lost in a well of disappointment, mumbled, "I only averaged a little over 70. I'm definitely failing this month's exams." Wearily, she responded to Xiaoxing, "My results aren't good either. I'm going to the restroom." Xiaoxing waved, calling after her, "Yin Yin, wait, I'll go with you." But Yin Yin had already hurried away. "No need," she called back. "I'm a big girl now." Yin Chi watched her retreating figure thoughtfully. Lin Tu also turned, a perplexed expression on his face, his gaze following Yin Yin. In the woods behind the school, Yin Yin sat down, sobbing uncontrollably over her exam results. "Everyone's so smart, and I'm the only idiot. If I get kicked out of the rocket class next month, Mom's going to kill me." After crying for a while, her mood lifted slightly. She stood up, her resolve returning. "Crying won't solve anything. Time to go back and fix my mistakes. As she wiped her tears, a voice startled her. No, Nyin. A young man with white hair approached, a smile playing on his lips. It's been a while. Haven't seen anyone brave enough to make you cry like this. Nyin flinched, stumbling backward, her voice a stammering whisper. Why are you here? She trembled, unable to compose herself. Shouldn't you be at your local high school? Gao Yuanji. The white-haired young man gave a knowing smile. Because I missed you, of course. Terror flooded Nyin. Memories of the dark days of being bullied by him came rushing back, making her shudder with disgust. The younger boy beside him, noticing her reaction, bristled. What are you doing? How dare you be so disrespectful to Brother Yuan? Yin's mind raced, sensing danger. She turned and ran. I have to get out of here. Run, before anything worse happens. But she'd only taken a few steps when he grabbed her arm. No, Nyin, why are you so cold to an old friend? It hurts my feelings. That scar on your neck seems to have faded. Fear choked Nyin, leaving her trembling on the precipice of despair. He tightened his grip on her chin, a manic grin spreading across his face. You know, he began, his voice laced with menace. He traced the scar on her neck with a chillingly playful touch. I'm afraid it might disappear completely. A shiver ran down Yin's spine. She shoved him away with all her might. The younger boy, seeing this, yelled, Brother Yuan. Yin grabbed the boy's shirt, delivering a sharp slap. Her voice, thick with fury, boomed. Gao Yuanji, I'm going to destroy you. Her face was a mask of rage, years of pin-up frustration exploding. The two boys lunged at her. Damn it, let go of him, one shouted. Boss, what should we do with this girl? We don't hit girls, but she hit you. Despite being held back, Yin continued to unleash a torrent of insults. Gao Yuanji, what did I ever do to you? Why won't you leave me alone? Just then, Yin Shi and a group of others arrived, shouting, Yin. She turned, tears streaming down her face. Yin Shi's eyes locked on Yin. He pulled her into his arms and sent the other boys flying with a swift kick. Let her go. They scrambled to their feet, protesting. She hit him first. Xiaoxing placed a hand on Yin's trembling shoulder. Yin, we just got a call from you. Someone said you'd gone into the woods over here. What happened? Did they bully you? Gao Yuanji stood up, laughing cruelly. No, Yin, playing the good girl now, are we? I told you. I saw you with your hand in your pocket. Turns out you were secretly calling for help. So, you finally learned to fight back. Before, you wouldn't even make a sound no matter how much we teased you. You're getting more interesting. Yin Shi's face darkened with fury. Teasing? Damn it. Xiaoxing fumed. Hey, what did you do to her? You've been bullying Yin since middle school, haven't you? Gao Yuanji sneered. Why so serious? It's just a little fun between classmates. Yin Shi, seething, stepped forward. So, you're the one who made my sister so insecure? Unafraid, Gao Yuanji smirked. I didn't know she had a brother. She was such a crybaby back then. Where were you? Why are you only showing up to protect your precious little sister now? Yin Shi raised his hand, shouting, Shut up. Two of Gao Yuanji's lackeys ran forward, menacingly. You looking for trouble, kid? Lin Tu, thinking fast, called out, Teacher, over here. Someone has long hair and isn't wearing the uniform. The supervising teacher yelled, What's going on here? You're supposed to be studying. Which class are you from? Yin Shi, scowling, clicked his tongue and bolted with his friends. The teacher roared after them, Don't you run. Gao Yuanji's lips curled into a smirk. No, Yin, we'll meet again soon. Furious, Yin Shi vented his frustration on Lin Tuesday. Lin Tu, you idiot. I almost had that punk, he raged. Why did you call the teacher? Lin Tu explained, If word gets out that you got into a fight with a school thug, you're playing with your future. Yin Shi, unable to see the bigger picture, grumbled, You want me to let that creepy-looking jerk get away with this? Lin Tu replied calmly, There are better ways to handle this than fighting. When those thugs lose it, you can't even imagine what they're capable of. Yin Shi exploded. So what do you suggest we do then? Lin Tu, stumped, fell silent. Seeing them arguing, Yin cried out, Stop fighting. Lin Tu's right. I was reckless. We can't take him on. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have dragged you all into this. Meanwhile, Gao Yuanji, walking away, bumped into another thug, smoking a cigarette. A lackey stepped forward angrily. Watch where you're going, idiot. You bumped into Long Gu. Don't you know this is his turf? He grabbed Gao Yuanji's shoulder, sneering. The guy with long hair? Were you a freak? Long Gu says apologize, and he'll let you live. Gao Yuanji turned, his eyes cold and sharp. Don't touch me. The thug continued to taunt him. What if I do? What are you going to do about it, pretty boy? Back with Yin. She clutched Yin Shi's shirt, trembling. Promise me you won't fight him. He's crazy. Back with Gao Yuanji, he had finished dealing with the thugs. They lay scattered on the ground. Back home, Yin Chi stammered, Yin Yin, let's talk. She turned and closed the door, not entering. They found a place to talk, sitting on a bench as the leaves rustled around them. He looked up at the sky, his gaze distant, and began to speak. I remember now, Yin Chi said, his voice soft. The last day, Yujudong Ly spoke to me. Yin Yin was taken aback that he'd bring this up. He paused, then looked down. Back in middle school, that day it was my fault. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Yin Yin was so surprised she could barely breathe. Taking a deep breath, she forced a casual reply. Why bring that up? It's all in the past. Her clenched fists betrayed her tension as she lied. I don't even care anymore. Yin Chi's voice rose. But I do. He started reminiscing, his voice tinged with sadness. Back then, my mom threw away all of Dad's pictures. He hadn't even been gone a fortnight. The memory of that painful time struck Yin Yin too. It's true, she thought. Yin Chi's dad had just passed, and yet I expected him to be considerate of my feelings. Guilt gnawed at her. I was so selfish. Yin Chi continued to pour out his heart. You know, our relationship has always been strained. She tried to leave him several times. Only thoughts of me stopped her, but I still don't understand why she hated him so much. She wanted to erase every trace of him from the house the moment he was gone. But he was still my dad. The memories flooded back. I remember showing off to you, all excited. Yin Yin, look, Dad bought me these armbands. Aren't they cool? You, being your stubborn self, retorted, my magic wand is way cooler. I quickly shot back. No way, dummy. My armbands are the coolest in the universe. Dad chuckled and came over to mediate. Why are you arguing with your little sister? I was so happy. Dad, I said, buy me a new set of these every year, okay? I love the orange ones best. He smiled, hugging me. Then you have to practice your basketball. I nodded confidently. Piece of cake. The three of us, we had such happy times. Dad, teach me how to shoot hoops. I want to learn too. You chime in. Yin Yin, go play with your magic wand. Okay, let's all play together. Yin Chi's voice choked with emotion. The day Mom threw away his pictures, I was so angry. I couldn't see straight, so I lashed out. Back then, I didn't care about anything. I didn't even notice anything was wrong with you. I'm sorry, Yin Yin. He covered his face, sobbing. I'm sorry. If I had realized you were being bullied back then, things wouldn't be like this now. Yin Yin gently took his hand, offering comfort. It's not your fault. We just weren't lucky. We're only human. When our own lives are in chaos, we don't have the energy to care for others. Like when I was starving, I didn't notice you were hurting either. She gave him a small, genuine smile. And besides, she continued, aren't you doing much better now? You have Xiaoxing, Lin too, and all your other friends. Have you ever thought that if none of that had happened, we might not have become desk mates? We wouldn't be sitting here talking like this. So don't blame yourself, okay? Yin Chi wiped his tears, regaining his composure. He teased her gently. Yin Yin, you're pretty good at manipulating people, you know? She leaned closer, playfully poking him. Are you crying again? He vehemently denied it. Nonsense. These are just sweat droplets from my eyes. Yin Yin couldn't help but laugh. Huh, I knew it. He regained his serious tone, returning to the topic at hand. I've said so much. Now it's your turn. Tell me what that jerk did to you back in middle school. Seeing her lost in thought, Yin Chi didn't press her. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. I won't force you. Yin Yin sighed, then began to explain. Actually, the first time I met Gao Yuanji was at an elementary school graduation party. She rested her chin on her hand, recalling the memory. He was so different back then. She had been playing happily when a voice called out, Yin Yin, come here for a moment. Her mother spoke up, quickly, greet Uncle Gao. Your father's successful surgery last time was all thanks to him. Yin Yin bowed politely. Hello, Uncle. Gao Yuanji's father smiled, pleased. So, this is Yin Yin? I've always heard your father talk about you. You're so adorable. He extended a hand. Let me introduce you to my son. You two will be in the same class in middle school. You're both in the top class, so you should help each other out. Gao Yuanji offered a friendly smile. Hello, Yin Yin. At that time, Gao Yuanji was incredibly gentle and considerate, pouring tea for them. Yin Yin, would you like some tea? He asked with cheerful enthusiasm. Thank you, she replied, and the two chatted happily. The atmosphere was relaxed and natural. Just call me Yuanji, he said. I heard you're very good at math, Yin Yin. Could I ask you for help with my homework sometime? She sipped her tea and replied, sure. He then poured tea for her mother, who was clearly delighted. Yuanji is such a well-behaved young man, she praised. Yin Yin's first impression of Gao Yuanji was that he was humble, polite, and refined. He was the ideal, the quintessential other people's child. From then on, they often did homework and chatted together, quickly becoming close. She stretched casually and turned to him. UNG, aren't you going to pee? He replied, it's too hot. I don't like the heat. Just taking attendance is enough. Then he turned to her and asked, but why did you sneak in here? She crossed her arms proudly. Reading in an air-conditioned room is so much more comfortable. My parents said if I do well on the exams, they'll take me to the amusement park. He chuckled, thinking to himself, the whole family going to the amusement park? How nice. She noticed him taking out eye drops and slowly unscrewing the cap. She stared at him intently. Gao Yuanji, while putting in his eye drops, asked, what is it, Nian Yin? She turned away. Oh, nothing. I just think you look very different without your glasses. He suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, do I look better without them, Nian Yin? Do you like it? His eyes, sparkling like 1,000 stars, looked directly at her. Flustered, she stood up, grasping for an excuse to escape. I'm suddenly so thirsty. I need to get some water. Gao Yuanji looked surprised. Isn't your bottle full? She chatted cheerfully with a classmate. Nian Yin, I was telling you, the other day, I saw a super handsome guy in class 3A. We should go over there sometime, and I'll secretly point him out to you. She replied easily, haha, sure. Suddenly, her friend pointed straight ahead, stopping in her tracks. Oh my gosh, look, Gao Yuanji isn't wearing his glasses. He looked at Nian Yin, waving and smiling. Her heart pounded in her chest. Her classmates, seeing her frozen in place, nudged her. He smiled at you. I'm sure he likes you. Are you two dating? Nian Yin vehemently denied it. Don't be ridiculous. We're just friends. The boys laughed and teased. Isn't this your girlfriend? Hi, sister-in-law. She saw Nian Yin sprint away. The boys roared with laughter. Sister-in-law ran away. Gao Yuanji, you better go after her. The rumors about Nian Yin and Gao Yuanji spread like wildfire. Even their homeroom teacher called them in for a talk. Truthfully, a part of Nian Yin was pleased that people thought they were a good match. But she was also annoyed and embarrassed by the constant teasing from her classmates. She was smart enough to sense that Gao Yuanji treated her differently than others, but she always deflected his attempts to say anything meaningful, pretending she was oblivious. Every kind gesture he offered, she met with an equal measure of indifference. Until one day, he finally changed. They became just ordinary classmates. The rumors died down. Only, Nian Yin wasn't happy. She suddenly realized she was a coward, always hiding. Countless times, people had stared at her scar, their faces momentarily blank. Then they'd quickly plaster on a friendly smile, but their eyes would still flick back to her scar. The whispers followed her everywhere. 12 years old was a sensitive age. Only by hiding did she feel safe. She thought, if one day he noticed her flaw, like the others, she was afraid he would be disappointed, or worse, show pity. Better to not start something that would only end that way. After she finished her story, Yin Chi leaned closer. What, you have a scar? Where? Nian Yin was irritated at having her emotional outpouring interrupted. Yin Chi, you really know how to kill the mood. Here, she pointed her chin. See? It's faded over the years, though. You wouldn't notice it from far away. Yin Chi seemed perplexed. That's it. He then lifted his shirt, as if displaying a prized trophy. Check out my appendectomy scar. Pretty cool, huh? He continued to chatter. I even have a bald spot from playing with firecrackers when I was little. Inwardly, Nian Yin screamed. Why had she bothered sharing such a personal story with this clueless idiot? She wanted to go home. Yin Chi, oblivious, continued, his voice laced with disapproval. But why did you like that jerk anyway? I'm seriously disappointed in your taste. You should find a good man like me next time. Nian Yin clenched her fists, silently screaming. She might as well have been talking to herself. Nian Yin fell silent for a moment, then continued her story. But another interruption quickly arrived. A classmate, munching on popcorn, casually remarked, I heard Gao Yuanji's mom is seeing another man. The class erupted in a flurry of excited whispers. Seriously? Usually it's the men who have affairs. Besides, I saw his mom at the last parent-teacher meeting. She seemed really nice, not like that kind of person. Gossip was everyone's favorite pastime, and bad news about the teacher's pet was always extra thrilling. The initial gossiper offered up his evidence. My family lives next door to them. My mom saw his mom getting out of some guy's fancy car a few times late at night, especially when Gao Yuanji's dad was working late at the hospital. I even heard them fighting and throwing things, talking about divorce. Everyone piled on, echoing the sentiment. Given his parents' situation, how can Gao Yuanji still top the class? Rich families are always so messed up. The gossipy boy, chewing loudly, added his own commentary. My mom always says beautiful women are trouble. If you don't look for trouble, trouble will find you. Witnessing all this, Nyin angrily yelled, "Shut up! Stop talking nonsense!" Suddenly, a figure flashed past her, followed by a loud thud. The gossipy boy was knocked to the ground with a single blow. Time seemed to slow as Gao Yuanji, his face contorted in rage, unleashed a flurry of punches. The other students screamed and scattered. In that instant, everything crumbled. The classroom descended into chaos. The boy who had been speaking so carelessly moments before now cried out, "Stop hitting me, please. I'm sorry." Other students rushed in to intervene. Seeing the escalating situation, Nyin urged, "Someone get a teacher." She also approached, trying to restrain Gao Yuanji. "That's enough. Stop it." Gao Yuanji, lost in his fury, accidentally struck Nyin, sending her sprawling. The other students rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. Nyin touched her nose and cried out, "Ow, it hurts." Gao Yuanji abruptly stopped his rampage and glanced towards her. He saw the blood flowing from her nose. Panic washed over Gao Yuanji. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock and confusion, unsure what to do. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down his face. The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at him. "What's wrong with him? He's completely lost it." Feeling the weight of their judgmental stares, Gao Yuanji's legs trembled as he turned and fled. Nyin reached out, calling after him, "Yuanji." From that day on, Gao Yuanji didn't come to school. Just as everyone had almost forgotten him, one day, as the students were laughing and playing, they suddenly stopped, their eyes widening in surprise and disbelief. Gao Yuanji had returned, but the gentle smile he once wore was gone. In its place were a network of chilling scars, crisscrossing his face, covered with band-aids. His expression was cold and impassive. Nyin was stunned by his reappearance. She rushed towards him, her face bright with excitement. "Yuanji, you're back." She tried to express her concern. "What happened to your face?" But he just brushed past her indifferently, like a stranger, as if they had never met. In that moment, Nyin realized everything had changed. From then on, Gao Yuanji's face frequently bore new injuries, old scars overlapping fresh wounds. The other students whispered that he was getting into fights with delinquents. His hair grew longer and wilder. Rumors spread that his parents had divorced and he was living with his father. He stopped studying, transforming into a different person entirely. Even his teachers gave up on him, unable to believe the change. Some sighed for him, others were secretly pleased. Nyin felt only a deep sense of alienation. It was as if the Gao Yuanji she knew had died, replaced by this hostile stranger who bullied his classmates. The last time she was alone with him remained a painful memory that haunted her. That afternoon, a classmate stretched after a long, stressful day of extra classes. "Ugh, these supplementary lessons are killing me." "Nyin, aren't your parents picking you up today? Should my parents give you a ride home?" Nyin smiled and declined. "It's okay, I can walk. It's close." Her classmate accepted this with a wave. "All right then, be careful. I heard there are a lot of thugs on that road lately. Text me when you get home, okay?" Nyin tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, I'll stick to the main road." That evening, walking home alone, the sound of footsteps startled Nyin. A group of aggressive thugs were harassing some students. Brandishing weapons in their hands, they sneered, "We want to go to the internet cafe. Give us some money." They took the money, but still seemed unsatisfied. An angry voice rang out, making everyone around them jump. "What? This is all you have?" Nyin nervously walked past, trying to remain calm despite the fear churning inside her. She saw Gao Yuanji, his eyes vacant. However, he then acted as if he didn't know her, continuing to smoke calmly, betraying no sign of concern or worry. He seemed completely unaffected by the scene unfolding around him. The thugs in front of him chatted excitedly, plotting their next misdeed. "Let's go for drinks after we're done gaming. Or maybe we should steal some bikes next time." One of them scoffed. "What? Are you done with this life of yours?" Nyin clenched her fists, unable to look away any longer. She shouted angrily, "Gao Yuanji, what in the world are you doing?" Gao Yuanji turned and stared at her. The thugs, angered, began to taunt her provocatively. "What's with this girl? Does our UNG attract girls everywhere he goes?" Gao UNG put his hand on one of the thugs' shoulders and instructed, "You guys go ahead." They eagerly ran off. "All right, UNG, we're heading to the internet cafe then." Gao UNG paused, then spoke. "What are you doing out here alone so late? Let me walk you home." Nyin approached him, unafraid and undeterred. She snatched the cigarette from his lips and threw it to the ground. Then she angrily lectured him. "Do you even know what you're doing? Smoking drinking, and now robbery? I know things haven't been good for you at home lately, but you can't just throw your life away like this. Gao Yuanji walked away coldly. Are you here to preach to me? Sorry, I'm not interested. I'm leaving. Be careful going home. She quickly chased after him, reaching out with both hands. She hugged him tightly, trying to stop him from leaving. Her voice was soft and pleading. I don't want you to become a Gao Yuanji I don't recognize. Can't we just talk? If there's anything I can do to help, please tell me, Yuanji. Gao Yuanji turned around, his eyes cold and resolute. Nian, would you please mind your own business? I don't need your sympathy. I'm happy now. Whether it's fighting, drinking, or skipping school, it's all fun. It's much more freeing than before. He shouted angrily. Maybe this is the real me. Before, I was just pretending, trying to please everyone. He continued to spew hurtful words, each one like a sharp knife twisting in her heart. Wasn't it better when you stayed away from me like before? Why are you clinging to me now? You grew up with everything handed to you. You can't understand the terrible things I've been through. You should be figuring out how to get rid of that scar on your face instead of playing the saint and trying to save the world. Nianyan's disappointment was a crushing weight, tears welling in her eyes. She had never experienced such a profound sense of darkness. Every belief, every hope she had nurtured seemed to crumble around her. Suddenly, the sky opened and rain poured down. She pressed her lips together, her voice thick with anger. Gao Yuanji, I hate you, she cried, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the cold rain. He froze as if caught in ice, eyes wide, mind blank. He didn't know how to react to the scene unfolding before him. He dropped his hands. Fine, hate me. I don't deserve to be liked anyway. He clenched his fists and walked away. Nianyan's tears continued to flow, hot tracks on her cheeks. She collapsed to the ground, her body trembling, her heart aching. She sat there in the rain, sobbing wretchedly. Gao Yuanji didn't look back, not even once, as he headed home. Nianyan was sick with a fever for a week. Lost in delirium, she dreamt a beautiful dream. She and the old Gao Yuanji sat in a field of flowers. He was gentle, caring, the way he used to be. He carefully offered her a bouquet. His eyes, full of tenderness, asked the same question he had asked before. Nianyan, do you like them? She smiled, a genuine smile that radiated from deep within. It wasn't just an answer. It was a sign of renewed confidence and faith, as if she had overcome every obstacle and embraced sincerity wholeheartedly. I love them. After listening to Nianyan's story, Yin Qi scratched his head. So, your relationship with that guy is complicated. But why did he start bullying you after all that? Nianyan replied, Actually, I wasn't the one they were bullying at first. Ever since that incident, the gossipy boy who always had a smart aleck remark was constantly being physically harassed. The other classmates, witnessing this, remained indifferent. They didn't want to get involved, to bring trouble upon themselves. She remembered a time when they were younger, a group of boys had been teasing a girl and taken her bag. She had run over, intending to help, but the boy's aggressive, almost predatory air had intimidated her. She had turned a blind eye and walked away. After that, the bullying continued, and the girl eventually transferred schools. Nianyan felt immense regret. If she had been brave then, maybe things would have turned out differently. This time, she wouldn't be a coward. She stood up and walked towards Gao Yuanji, who was currently assaulting the gossipy boy. She spoke up. He was wrong, yes, but you've been bullying him relentlessly. Isn't that enough punishment? Gao Yuanji's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. You're defending him? He growled. His demeanor frightened her, but she quickly regained her composure. Bullying is wrong, she stated firmly. Gao Yuanji scoffed at her words. If they hadn't spread those lies about my mother, she wouldn't have left me. He has to pay for his stupidity. This is just a small lesson. The pain of his wounds couldn't compare to a tenth of the pain in his heart. He then dumped the glass of water in his hand over Nianyan. You're too much of a saint. Fine, I'll make you hate me even more. Are you satisfied now? Happy. And so, from that moment on, both Nianyan and the boy she defended became his targets. Her classmates, unwilling to get involved, distanced themselves from her, afraid to even speak to her. Every day at school became exhausting and depressing for Nianyan. Finally, she mustered the courage to tell her parents. But all she received in response was, Gao Yuanji is such a good kid. He wouldn't bully you. That boy probably has a crush on you. He's just teasing. It's normal for kids to be playful. You're being too sensitive. It's okay to have fewer friends now. Things will be better when you get into the advanced class in high school. Her parents dismissed her concerns about Gao Yuanji. All her suffering was, in their eyes, perfectly normal. From then on, Ningyan dedicated herself to her studies, leaving herself no time to worry about anything else. She consistently earned top marks in every exam. Ironically, from that point on, more classmates approached her, no longer treating her as if she were invisible. Her academic excellence earned her a newfound respect, but Ningyan felt no joy. She wore a mask, smiling and pretending to be friendly. She passed the entrance exam for the advanced class. That day, she returned to her classroom, overflowing with joy to receive her results. But fate played a cruel trick on her once more. Gao Yuanji, a smirk playing on his lips, said, "I have a graduation present for you." One of his followers, Chelsea, grabbed her hair. He felt no remorse, laughing as he said, "Ha, no need to thank me." Utterly heartbroken, Ningyan grabbed a pair of scissors and chopped off her hair. She looked at him, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Gao Yuanji, are you satisfied now?" "Regardless of who was at fault before, from this day forward, we are no longer connected. No, Ningyan owes you nothing." And so, in that moment, her agonizing middle school years came to an end. The severing of her long hair symbolized the release of all that pain, carried away by the wind. Gao Yuanji, taken aback, simply stared at her, stunned by her actions. This was the story of her haunting middle school past, each day a struggle. She scratched her head, looking at Van Koi, and smiled. "It's okay now. It's all in the past." Van Koi suddenly embraced her tightly. He vowed to himself that he would never let anything like that happen to her again. She hugged him back, deeply moved. A moment later, she released him and sighed. But the pace of the rocket class is just too fast. I can't keep up. I won't be able to stay in the top 100 of the school for this month's exams. I'll be kicked out. I won't be able to stay by your side anymore." Yun Chi wailed, her voice laced with desperation. Van Koi chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll tutor you." She looked up surprised. "Really?" He puffed out his chest. "Of course. Don't you worry. I'm in the top 10, after all." Hith. The next day, back in the classroom, the bickering resumed. "Good heavens, Yun Chi, I've explained this to you so many times. Why are you still making the same mistake?" she snapped. "Your explanations are like gibberish. How am I supposed to understand anything?" she retorted. Van Koi folded his arms. "I think you're just not listening seriously. Your brain is full of manga, not math." Infuriated, Yin Chi slammed her hand on the desk. "Scare me half to death," she muttered under her breath. Van Koi grabbed a basketball and stormed off to the court. Fuming, Yin Chi glared after him. "Go play. I don't need your help," he scoffed. "Fine. Don't come crying to me later." Exhausted after a long struggle, Yin Chi slumped onto her desk with a sigh. High school physics, chemistry, and biology are so hard. Van Koi is annoying, but he's so smart. And Lin too. He doesn't seem to struggle at all. He must be incredibly intelligent to do so well without even trying. Lost in thought, she absently doodled Lin 2 on her test paper. Suddenly, Lin 2 himself appeared beside her. "What are you working on so intently?" he asked. Startled, Yin Chi jumped. "Oh my God, you scared me. You appeared out of nowhere," she stammered. "I'm just doing some practice problems." "Since when have you been there? You're so quiet." Lin 2 glanced at her test, noticing the incorrect answers. "Is there anything you'd like me to explain?" he offered kindly. Embarrassed, Yin Chi quickly shook her head. No, it's fine. I understand everything you taught us." Lin 2 smiled. "All right then. If you're sure, I won't bother you any longer. I'll see you later. Make sure you get some rest." Yin Chi watched him go, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. For a moment, she saw Gao Yuanji's shadow superimposed over Lin 2's. "Lin 2, wait," she called out suddenly. "Actually, I lied. I don't understand any of this." Lin 2 turned back and patiently began explaining the problems, his voice gentle and clear. "This is a classic problem. Just grasp the key concept and you'll be fine. There's a trick to this one. Pay close attention here." After some intense concentration, Yin Chi finally finished the problems. "I did it," she exclaimed triumphantly. Lin 2 smiled. "Well done. Yin, you're so smart. You finished so quickly." Yin Chi blushed and shook her head. No, it's just that you explained it so well. I'm actually really slow. Everyone else in class is miles ahead of me." Lin 2 stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A lot of people just don't want to appear like they're trying too hard. You see them seemingly studying less and still doing well, but you don't see the countless practice problems they might be doing at home. Everyone's afraid of being told that their hard work isn't paying off. They'd rather hear, 'Wow, you're so smart. You barely study and still get good grades.' So don't be too impressed by so-called smart people. Honestly, I think you're doing great." Flustered by his praise, Yin Chi stammered, "I never thought I'd be complimented by a top student." student like you. Lin Tu sighed. I'm not really a top student, you know. I didn't even go to kindergarten, Lin Tu said, and my grades in elementary school were absolutely terrible. Chelsea gave a light-hearted chuckle. Well, you're pretty perfect anyway. Hearing this, Lin Tu propped his chin on his hand, a melancholic expression on his face. I'm not perfect at all. He remembered a time when he was little, crying and pleading with his parents. Don't go to work, okay? Sob, don't leave me. His parents tried to soothe him. Be good too, don't cry. Mommy and Daddy will call you every day while we're away. Next Lunar New Year, Mom will bring back lots of delicious treats. Remember to listen to Grandma while we're gone. Lin Tu sob, I don't want snacks. I don't want new clothes. I don't want anything. Sob, I just want you both to stay. Seeing their son's distress and their own reluctance to leave, his grandmother spoke up. If you don't go now, you'll miss the train. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Hearing this, Lin Tu's parents felt a little more at ease. His mother said, just wait a few years. Once we've saved enough money, we'll come back. Then we'll make sure you and Mom have a better life. Take care of your health, Mom. The doctor said your blood pressure was high again last time. His mother pressed a red envelope into his hand. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I still have to see Tu get married. I went to the temple for a fortune-telling the other day. I'll live to be at least 80. When you're out there, don't work too hard. Eat plenty of meat. You're so skinny, like a walking skeleton. Don't buy me anything when you come back. I have everything I need. Don't waste your money. His mother sighed, a worried look on her face. Honestly, why are you still wearing those old clothes? Next year, if you don't have new clothes, don't bother coming home for New Year, you hear? All right, go on now. Go on, she urged. He's about to start crying again, looking at you like that. His parents waved goodbye. His parents and grandmother called out after him. Tu, you must study hard. We're doing all this so you can go to a good university. That's why we can't be with you right now. Lin Tu looked at his parents, determination shining in his eyes. Yes, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely go to the best university so you can come home soon. Then, with childlike innocence, he turned to his grandmother and asked, Grandma, what's a university? His grandmother replied, I guess it's a very big school. After that, he spent his days collecting scrap metal with his grandmother. Noticing his grandmother wasn't wearing gloves, he said with concern, Grandma, you should wear gloves. Don't cut your hands. His grandmother replied affectionately, It's all right, I'm used to it. After Grandma sells all these bottles today, I'll buy you some candy. Just then, a family, a mother, father, and their child walked by, laughing and talking happily. Dad, I want a remote control car, the child said. His mother replied, Didn't we just buy you a lot of toys? The father responded indulgently, Okay, my dear son, Daddy will buy you anything you want. Mom, I'm hungry, the boy said. Okay, sweetie, we'll go home soon, and Mommy will make your favorite stir-fried beef, his mother replied. The boy cheered, Yay. Okay, my dear son, Daddy will buy you anything you want. Mom, I'm hungry. Okay, sweetie, we'll go home soon, and Mommy will make your favorite stir-fried beef, the mother replied. The boy cheered, Awesome. Seeing this scene, Lin Tu stopped in his tracks. His grandmother said, Come on, Tu, let's go home and do your homework. Your teacher said you're falling behind a bit, so you need to work harder. Seeing her grandson didn't respond, his grandmother asked with concern, What's wrong, dear? Is something bothering you? Lin Tu asked sadly, Grandma, am I an abandoned child? His grandmother, hearing her grandson talk like this, gave him a playful nudge. What nonsense are you talking about? Abandoned or not abandoned? Did some other child say something to you? Is someone bullying you? Don't be afraid. If anything happens, you must tell your teacher right away. Your parents and I are here to protect you. After receiving his test results, a perfect 100, his grandmother was overjoyed. Tu, you're so smart. I knew you'd quickly surpass those kindergarten kids. But Grandma, Lin Tu said, my English isn't very good. Grandma encouraged him cheerfully. It's okay. Take your time, dear. Your father's grades were excellent back then. If it weren't for our family not having the money to send him to school, he would have been a doctor by now. You're smart, just like your father. You'll definitely have a bright future. 2. These shoes of yours are worn out. Grandma will buy you new ones. Next time, try to get a perfect 100 on your test, okay? Lin Tu asked, Grandma, you didn't collect scrap metal to save up for this, did you? Don't worry, dear. It's your mother's money. I've been selling vegetables lately, so I don't need to collect scrap anymore. Then she led him to the store. Tell me which ones you like, and I'll let you try them on. Lin Tu innocently asked, Aren't you buying any, Grandma? She replied kindly, These shoes of mine are comfortable. I don't need new ones. Tony, what do you think of these? They're blue, your favorite color. Then Grandma held up a pair of shoes and asked the saleswoman, How much are these? After hearing the price, They both fell silent. 2. Maybe we should look at some other shoes. Grandma placed the shoes back on the shelf, but they slipped and fell to the floor. The saleswoman, who had been observing their modest clothing from the start, was not pleased. She marched over and scolded them loudly. If you can't afford them, don't touch them. What if you get them dirty? Lin Tu was so startled he couldn't speak. The saleswoman's disdainful look made him incredibly embarrassed. He didn't know whether to pick up the shoes or leave them on the floor. Grandma apologized profusely. She pulled him away, and they left the store. Lin Tu felt powerless in the face of his grandmother's humility. He hated his own weakness and helplessness. From that day on, he made a vow. He would get high scores in all his subjects. He would earn a lot of money and buy nice clothes and shoes for his grandmother, so no one would ever look down on her again. Later, his parents saved enough money to start a business, and their circumstances gradually improved. But life wasn't a fairy tale. Before he even graduated from elementary school, his grandmother passed away. She never got to see him fulfill his promise of filial piety. These 2 bracelets were made from Grandma's only piece of valuable jewelry, her gold ring. She said to give them to the girl I love someday. Even at the end, she only wanted to give. She never asked for anything in return. I always thought it would be great if I could grow up faster, but time moved so slowly. So Nyin, don't be so insecure. You're someone other people admire too. Seeing his melancholy, Yun Chi spoke with fervent encouragement. Your grandma must have been very happy to give. You were always by her side, and that must have been enough for her. You were her whole reason for living. Lin Tu looked at the bracelets, feeling as if his grandmother were still with him. A while later, Yun Chi woke up groggily. Oh my gosh, I fell asleep. Lin Tu left, didn't he? But to her surprise, he was still sitting beside her. Her heart skipped a beat. He had actually stayed and fallen asleep across from her. I'm not dreaming, am I? She thought. Why didn't I feel any contempt when he told me about his childhood? Instead, I felt so heartbroken. He's different from the other boys I've met. He's gentle, thoughtful, and so caring. He's impeccably clean, inside and out, almost unbelievably so. I'm so happy when I'm with him. And when I'm not with him, I can't help but miss him. Could it be that I like Lin Tu? But what about him? Am I even a little bit special to him? Yun Chi was gazing dreamily at Lin Tu when he suddenly stirred and opened his eyes. Their gazes locked, and they remained silent, simply observing each other. Linteish Aishmethirsch. Yun Chi's heart pounded in her chest. Just as she was about to speak, Yun Chi's brother, still fuming, stormed towards them. His outburst shattered the delicate silence. Hey, what do you think you're doing with my sister? Yun Chi fumed inwardly. Where did this nuisance crawl out from? The entire class erupted in excited whispers. Hee, this is getting interesting. Everyone, leave a comment below guessing who the male lead of this story is. After a brief, heated exchange, Yun Chi's brother earned himself a lump on his head, courtesy of his sister. Monium, a boy and a girl alone in a room, is dangerous. Don't just trust any random guy. I'm only looking out for you. His patronizing tone earned him another thump. Lin Tu was just helping me with my studies. Yun Chi, you blockhead. You're so gullible. Seeing the situation escalating, Lin Tu waved his hands dismissively. Neem, I'm going back to my seat. If you need anything, just come find me. As he turned to leave, a small crowd quickly materialized, blocking his path. A girl, seemingly out of nowhere, brandished a deck of tarot cards. Free tarot readings. Unlimited. Special offer. Kumewan. Kumeod. Don't miss out. I want one too. Lin Tu stood bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Oh my gosh. The other students crowded around him excitedly. Lin Tu, I'll buy you a month's worth of snacks. Take me with you. Me too. Me too. I want in. If I fail next month's exams, my dad will kill me. Yun Chi watched the scene unfold, her eyes sparkling. She wasn't alone. There were other struggling students out there. Beside her, Yun Chi's brother scoffed. Look at everyone fawning over him. In class, their teacher continued her lecture. The last question on the math test is quite challenging. It might appear on the monthly exam. It's quite difficult, so those aiming for a perfect score can try it. Anyone want to volunteer to solve it on the board? 2 boys in the front row chatted happily. Ms. Lu's voice is so soothing. I wish every class was math. Yun Chi was equally enthusiastic. This was one of the rare classes she could actually follow. Hee. Ms. Lu must be a bodhisattva sent to save us weaklings. The two boys continued their whispered conversation. There's a girl in our class who's just as pretty as Ms. Lu. His friend replied, You don't mean her, do you? She's definitely pretty, but her personality... Suddenly, a voice rang out. I know how to solve it. A girl with long, flowing hair and an air of confidence drew everyone's attention. The teacher beamed. Suhong, come on up. She then addressed the class. You should all be more proactive like her. The two young men from earlier were gossiping again, whispering back and forth. Good heavens, did they really need to stand up and drag their chairs so loudly? They're just showing off. Exactly. Last time I just glanced at him for a second, and he flew into a rage. Honestly, besides his looks and good grades, he's got nothing going for him. Yin-Chi thought to herself. It's true. A lot of boys like the gentle and refined type of girl. But I admire girls who don't care about what others think, like that girl just now. She seemed so cool and confident. Yin-Chi really admired Su-Hong. Meanwhile, at the blackboard, Su-Hong had already finished solving the math problem. Her speed was incredible, and her answer was perfect. 10 out of 10. No points for guessing, but sending good vibes to everyone watching my channel. Wishing all my lovely followers a smooth, new school year and lots of academic achievements. What age group are most of my viewers? Comment below and let me know. Tell me when you're going back to school so I can adjust my video schedule. After school that evening, Yin-Chi and Lin too walked home together, discussing the solution to the math problem. You dummy, it's obviously simpler to solve it this way, Yin-Chi insisted. Lin too disagreed. No, you'll lose points for skipping steps if you do it like that. I still think this way is better. Yin-Chi's brother, No-Neem, trailed behind them, exasperated. Oh, you too? Seriously, this is so annoying. School's over. Can we please stop talking about studies on the way home? Ugh, I wish Su-Hong lived in my neighborhood. If only I were as smart as her, maybe I could. Join Lin too in his enthusiastic discussions about problem solving. Yin-Chi pictured a wonderful scenario in her head. She confidently pointed at the answer, declaring, This is how you solve this problem. Lin too, beside her, gazed at her with admiration. Whoa, Neem, you're so amazing. Haha, this little girl is good at nothing but daydreaming. A voice suddenly broke through her fantasy. Hey, you kids, stop right there. Yin-Chi and Lin too froze, turning to face the speaker. A group of street thugs swaggered towards them, their voices laced with menace. So you're the punks who embarrassed our boss, Veen, last time? You brats looking for a death wish? Well, we're happy to oblige. Seeing the situation unfold, Yin-Chi backed away. This is bad. This is really bad. Namaste, Buddha, save me. She ran towards Yin-Chi's brother. I have to stop him. I can't let them fight. Contrary to her expectations, both Yin-Chi's brother and Lin too quickly pulled her back towards them. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Who will be stupid enough to fight these hooligans? So, the two of them grabbed her hands and sprinted off, leaving her practically breathless. I'm dying. I didn't see this coming. Help! Meanwhile, Su-Hong was on her way home, admiring the new lipstick she had just bought. Wow, this lipstick is amazing. It looks so natural. It's absolutely perfect. It almost sold out, but I managed to snag one. Haha, I must have good karma. She was basking in the joy of her purchase when she sensed something whizzing past her. Holy moly, what was that? Running like a rocket. Don't they see there are people on the street? A second later, before she could even react, the same thugs from earlier bolted past her at lightning speed. Hey, you punks, stop right there. Finally, the three fleeing students were cornered with no escape. Haha, let's see where you run to now. Yin-Chi, fearless, even remembered to taunt. Ha, you idiots. I led you here on purpose. To get this over with quickly. She cracked her knuckles. Scaredy cats, you're messing with the wrong girl. Lin too, his mind racing, suddenly remembered something. Neem, do you have your phone? Call the police. Yin-Chi tried to compose herself. Right. In this situation, the first thing to do is call the police. It's best to let them handle these punks. She hadn't even reached for her phone when a brick suddenly flew towards her. Whoa, that was close, she gasped, narrowly dodging the projectile. That could have been bad. The thugs, swaggering and arrogant, sneered. Hey, little girl, hands where we can see them. Be smart and do as you're told. One of them spat. Humph. Let's see who's messing with who. Get her, boys. Yin-Chi cowered, genuinely frightened. Are they serious? she thought. Should I try reasoning with them? She wondered. In a romance novel, the hero would probably swoop in right about now. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hey, you there?" Su-hong appeared from behind them, a formidable presence. The thugs looked up. "Who's brave enough to interrupt us?" Su-hong held a lipstick tube in her hand, her expression dark. "You're going to pay for that," she growled, her voice low and menacing. "You ruined my lipstick." The thugs, seeing her defiance, retorted, "Who do you think you are, talking to us like that, you little brat?" Su-hong, undaunted, replied, "So you even pick on girls? How low can you go?" One of the thugs waved his hand dismissively. "Are you looking for trouble? Get lost before we get angry." He'd barely finished speaking when Su-hong lashed out with a swift kick, sending him sprawling. "Ow, you little," he howled, clutching his stomach. The other thugs were stunned. "What the? How can that girl be so strong?" Yin-Chi's group was equally surprised. They hadn't realized their classmate was so capable. Su-hong, radiating an aura of power, raised her hand, her eyes fixed on the thugs. "I hate scum like you who prey on girls," she warned. Seeing they were outnumbered, the thugs surged forward. "You think you're so tough, huh? Get her," they yelled. Their bravado lasted only a few seconds. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Su-hong swiftly took down the bullies. The thugs stumbled back in fear. "Holy crap, is she a black belt or something?" Yin-Chi shouted, "Lin too. I'm going to help her. You protect Neem. Make sure he stays safe. Don't you dare run away." Lin too, bewildered, stared at her. "Huh, what are you talking about?" At that moment, Yin-Chi and Su-hong were busy dispatching another thug. Yin-Chi gave a nervous chuckle. Nothing." Unfortunately, after the brawl, Su-hong had suffered a cut on her face. You dare to hurt my face?" she raged. "You're dead meat." With that, the thug who had struck her collapsed to the ground. The others, wary, backed away, not daring to approach. Su-hong's eyes flashed with fury. "You like playing tough guy, huh? Well, today I'll give you a free lesson on what a real tough guy looks like." Hearing this, the thugs, terrified, backed away even further. "What is she talking about?" they muttered nervously. "Come on, you punks. You're about to learn what this girl is capable of," Su-hong declared. The sharp sound of slaps echoed in the air. She pulled Nonim along as they ran. Nonim glanced back nervously. "They're not following, are they?" she asked breathlessly. "Looks like we lost them," Su-hong replied. Nonim looked at Su-hong, a grin spreading across her face. "I thought you were going to take them all down." "Huh?" Su-hong chuckled. How could I? I've just had a little martial arts training. One person can't fight 10, so running was the best strategy." Yin-Chi and Lin too caught up to them. "Wow, you were amazing. You're so skilled. Could you teach me a few moves?" Yin-Chi asked excitedly. Su-hong brushed off the compliment. Turning to Nonim, she asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Nonim beamed. "I'm fine. But what happened to your face?" Su-hong replied casually, "It's nothing, just a scratch." Before leaving, Su-hong offered some parting advice. "Don't take that shortcut again. Ask your parents to pick you up, or if you can't, stick to the main roads. Avoid those street thugs." She waved with a bright smile. "Thanks again for today. Be careful." As Su-hong walked away, Yin-Chi gazed after her, eyes shining with admiration. "She's so cool," Yin-Chi exclaimed. "If she were a guy, I'd totally ask her out." Yin-Chi's brother, Lin too, rolled his eyes. "Nonim, aren't you crushing on a few too many people? I remember back in elementary school, you had a crush on like 6 different people." Nonim protested. "Don't be ridiculous." "I did not," Lin too teased, bursting into laughter. You're such a boy-crazy girl." Meanwhile, back at home after showering, Su-hong was practically bouncing off the walls. Yes, she looked at me. She actually looked at me. I'm not dreaming, am I? I finally caught her attention. I'm so happy. After a moment of euphoria, a wave of worry washed over her. But will she think I'm too violent? I was so rough back there, and I didn't even give her face. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Wow, I messed up. She'll definitely think I'm scary and won't want anything to do with me. What am I going to do? She sighed, but judging by her expression, she really doesn't seem to remember who I am. Su-hong's mind drifted back to a childhood memory. She was playing a video game when her uncle said, "Xiao Wu, what are you playing? You're so good. Teach me." A classmate, eating an ice cream, peered into the car. "Uncle Wong, Xiaoming's class reunion is today. and we'll be taking the school bus for a bit. Uncle Wong, please drive us for a little while longer. You're much better than the previous driver. Uncle Wong replied with a cheerful smile. I wish I could, but I have to leave in a few days. He reached out and touched her shirt. Su Hong felt disgusted by his action, but didn't dare speak up. Thankfully, a classmate noticed and spoke up. What are you doing? Su Hong felt a surge of gratitude towards her classmate. Back at home, she called her friend, Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting, guess what? Today, Su Hong from our class saved me from some thugs. She's smart, beautiful. She's perfect. I'm totally smitten. Xiao Ting giggled. Don't tell me you switched teams. No way. I already have someone I like. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she thought about her crush. Meanwhile, Su Hong was writing in her diary. I have a secret. I've secretly liked a boy for many years. He has a name as cool as he is. His name is... Comment below and guess who it is. The answer is Lin Tuesday. Su Hong Yu was overjoyed to finally see him again. The driver subsequently received a thorough dressing down from her family, her mother especially indignant. You disgusting old man, delivering things like that. Do you want me to chop your hands off? All right, take him to the police station. Don't cause a scene in front of the school gates. The children are all watching. Seeing her dejectedly sitting there, Lin Tu approached and offered her a piece of candy. Do you want some candy? I'll give you this. Seeing her shy silence, he placed the candy down and said, if you're upset, it's okay to cry. It's not embarrassing for boys to cry. With a wave, he said goodbye and left. The word boys hit her like a bolt of lightning. Oh my God, I'm a girl. It was the end of elementary school. On the desks, there was a line drawn, a boundary separating boys and girls. Crossing my line, you're a pig. You're the pig. The boys hated the grumpy, hot-tempered girls, and the girls hated the mischievous boys. The scenes on either side were completely different. One side played jump rope, traded stickers, and dressed up dolls. The other side played marbles and spun tops. The two sides seemed like they would never interact until she met him. That day, a girl called out, Lin Tu, Shue likes you. Do you like her? A boy came over and slung an arm around Lin Tuesday. Sorry, Lin Tu is mine. The gender divide miraculously disappeared in the commotion. After the incident with the driver, Su Hong Yu became increasingly averse to the opposite sex. She intensely disliked boys. She felt they only liked to bully others, loved showing off, and always formed cliques to cause trouble at school. But she couldn't understand why she didn't hate Lin Tuesday. She even felt animosity towards girls who were close to him. After confiding in her friend said, it's because you like him, you dummy. The news struck her like a thunderbolt. What? How could I like a stupid, limb-developed creature like a boy? Girls are clearly much more adorable. At that moment, she was experiencing a pang of lovesickness. How can a girl be more likable to boys? One way to conquer a boyfriend. Oh, for crying out loud. Don't suggest such useless things to me. After a 2-second pause, she picked up her phone. Well, I'll just skim through it a little. I'm at a loss with this beautiful sister. She's truly hopelessly infatuated. It started with curiosity. Then she found herself becoming better, happier. Whether she was working hard or burying her head in books, she gradually felt herself becoming more beautiful each day. But she discovered something. When she confidently stood before Lin Tu, he didn't remember her. Moreover, there was no longer a place for her by his side. At the pizza restaurant, Gao Yuanji, looking incredibly handsome in a black shirt, was skillfully tossing pizza dough. His movements were fluid and expert. After finishing, he asked his underlings in a displeased tone, what did you say? You dealt with No Neem's group last night. His underlings nodded. Yes, Mr. Yuan. The brothers saw how disrespectful they were to you, so they wanted to teach them a lesson. But halfway through, some fierce girl suddenly jumped in. Carelessly, they let them escape. He'd barely finished speaking when he was subjected to the rule of the right hand, slapped repeatedly without missing a single swing. His underlings cowered in fear, utterly bewildered by the situation. They'd expected their boss to be pleased, but this turn of events left them stunned and confused. Gao Yuanji's voice hardened as he issued a warning. I don't care about those guys hanging around No Neem, but I told you not to touch her. The morning alarm clock rang, pulling her from sleep. Her mother's voice echoed. Next week is the monthly exam, No Neem. Stop sleeping in and get ready for school. A gentle morning breeze rustled through the air. Lin Tu rode his bicycle, carrying her, while Yin Chi yawned languidly beside them. In the classroom, everyone crowded around Lin Tu, watching him solve practice problems. Finally, The day of the exam arrived. The teacher offered her encouragement. Good luck on the exam, everyone. Don't be nervous. Su-hong checked her bag, making sure she had everything. 2 more minutes, and I'll be charging in. I wasn't even this nervous for the midterms. Yin-chi chirped excitedly. Neem, my luck is 5 stars today. Do you want me to do a reading for you? Hee. True to form, the girl was always ready with a fortune. Su-hong chuckled. No need. If it's a bad omen, my morale will completely crumble. Lin Tu turned to her and offered his support. Neem. Good look. Thanks, Lin Tuesday. You too. As she walked away, she saw Yin-chi. Their eyes met. She pouted and brushed past him like a gust of wind. Ugh, Yin-chi is definitely going to tease me again. But to her surprise, he ruffled her hair and said, good luck. We'll still be sitting together, right? She was taken aback by his unusual behavior. Her seriousness lasted barely 2 seconds before she switched into comedic mode, scratching her head. Wait, when was the last time I washed my hair? Yin-chi looked at his hand, exasperated. Ugh, why is it always covered in grease? Arriving at the exam room, she looked in cheerfully. This room? Really? She was surprised to see the girl in front of her. What a coincidence. It's you again. Her eyes sparkling, she asked, you're taking the exam here too? The girl nodded. What a coincidence. I'm sitting over there. Where are you? I'm sitting far away from you. I'm by the window, near the hallway. Oh well, we can walk back to class together after the exam. Su-hong happily ran to her desk. I have a good feeling about this exam. Maybe some of her good luck will rub off on me. She looked at the trembling student next to her in surprise. What's wrong with NAMA? She looks so nervous, she's shaking. She walked over and offered some encouragement. Don't worry, NAMA. Just treat it like a normal test. This girl, outwardly nervous herself, was surprisingly good at comforting others. Sitting at her desk, she felt like today was a wonderful day. Having a familiar face nearby made her feel much more at ease. This time, I'm definitely not getting kicked out of class. I should review the solutions. A positive mindset is key. Just as she opened her book, a familiar voice approached. Neem, what a coincidence. I'm sitting behind you. Startled, she jumped up and backed away. Why are you taking the exam in the same room as me? Gao Yuanji chuckled. I guess it is meant to be. She trembled as one of Gao Yuanji's underlings approached, a gleeful expression on his face. Boss, your pineapple bun has arrived. Nice and fragrant. Care for a bite? I'm not waiting any longer. I'm digging in right now. Su-hong Yu watched cautiously, wary. This was going south fast. These were Gao Yuanji's lackeys, after all. Contrary to her expectations, the underlings suddenly bowed deeply. Greetings, sister-in-law. The unexpected deference was utterly shocking. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. What the hell? Aren't those the notorious school thugs? They just called her sister-in-law. Could she be the girlfriend of that gang leader? He's kinda cute, though, Su-hong Yu was utterly bewildered, lost in a fog of confusion. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. These were the same guys who'd been threatening her just days ago. Now they were acting all polite and respectful, even calling her sister-in-law. Was Gao Yuanji playing some kind of cruel joke on her? Everyone was staring. What was she supposed to do? Somebody help me. Help! Panic seized her. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder. It was none other than Wen Yin, the fiery, red-haired girl. Su-hong Yu, come with me to the restroom. The underlings, upon seeing Yin, recoiled in fear. They vividly remembered the last time she'd given them a thorough thrashing. After she and Su-hong Yu left, the underlings finally dared to voice their complaints. Boss, that's her. That's the girl who beat us up last time. Washing her hands in the restroom, Su-hong Yu puzzled over the situation. Why was Gao Yuanji wearing a school uniform? And glasses? His hair was even tied back. Was he sick or something? At least if he's sitting behind me in class, he won't bother me, right? Ugh, why am I even thinking about him? I can't concentrate. What if I fail the exam? This is so frustrating. Seeing Su-hong Yu spiraling into anxiety, Yin splashed water on her face to snap her out of it. I don't know what your relationship is with that guy, but if some boy is going to mess with your performance and you fail this exam, you won't stay in the rocket class. All your hard work these past few days will be for nothing. And you'd be letting down Lin Tu, who's been so patiently tutoring you. As soon as she mentioned Lin Tu's name, Yin clapped a hand over her mouth. Oops, why not just blurt that out in front of her? Yin's words struck a chord. Su-hong Yu remembered Lin Tu's patient guidance during their study sessions. The thought bolstered her resolve. Thank you, she said. I know what I need to do. A few minutes later, the teacher entered the exam room. The exam is about to begin. Talking is strictly prohibited. No books or bags are allowed on your desks. Please place all your belongings on the platform at the front. Furthermore, the use of cell phones is forbidden during the exam. If I catch anyone, they'll receive a 0. Now, please bring your books and materials forward. Once everyone had complied, the exam began. Heads bent low, students diligently tackled the questions. From his seat in the back, Gao Yuanji kept a watchful eye on Su Hongyu. Yin Shi focused intently on his own exam. Lin Tu and Xue Xue were equally absorbed, though Xue Xue seemed to hesitate over her answers. For Lin Tu, the exam seemed as easy as a game. After finishing the geometry section, Su Hongyu moved on to the arithmetic, her strongest subject. The clock on the wall ticked steadily onward. Seconds turned into minutes as everyone poured their energy into the test. After a period of intense concentration, Su Hongyu finally cracked the last problem. Suddenly, a small piece of paper landed on her desk. It was a cheat sheet tossed by NAMA-MANGAI. NAMA-MANGAI frantically gestured to Su Hongyu, silently pleading, "Nian Nian, please help me." Suddenly, the proctor, Ms. Kinti, approached Su Hongyu's desk. Panic seized her. Getting caught in this situation would be disastrous. Just then, Gao Yuanji stood up and raised his hand. "Teacher," he said, "I need to use the restroom." Taking advantage of the distraction, Su Hongyu quickly hid the cheat sheet. Ms. Kinti's voice rang out. "Only 15 minutes left. Those who have finished can leave early." Su Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. She'd almost been caught. But a second later, her smile vanished. The head proctor, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, boomed. "Wu Yin Yin, what's that in your hand? Open your hand." Now, just as Yin Yin, the girl who had passed the cheat sheet, was about to confess, Su Hongyu stood up. "Teacher," she said, "I'm finished. May I leave?" The head proctor practically exploded. "Sit down. I need to check your exam." No one is allowed to submit their exam early. "Wu Yin Yin, open your hand. Did you hear me?" Yin Yin, with a carefree giggle, opened both her hands. "Nothing here, sir." The head proctor was taken aback. Gao Yuanji, too, was surprised that she'd managed to fool the proctor. Disbelieving, the head proctor snatched up Yin Yin's exam, searching it thoroughly. "Impossible. I clearly saw a small piece of paper on your desk. Where did you hide it?" Yin Yin feigned an innocent expression. "Sir, are you seeing things?" Seeing the escalating tension, Ms. Kinti intervened. "Head proctor, you're disrupting the exam. I've seen her working diligently. I'm sure she wasn't cheating." Unable to find anything, the head proctor finally left, but not without a warning. "Wu Yin Yin, I'll let you off this time, but I'll be watching you closely during the next exam." Yin Yin grinned. "Yes, sir. Have a nice day." After the exam, Gao Yuanji approached Yin Yin and squeezed her cheeks. "Open your mouth. It's in your mouth, isn't it?" The panicked classmate who had passed the cheat sheet rushed over. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gao Yuanji ignored her and continued to squeeze Yin Yin's cheeks. After a brief struggle, a small piece of paper flew out of her mouth. "Wu Yin Yin, are you crazy? Why would you hide it in your mouth?" Yin Yin scoffed. "Compared to a lunatic like you, I'm practically an angel." "So, you stood up not to distract the teacher, but to make sure the head proctor saw me with the cheat sheet." Luckily, Su Hongyu stood up and diverted his attention, giving me the chance to hide it in my mouth. Otherwise, I would have fallen right into your trap. Hearing her mockery, Gao Yuanji clamped a hand over her mouth. "Wu Yin Yin, I hate you more and more every day." Undeterred, Yin Yin bit his hand. "Get off me. You and your violent tendencies make me sick." Her words triggered a flashback for Gao Yuanji. He remembered his father hitting and berating his mother. "You whore. You dare look at another man? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." His mother's cries echoed in his memory. "I didn't. Please stop hitting me. Xiaoji, go back to sleep. Honey, don't look." The memory sent a shiver down his spine, and he fled the classroom. The classmate who had passed the cheat sheet ran after Yin Yin. "Yin Yin, are you okay? I'm so sorry about what happened. I shouldn't have given you the cheat sheet. I was just so scared of failing and getting kicked out of class. My parents work so hard to send me to school. I really don't want to disappoint them. I'm so sorry, Yin Yin. I almost ruined your exam. I really didn't mean to." NAMA mumbled, her voice thick with tears. Ms. Kinti, the proctor, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's all right, I understand. I'm sure your parents wouldn't want you to cheat either. Let's review for the next exam together, shall we? Nian Nian watched them, her mind still reeling. What was that all about with Gao Yuanji? She wondered. That outburst. I've never seen him so panicked. I really can't figure him out. Out on the school grounds, the principal's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Greetings, everyone. I am the principal of Sujiang City No. 1 High School. It is my great honor to present awards to the outstanding students who have achieved exemplary results in their studies. Just then, the head teacher walked past a group of sobbing students. What's all this crying about? He asked gruffly. Xiao Ting, her face streaked with tears, wailed, Teacher, we didn't make it into the top 100 in the monthly exams. Didn't you say we'd be kicked out of the rocket class? The head teacher's reply stopped the tears mid-flow. Did I say that? He asked, feigning ignorance. Xiao Ting let out a shaky breath of relief. Teacher, you're such a liar, she exclaimed. I'm never trusting you again. The head teacher's eyebrows shot up. Young lady, who are you yelling at? He roared. A wave of relief washed over the students. It had just been an empty threat. They could stay in their class together after all. Next, the principal's voice announced, we invite the student with the highest score in the monthly exam to come up to the stage and say a few words. A ripple of surprise went through the crowd as the name was announced. It wasn't Lin Tuesday. It wasn't Xue Xue, the girl everyone called the Fox. It was Yinqi. He strode confidently towards the podium, a smirk playing on his lips. Nian Nian rolled her eyes as he began to speak. Honestly, she thought, that boy never misses a chance to show off. Around her, the other girls were whispering excitedly. He's actually kind of cute, one giggled. Yun Qi continued, his voice carrying across the courtyard. I'm sure everyone's tired, right? I'm too lazy for all these boring acceptance speeches. I'm only up here for one reason. He pointed dramatically at Gao Yuanji. Gao Yuanji, you're going down in the next basketball match. Just you wait. Gao Yuanji's friends bristled. You little punk, you're asking for it, one of them yelled. Our brother Yuan was dunking before you could even walk. Yin Shi just grinned, pointing his finger at Gao Yuanji. Yuanji, you'll be calling me daddy by the time I'm done with you. A teacher rushed onto the stage, appalled by the unfolding spectacle. Young man, what do you think you're doing? Yun Qi clung to the microphone. Yuanji, he continued, his voice ringing with mock sincerity. Your days are numbered. This is for my little sister. The teacher grabbed his arm. Get it down from there, he yelled. Nian Nian buried her face in her hands. This is the most chaotic awards ceremony ever, she thought. Nian Nian cringed. So embarrassing, she thought. Beside her, the girls were whispering again. Who's his little sister? One wondered. Nian Nian sighed, looking up at the sky. High school life is getting more and more complicated, she thought. Back in the classroom, Su Hongyu held out a couple of tickets. The amusement park? She asked. Nian Nian nodded. Yeah, my dad got some free tickets. Want to come? I was going to ask Xiao Ting, but she's visiting her grandma. Su Hongyu smiled. Thanks for the offer, but I'm playing mahjong with my mom this weekend. Nian Nian waved her hand dismissively. No worries. Making money is more important. Suddenly, Yin Shi appeared, snatching the tickets from Nian Nian's hand. Nian Nian, you have something this good, and you don't even think of your best bud? He exclaimed, waving the tickets in the air. Lin Tu, want to go to the amusement park this weekend? Nian Nian's treating. Lin Tu shyly considered the offer, then nodded. Hearing that his crush was going too, Su Hongyu rushed over. Nian Nian, I'll go with you. I just remembered, my appointment is actually next week. She cheerfully added, okay, great. The more the merrier. Hee hee. Back at home, she opened her wardrobe and gazed inside. I'm going to the amusement park with Lin Tu tomorrow. What should I wear? This outfit or this one? She pulled a mountain of clothes onto her bed and surveyed them. From edgy street style to cute and sweet, she had it all. Yet, she sighed. Ugh, I have absolutely nothing to wear, she wailed. Hee hee, classic girl problems, right? Always nothing to wear. After a moment of thought, she ran to the living room. Mom, can we go buy a new dress now? Her mother, sipping tea, paused. A new dress? What? Meanwhile, at home, Lin Tu pondered as he studied. Come to think of it, I've never seen Yin Yin in casual clothes. What will she wear tomorrow? He pictured her in a cute outfit, maybe something with a playful, cheesy design. He imagined a gaggle of girls swarming him at the amusement park. Handsome, can we add you on WeChat? In his daydream, Lin Tu leaned against a wall, looking effortlessly cool in a denim jacket over a white t-shirt and a black cap. A perfect 10. He gently declined the girl's advances. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. The girl sighed and drifted away. Sorry to bother you. As expected, all the hot guys have girlfriends. His girlfriend must be gorgeous, they whispered. He waited a while longer, then saw a familiar figure approaching. He rushed forward and took her hand. Yin Yin turned, surprised. She wore a blue dress with a bow in her hair, looking incredibly sweet. Seeing her so different from her usual school uniform, Lin Tu was speechless, staring openly. Yin Yin blushed and looked down. Do I look weird? Lin Tu leaned closer, his voice tender. Not at all. You look adorable. Actually, ever since the first day of school, when I saw you climbing that railing, I thought you were special. Yin Yin wanted to disappear. You saw that. How embarrassing. Lin Tu chuckled. It was pretty entertaining, especially the part where your shoe flew off. You remember that first encounter, how cool she had seemed. He squeezed her hand. No matter what you're like, I think you're adorable. I mean it. Yin Yin's heart skipped a beat. Just then, Yin Chi approached Su Hongyu. What are you looking at? Your eyes are about to pop out. Su Hongyu jumped. Yin Chi, it's nothing. Yin Chi skipped over to the two of them. What are you two doing down there? Picking up money. Yin Yin blushed and glanced at Lin Tuesday. Yin Chi, when did you get here? Seeing her in a dress, Yin Chi teased. Wu Yin Yin, what are you wearing? Ha, is this cosplay? Yin Yin bristled. Yin Chi, do you want to die? He was always teasing her. She could never be nice to him. Her fiery reaction made Lin Tu laugh. Su Hongyu stared at Lin Tu, lost in thought. The four of them looked up at the towering roller coaster. Awesome. First ride, the roller coaster. Let's go. Yin Yin was apprehensive. Wait, that intense already? For the first ride, Lin Tu looked a little nervous too. It's so high, are you sure it's safe? Only Xiao Ting, with her bright red hair, seemed thrilled by the prospect of such an adrenaline rush. After some deliberation, the four friends decided to fully embrace the roller coaster. Contrary to Yin Chi and Xiao Ting's initial bravado, the two screamed their lungs out. Meanwhile, Lin Tu and Yin Yin were exhilarated, thoroughly enjoying the ride. As soon as they disembarked, Yin Chi and Xiao Ting were overcome with nausea. Haha, talk about famous last words. Yin Chi muttered, trying to justify his earlier confidence. I'm usually not like this. This was just a mishap. Xiao Ting insisted, refusing to be outdone. I don't want to lose to a boy. I have to keep going. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. Lin Tu arrived, carrying a tray of snacks to revive the queasy pair. Yin Yin, curious, asked Yin Chi why he was so susceptible to motion sickness, especially since he'd always seemed so robust as a child. Xiao Ting, her face flushed with pleasure at receiving the snacks from her crush, shyly accepted the offering. Yin Chi sighed. It's been like this ever since my dad's accident. I've been afraid of dying. That day, I realized how fragile life really is. One day you're making plans to play ball, the next they're in intensive care. I keep thinking, if we hadn't argued that day, if I had stopped him, maybe I could still be playing ball with him. Seeing him so lost in thought, Yin Yin pinched his cheek, hoping to break the somber mood. Yin Chi, she scolded gently. That accident was the driver's fault. He was speeding. Don't blame yourself, you silly goose. And if you're such a scaredy cat, maybe you shouldn't go on such thrilling rides. The carousel seems more your speed. How about that? I'm not riding a kiddie ride, he protested. Yes, you are, she insisted. You'll do as I say. And so, a minute later, the four of them found themselves on the carousel. Afterward, they tried their hand at the shooting gallery, winning a few stuffed animals. As evening approached, they decided to brave the haunted house. No way, no way, Yin Chi whimpered. Absolutely not. I'm not going in there. Xiao Ting, ever fearless, scoffed. What's so scary about a silly haunted house? We've been playing kiddie games all day. It's time for something exciting. She turned to Lin Tu, her eyes gleaming. Can we hit the ghost inside? Lin Tu chuckled. No, you can't. Think of the poor staff. As soon as they entered the haunted house, the group was separated. Oh no, Yin Yin cried. It's so dark. Where is everyone? Suddenly, a hand reached out, making her jump and shriek in terror. Lin Tu stepped forward and pulled her close. Nian Nian, it's me. Don't be scared. You're safe now. He looked around. Where are Yin Chi and Su Hongyu? I don't know, Nian Yin replied, her voice trembling. I think we got separated. Let's go to the exit and wait for them there. Just then, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed through the darkness. Seeing Yin Yin cowering in fear, Lin Tu said softly, close your eyes. I'll lead you out. Hesitantly, Yin Yin whispered, Lin Tu, can I hold your hand? After a pause that felt like an eternity, during which Lin Tu's heart pounded in his chest, he replied, "Of course." Hand in hand, they made their way towards the exit. Meanwhile, Yun Shi was huddled on the floor, paralyzed with fear. I think I can't get up, he stammered. Xiao Ting stared at him in disbelief. "Are you serious?" she asked incredulously. Yun Shi nodded miserably. "My mom used to tell me scary stories to get me to go to bed early. She said that after 8 p.m., ghosts would come and take children who stayed up late. So, I'm still a little scared of ghosts." Xiao Ting rolled her eyes. "Honestly, you're afraid of everything. I'm like 1,000,000 years old, and I've never seen anything like this." Just then, a staff member dressed as a ghost emerged from the shadows, their voice a chilling whisper. "So there you are." Yun Shi, upon seeing this apparition, promptly fainted. "This is so frustrating. Why am I always so unlucky? Why do I have to run off carrying another guy?" Back with Lin Tu, he glanced around anxiously. "They're not here. Looks like they're still outside. Let's wait." An awkward silence fell between the two, his hands still tightly clasped around hers. A few minutes later, the pink-haired Xiao Ting came sprinting out, panting heavily. "Oh my God, I'm dying." Lin Tu and Yin Yin turned in surprise to look at her. Seeing Lin Tu and Yin Yin holding hands, Su Hongyu froze, a wave of sadness washing over her. Yin Yin quickly pulled her hand away. I was just so scared, that's all." Su Hongyu, without a word, dramatically stumbled and fell to the ground. Yin Yin cringed internally. "I reacted too strongly," she thought. Su Hongyu quickly recovered from her surprised act, putting on a bright smile. No need to explain. The fireworks show is about to start. Let's go to the Ferris wheel. It looks so beautiful at night, all lit up. The dazzling sight of the Ferris wheel against the backdrop of the approaching night captivated them all. "Finally, we're here," Yun Shi exclaimed, arms crossed, feigning disinterest. "A Ferris wheel? How boring. Bumper cars are way better." An attendant called out, "All right, you four, come on up." Yun Shi, suddenly enthusiastic, declared, "I want the inside seat." He'd only taken a few steps when Su Hongyu blocked his path. "Yun Shi, don't tell me you don't want to ride alone with me?" Yun Shi looked confused. "What?" Su Hongyu then ushered Yin Yin and Lin Tu forward. "You two, stop dawdling. Get on." Yun Shi stared after her, bewildered. Does she, like me? He wondered, flustered. Is she playing matchmaker? "I'm actually riding the Ferris wheel with Lin Tu." Yin Yin, lost in a daydream, remembered something she'd read in a manga. "If you confess your feelings on a Ferris wheel," she mused, "you'll be together forever." She knew it sounded silly, but she desperately wanted to try it. Gathering her courage, she whispered, "Lin." Before she could finish, Lin Tu began to speak. "Yin Yin, when I was little, when my parents were still around, I used to cry a lot. My grandmother, to cheer me up, bought me a hamster. I named him Rice Ball. Rice Ball had a scar on his ear from a fight with another hamster, but it didn't make him any less adorable. At first, whenever he saw me, he'd panic and run away. He wouldn't even look at me. But gradually, as he got used to me, Rice Ball would sleep soundly in front of me. He wasn't as guarded anymore. Later, he'd even eat from my hand. I finally became someone he could rely on. Then, one freezing winter, he got hypothermia. I took him to every pet shop, but they all said there was nothing they could do. In the end, I could only watch as Rice Ball slowly grew cold in my hands. I couldn't do anything. After that, I buried him under the old tree next to our house. From that day on, I swore I'd leave this backward town with its limited medical care. If I ever meet someone like Rice Ball, I'll protect them. So, Yin Yin, maybe a long time ago, The loud boom of fireworks exploding in the sky drowned out his words. Yin Yin frowned. "Lin Tu, what did you say?" "I couldn't hear you." Lin Tu stared blankly for a moment, then turned to look at the fireworks. He smiled. "Nothing. Next time, I'll find a better opportunity to tell you," Yin Yin murmured, her gaze fixed on the vibrant fireworks display outside. "The fireworks are so huge. Look, Yin Shi," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Catching Su Hongyu's eye, Yin Shi froze. Su Hongyu was crying, her expression desolate and heartbreaking. The next morning, Xiao Ting strolled down the street, unhurried. "Well, I'm late anyway. Might as well just go to class after the next period," she muttered to herself. Suddenly, a figure on roller skates whizzed towards her. "Watch out," a male voice called. The skater was approaching too fast. There wasn't time to react. In a swift motion, the young man scooped Xiao Ting up into his arms. Flustered, he set her back down. "Be more careful, lady," he admonished, a playful smirk on his face. "Walking around like that, you'll get hit by a car." Xiao Ting stood frozen, heart pounding, watching as the skater glided away. Later, in the restroom, she rubbed her tired eyes. "I'm going to die of sleep deprivation," she groaned. "Only 6 hours of sleep every night. Is this even a life? I'm going to end up in a coffin thanks to this stupid school." Just then, she was pushed against the wall. She opened her mouth to scream, but a voice stopped her. "Do you have a sanitary pad?" Xiao Ting yelled, "Help, pervert." A 2-second pause. She looked closely and realized the person was none other than Su Hongyu. Su Hongyu pulled down her hood. "So, this is the real me," she said, looking at Xiao Ting. "Why did you have long hair before?" Xiao Ting asked, puzzled. At that moment, Lin Tu walked over. "Nian Nian, have you seen Su Hongyu?" he asked. "The teacher assigned us to do an experiment this period. We need to get ready." Nian shyly gestured towards the person beside her. "She's here." Lin Tu stared, stunned. "Hua Qianhua." He moved closer, studying her face. Something felt familiar. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" he asked. Su Hongyu responded hesitantly. "We were elementary school classmates, maybe?" Lin Tu's eyes widened. "Oh, I remember now. You're the kid who used to beat up the boys all the time." On the basketball court, Yin Shi was playing with some classmates. A group of girls watched from the sidelines, their phones held high. "Wow, so cool. He's so handsome. He looks like he walked straight out of comic book. That profile. I'm swooning." The boys nearby sighed. "See? Guys who play basketball never actually get surrounded by girls. Movies are all lies." Yun Chi grumbled. "No one's even trying to steal the ball. How are we supposed to win like this?" Just then, Gao Yuanji arrived with his posse. "You nerds think you can beat my bro Yuanji? Don't make me laugh." Yin Chi bristled. "Get your stinking foot off the court." Gao Yuanji bent down and picked up the basketball. His followers exchanged surprised glances, wondering what their leader was planning. He remembered the day his mother bought him his first basketball. He held the ball carefully, then shot. The shot was perfect, swishing through the net without touching the rim. Yin Chi was stunned. He hadn't expected Gao Yuanji to be so skilled. "Just showing off," Gao Yuanji said, turning to leave. "I'm looking forward to our match." That afternoon, Yin Chi practiced relentlessly, but he couldn't replicate Gao Yuanji's perfect shot. That little punk, he made it look so easy. Yin Chi fumed. "There aren't many people in our class who can even play. If I mess up, no, I can't lose. I have to beat him for Nian Nian. But where am I going to find a good teammate?" Just then, a black-haired young man zipped by on a skateboard. "Ayo, still practicing Yin Chi?" Gao Yuanji called out. "Double flip, huh? Haha, you're the one." Gao Yuanji caught up to the skater, a playful grin on his face. "Hey, my dad wants you. Weren't you a basketball prodigy in middle school? Ditch the board. Let's get to work." Yin Chi, startled, took off running. Gao Yuanji yelled after him. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The next day, Yin Chi was happily skateboarding, his moves smooth and practiced. Gao Yuanji, who had been hiding in the bushes since morning, suddenly sprang out. "Huh, gotcha. Where do you think you're running now?" He spent the whole day trying to persuade him, but Yin Chi refused. "I can't play for your class." Gao Yuanji slung an arm around his shoulder. "They won't be that strict. If I get caught, I'll take the blame." Yin Chi looked down. "It's not that. I can't appear in front of Nian Nian." Gao Yuanji raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you like her? Why so shy?" Yin Chi quickly replied, "No, it's not that." Gao Yuanji pressed. "Then what is it? If you don't tell me, I'm going to ask her." After a moment of silence, Yin Chi finally confessed, his voice strained. "Nian Nian Scar, it's my fault." Gao Yuanji stared. "What? Are you serious? This isn't funny." Yin Chi's voice was heavy with guilt. "Back in elementary school, I was teasing her with a stick that had a worm on it. She got scared and fell on a rock. I've always felt terrible about it. I don't know how to face her, so I really can't go." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yuanji lunged forward, giving him a shove. "You idiot! Do you know how much Nian Nian has suffered because of that scar?" Yin Chi flinched. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Actually, it's partly your fault too." Gao Yuanji froze. "What do you mean? Nian Nian and I were in the same class in elementary school. We were really close. But every time you, Mr. Perfect Gao Yuanji, showed up, I felt left out. I hated it, the three of us, because two of you were always closer. That day, I just wanted to use the worm to get her attention. I never meant for that to happen. I know I was wrong. I messed up. But are you really blameless? If it weren't for you, Mr. Perfect, would I have been so desperate for her to notice me?" Nian Yin had been standing at a distance, overhearing their entire conversation. Her eyes were downcast, her thoughts a whirlwind of complex emotions. Then, she stepped forward. Yin-Chi, she said softly. Yin-Chi, seeing her, immediately turned to leave. I'll go now, he mumbled. Wait, she called out, but he continued to walk away, unable to face her. Watching him go, memories flooded back. She ran after him, grabbing his arm. How long are you going to avoid me? He stopped, his back to her. Nian. She cut him off. Do you want to know if I've forgiven you? I don't know, but I do know that I don't want to lose my best childhood friend. What do I have to do to make things go back to the way they were? Gao Yuanji ran up and put his arms around both of them. Just say it, man. It's okay. You were just afraid of being left out, right? They both stared at him blankly, confused. Then, with a grin, Gao Yuanji dragged them towards the slide. Let's go. Let's relive the good old days. Let's go. The smile on his lips silenced her playful banter with Yin-Chi. This silly Yin-Chi, we're not children anymore. See? Stuck again. The three of them laughed together, a shared sense of relief washing over them. He's here. It's the day of the basketball game. Do Wu's eyes darkened with displeasure. Isn't it the guy who bullied Nian back in middle school? Seeing their opponent, Gao Yuanji sneered. Ace, you even called in a middle schooler to help. Yin-Chi narrowed his eyes. At least I don't look as old as you, even though you smoke and drink every day. Gao Yuanji let out a hearty laugh. Yin-Chi, I'm starting to like you. Yin-Chi shot him a disdainful look. Are you sick? Xiao Ting, watching from behind, muttered, I feel like Yin-Chi wants to skin him alive right now. Xiao Ting turned to Do Wu, curiosity in her eyes. Why is that guy playing in our class? You mean Do Wu? I invited him. He's a childhood friend. He's amazing, Xiao Ting exclaimed. So his name is Do Wu. Glancing at the time, she hurried off. Xiao Ting, I have to go. I'll be back later. Huh? But they're about to start the game. Lin Tu beamed when he saw her arrive. She rushed over, slightly breathless. Sorry, Lin Tu, I'm late. I was watching Yin-Chi and the others play basketball. Lin Tu smiled and handed her a bottle of water. It's okay. You're here now. The table tennis match is about to begin. But aren't you going to stay and watch? Are you sure it's okay? Taking a sip of water, she replied. It's fine. They're both really good. I'll set off some fireworks for them later. Lowering her voice, she added, besides, I wanted to come and cheer you on. Su Hongyu overheard their conversation, standing shyly in the distance, silently cheering on her crush. The referee called out, begin, and the two young men lunged for the ball. Gao Yuanji quickly snatched the ball from Yin-Chi. He raised the ball to shoot, but Yin-Chi moved to block him. But the ball swished through the net. His teammates erupted in cheers. Big Bro is the best. Xiao Ting watched, a frown creasing her brow. Something's off with Yin-Chi. He's being completely dominated. Gao Yuanji kept possession of the ball, sinking shot after shot. The game had barely begun, but the score was already 15-5. They roared, Big Bro is the GOAT. We love you. Seeing Yin-Chi's losing streak, Gao Yuanji taunted, is this all you've got? I'm getting bored playing by myself. Nian was cheering for Lin Tu when she heard someone shout her name. She turned to see who it was. Xiao Ting rushed over. Why aren't you cheering for Yin-Chi and the others? They're playing their hearts out for you. Our class is in trouble. Despite his best efforts, Yin-Chi couldn't stop the ball from going in. Gao Yuanji was on a roll, reveling in his consecutive wins. Suddenly, Nian shouted excitedly, Yin-Chi, Do Wu, 666. Sorry I'm late. Now you can play seriously. She giggled. He gotta love how easily distracted they get. Hearing her voice, the two boys' spirits were instantly revived. Let's go. I'm going all out today. Then, Yin-Chi darted forward, snatching the ball from Gao Yuanji's hands. Gao Yuanji, caught off guard, stared in disbelief that Yin-Chi had managed to steal it. With the ball secured, Yin-Chi dribbled towards the opposing team, his movements fluid and swift. His lightning-fast dribbling left his opponents in the dust. Just as they anticipated a shot for the basket, he pivoted, passing the ball to Do Wu, who caught it cleanly. Do Wu, eyes locked on the hoop, took his shot. The ball swished through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, Yin-Chi, Do Wu, you guys are amazing. Hearing the commotion, a group of students rushed over from the other side of the court. Heard the basketball game here is intense. Looks like the score is climbing. Let's go check it out. I heard it's all for a girl. Haha, playing with some serious passion. After a fiercely competitive match, The results were in. Yin Shi's class had won. Overjoyed, the team embraced each other. Yin Yin, beaming, ran over and hugged her two friends. It felt like a flashback to their childhood, the three of them always laughing and playing together. After a moment, Yin Yin pulled away, playfully pushing them. "EW, you guys are so sweaty." Yin Shi retorted, "Dummy, that's the smell of a man." Gao Yuanji, observing their joyful reunion, felt a pang of bitterness. A classmate approached Gao Yuanji, offering comfort. "You played hard. Have some water." "You were really impressive, Gao Yuanji. Let's play together next gym class." "Welcome, visiting team member. Would you consider joining our team?" His underclassmen swarmed him, showering him with praise. "Big bro, you were so cool. You were awesome. Give me a kiss." He smiled, feeling a surge of happiness at their adoration. After the game ended, Lin Tu asked Xiaoting, "Where's Nian Yin?" She replied, "Oh, she's over there with Yin Shi and his group." Lin Tu watched the three friends from afar, curiously asking, "Who's that guy with them?" "Oh, that's their childhood friend, Dawu." A twinge of jealousy pricked at Lin Tuesday. Childhood friends really were different. Their bond was so strong, impenetrable to outsiders. Gao Yuanji walked over to Nian Yin. "Nian Yin, there's something I want to tell you." She crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. "What is it? Now that you've lost, just be a good sport and leave us alone." Suddenly, Gao Yuanji leaned in and kissed her cheek. Then, he whispered thank you. His action left the other four onlookers stunned, completely bewildered. Nian Yin, speechless, fainted, collapsing to the ground with a thud. For 2 seconds, everything was still. Then, as reality sunk in, the four of them charged towards Gao Yuanji. "Gao Yuanji, you're in for it now." The surrounding crowd roared with laughter, finding this scene even more entertaining than the basketball game itself. At the bookstore, Nian Yin and Xiaoting were surprised to see Su Hongyu there as well. "What a coincidence. Are you here for books too?" Su Hongyu nodded. "Yes, I'm picking up some study materials." Xiaoting sighed. "Just like a top student. I'm done here. Gotta go." Xiaoting tugged at Nian Yin's arm. "Nian Yin, let's go check out some manga." "Oh, what was the book Lin Tu recommended?" Nian Yin, her gaze still fixed on Su Hongyu, replied. "Hidden Flowers." Spotting Su Hongyu leaving her bag behind, Nian Yin picked it up and ran after her. "Su Hongyu, you forgot your bag." Su Hongyu looked at Nian Yin, about to say something, then stopped. "All right then," the teacher said, waving goodbye. "I'm going back to my manga. See you tomorrow." Back in the classroom, Ms. Liu announced excitedly. "So, the theme for this seminar is decided: ancient costumes." The students reacted with a mix of enthusiasm and groans. "Ms. Liu, I'm going to die of embarrassment," one boy complained. In contrast, the girls erupted in cheers. Finally, we can wear hanfu." Ms. Liu added, "You can bring your own or go to the costume room to rent some." Just then, she received a small folded note. It read, "Movie this weekend?" It was from Lin Tu. She glanced at him, her heart fluttering unexpectedly. The 18th annual Sujiang High School Sports Festival had finally arrived. The principal declared its purpose: to promote the spirit of striving, daring to think, daring to act, loving, and supporting one another. Ms. Liu, dressed in a flowing white ancient costume, looked elegant and graceful. She looked up at the tree in front of her. "What flower is that? It smells so good." She hopped, trying to reach a blossom, but her height proved a significant obstacle. Suddenly, Yin Qi appeared beside her. He reached up, pulling a branch down so she could see. Looking closer, she realized the flower had a worm on it. Both of them shrieked and jumped back. Stumbling backward, she bumped into his solid shoulder. They exchanged an embarrassed glance before she pulled away. Yin Qi coughed. "Ms. Liu is calling everyone back to their teams," he said. Back in the classroom, everyone was dressed in eye-catching costumes, each with their own unique style. Girls from other classes rushed over. "Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Can we take a picture together?" Su Hongyu coughed. Hello, I'm a girl." The other girls' eyes lit up. "Even better." Lin Tu looked at Su Hongyu. "That outfit is awesome. It really suits you." The sudden appearance of a figure in a black bear costume startled everyone. "What the heck is that? What kind of crazy costume is that? Why so weird?" Dawu, mortified by the whispers and stares, thought, "I'm going to die of embarrassment. Why is our class theme a bear?" Then Then he saw Xiao Ting. She was dressed in a red outfit, complete with a pipa, looking like a graceful young lady. Distracted by Xiao Ting, Dou walked straight into a tree. She turned and asked, "Are you okay?" Dou, flustered, was silent for a moment before blurting out, "Do you have a boyfriend?" The costume parade began. The headmaster, surveying the scene, muttered, "Good heavens, these kids, what in the world are they doing? What kind of bizarre costumes are these? Isn't there anything normal?" A moment later, Class 2A appeared. A voice called out, "Look, it's Class 2A. They're walking with the elegant gait of ancient scholars, demonstrating their confidence in victory. Play your best," is their motto. The judges unanimously held up scores of 10. The headmaster, beaming, gave a thumbs up. "Now that's what I call a costume. Excellent. 10 out of 10. The next group was Gao Yuanji's class. The moment they appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Oh my God, they're amazing. Absolutely the best." Gao Yuanji, dressed as a vampire, complete with fake fangs, looked strikingly handsome. His dazzling appearance was truly top tier. Squeals erupted from the girls. "Oh my God, he's so handsome. He smells so good." Gao Yuanji approached one of the girls and kissed her hand. "Nian Yin, you look beautiful today." Yin Chi stepped forward, brandishing her prop weapon. "Don't you dare lay a finger on her. It's disgusting. You little punk." The fiery girl snatched the sword from his hand. "Yin Chi, let me just hit him with this." Gao Yuanji laughed heartily. "Haha, see you at the competition." The running competition began, and everyone sprinted towards the finish line. Elsewhere, Su Hongyu showcased her skillful long jump. The crowd cheered her on. "Su Hongyu, you're the coolest." Next came the tug of war. Yin Chi's team pulled with all their might. "Come on, guys, let's go all out." That evening, at home, Lin Tu admired the gift he had prepared for Nian Yin. He picked up his phone and texted her, asking her out. The smile on his face faded as he received her reply. "Lin Tu, I'm so sorry. I have to go back to my family home this weekend. I can't go to the movies with you." Nian Yin sat in the rain, heartbroken, remembering the day Su Hongyu left her bag behind. She had quickly grabbed the bag to return it, but it wasn't properly closed and the contents spilled out. As she bent down to pick them up, she noticed a notebook. Inside, it was filled with entries about Lin Tu's day. She froze, stunned for a moment. This was what they called youth, a secret, fervent love. A moment of fluttering heartbeats, coupled with unrealized feelings. Constant companionship, countless times of almost giving up, all woven into a time that could never be relived. The next day, her homeroom teacher called her over. "Nian Yin, you're a member of the publicity committee, so I'm entrusting you with arranging the actors for the play." She nodded. "Yes, ma'am." The teacher continued, "Oh, right. I'll introduce you to a student from the student council. They'll help you with rehearsals, staging, and so on." Just then, the student walked in. "Ms. Liu, you called for me?" The teacher cheerfully introduced them. "This is Nian Yin, a member of our class's publicity committee. Get to know each other." Nian Yin and the other students stared at each other in surprise. "It's you," they both exclaimed. They went to the back of the school to catch up. "Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here, chubby," the boy said, sipping his milk. "Actually, I saw you during military training. You're much more outgoing than before. I just never dared to come over and say hello." Nian Yin giggled. "We were two lonely comets back in middle school, so what's there to be shy about?" Then, realizing she had rambled, she apologized. "Sorry, I tend to say things that dampen the mood." The boy looked down. "Actually, I've seen Gao Yuanji a few times around school lately. I always see him playing basketball with his classmates, laughing and talking. He seems like he's back to how he was at the beginning of middle school, even though he bullied me before. I hated him too," he continued. "But later I realized if it weren't for me gossiping about his family in class, he wouldn't have become like that. Back then, I just wanted attention. I really didn't think something like that would happen to his family. I feel terrible." Nian Yin asked, surprised. "What happened to his family?" In classroom 2, two students in the back row stared at the figure before them, utterly astonished. "Whoa, dude, absolutely stunning." Su Hongyu, puzzled, asked, "Why did you ask me to play a male role?" The bespectacled student replied, "Gender bending is our hook. You were my first choice for the male lead, Xiao Ting." Xiao Ting's eyes lit up. "So you're the class heartthrob. I want to take back my vote for Lin Tuesday." At that moment, Lin Tu, dressed in his female costume, emerged. I'm finished changing, but this feels so weird. The others went from one gasp of surprise to another. Amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Quick, let's take a picture together. I have to post this. Lin Tu asked a classmate. Where's Nian Nian? The student replied, probably slacking off somewhere. Meanwhile, Nian Nian sat in a corner of the courtyard, recalling what her friend had told her. Later, I found out it wasn't just that his parents argued constantly. It was that his dad would lay hands on his mom at the slightest provocation. Nian Nian couldn't believe her ears. But Gao Yuanji's father has such a good reputation outside. Her friend continued, his dad's under a lot of pressure at work. So, as soon as he gets home, he takes it all out on his mom. I heard that even something small like burning the pancakes would make him lash out. He'd beat her black and blue. A friend paused. Remember how Gao Yuanji disappeared from school for a while after he beat me up? It was actually because his mom was hospitalized from the abuse. Later, they went to court and divorced. But I don't understand why Gao Yuanji chose to stay with that horrible father instead of going with his mother. I heard the scars on his face after he came back to school weren't from fighting delinquents. They were from his dad. So, Gao Yuanji, he's actually really pitiful. Seeing Nian Nian lost in thought, Yin Shi offered her a Coca-Cola. What are you thinking about? Here's a soda. Nian Nian pondered for a moment, then asked him, Yin Shi, what do you think of your father? Yin Shi seemed surprised. Huh? Why do you ask? Nothing, just curious. Yin Shi thought for a few seconds before answering. He's both a good father and a bad husband. He's really moody, happy one minute, furious the next. When he's in a good mood, he's very gentle. But when he's in a bad mood, he ignores everyone. He'd give my mom the cold shoulder, sometimes for a whole week. So I always try to keep him happy. There's one thing I'll never forget. I was so excited one day, I cut up some fruit for him to have when he got home from work. He just swatted the plate away. It shattered, and the apples went everywhere. His work hadn't gone well that day, so he was in a foul mood. I picked up the apples, washed them, and took a bite. They were so salty. That's when I realized they were covered in my tears. Yin Chi scratched his head and chuckled ruefully. Haha, it's embarrassing to talk about this stuff. Honestly, sometimes I really envy you. Not everyone has good parents like you do. Meanwhile, one of Gao Yuanji's underlings offered him a cigarette, but he declined. I quit recently. The underling quickly apologized. Sorry, I'll throw it away so you don't have to smell it. As Gao Yuanji walked away, the thugs from before confronted him. Hey, we're talking to you. Where do you think you're going? He continued to ignore them. The leader stepped forward and slapped him. You little punk, you put our boss, Long, in the hospital for a month. Let's see if I can't break your legs today. Nian Nian turned to her friend. I'm going to buy some supplies for the backdrop, and I'll be right back, she said. Her friend called after her wait. I'll go with you. That alley has a lot of... The leader of the gang sneered. Huh, I thought you were so tough. Turns out you're nothing but a wimp. Gao Yuanji gave a weak smile. Besides resorting to violence, what else do you guys even know how to do? The gang leader gritted his teeth. So you're still acting tough? Huh? Let's see how I deal with you today. Huh? Which leg do you want me to break? He raised his club, ready to strike. Just then, Chubby appeared, shielding Gao Yuanji. Chubby muttered sorry. At that moment, the police arrived, sirens wailing. The thugs scattered. At the hospital, after a period of unconsciousness, Gao Yuanji finally opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Nian sitting by his bed, peeling an apple. You're awake, she said. Does it hurt a lot? He replied, I'm all right. What about the others? The others were all taken to the police station. Your friends and Xiaoban only suffered minor injuries. You got it the worst. He asked softly, Xiaoban, is that the chubby kid from middle school? Nian nodded. Yes. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I know about your family situation. Why didn't you leave with your mother back then? Gao Yuanji remembered that day in the hospital, his mother holding his hand. Xiaoji, she had said, come with me. We're going to another city. We'll start a new life there. He had nodded. Mama's found a job there. We'll settle down and live peacefully. We won't have to come back here again. He had asked her, that man, he's very important to you, isn't he? His mother had replied, yes. If it weren't for him secretly helping us, I don't know how we would have survived. He had smiled. Mom, I also have someone very important here. He glanced at Nian, then looked away. There's no reason. Maybe I just want to inherit my father's fortune early. Nian was speechless at his answer. I peeled an apple for you. I'm going back to school now. As she stood up to leave, he gathered his courage and grabbed her hand. He stammered softly, Nian, I'm sorry. She pulled her hand away. Is a simple sorry enough? You owe me a lot. First, use your body to pay back a little. At the class competition, Nian won first place. Everyone was overjoyed. Gao Yuanji, his face whimsically painted, dressed as a princess, walked towards her. Congratulations on completing your first task, she said with a smile. He grinned. It's time for me to collect my debt. That evening, Gao Yuanji's father came home and threw down his things in a rage. That stupid brat. Why didn't he turn on the lights? As he flipped the switch, he was startled by Gao Yuanji's appearance. What the hell are you wearing? Trying to scare me to death. Huh, you look just like that woman. He'd barely finished speaking when Gao Yuanji slapped him across the face, sending him sprawling. Gao Yuanji's eyes were filled with hatred. Shut up. I've taken all the money you were going to use on me anyway. I'm never setting foot in this house again. He picked up his suitcase and walked out. His father yelled, "You brat, how dare you? Get back here." Gao Yuanji paused, a smirk playing on his lips. From today onwards, consider me done with you. Goodbye, you lousy father. The teacher's voice boomed. Dear students, this is a rare long-distance activity held only once a year. You must keep your spirits high and follow closely behind Team 5. Shout, Ting, breathing heavily, gasped, Nian Yan, I'm about to die. Just leave me here. Nian Yan tried to rally her friend. What are you talking about? Xiao Ting. We've barely started. Don't give up now. Do you step forward? Nian Yan, don't worry. Leave her to me. He pulled Xiao Ting along. See you at the finish line. Nian Yan chuckled at the Yu's approach. Yin Chi sounded surprised. What's gotten into the Yu today? That's his prized skateboard. He doesn't let anyone else touch it. Lin Tu giggled. Yin Chi, you're so dense. Can't you see? The Yu is trying to woo Xiao Ting. Yin Chi's jaw dropped at Lin Tu's revelation. After all, he's just a clueless messenger boy delivering love letters for others. You really don't understand what liking someone means, do you? Lin Tu teased. After reaching their destination, everyone was exhausted. Some collapsed on the ground. Others replenished their energy with food and drinks. I'm dead tired. A 3-hour hike just to get here. And we still have to walk back. Why does the principal get to ride the electric cart? They grumbled, remembering how the principal had driven past earlier, his vehicle adorned with a banner that read, Keep it up, kids! Nian Yan approached the Yu with a bag of snacks. Is Xiao Ting all right? The Yu whispered. She's sleeping soundly. Keep your voice down. Don't wake her. Nian Yan playfully scolded. Hey, buddy, keep your hands to yourself. Meanwhile, Yin Chi was fishing with some classmates. The Yu exclaimed, Wow, Yin Chi is amazing. He fits right in. Nian added, he just transferred here, and he's already calling all the boys in class bro. Such a positive attitude. He doesn't seem bothered by being held back a year at all. Di looked at Nian with a knowing smile. Don't you know why Yin Chi stayed back? Nian nervously chuckled. It can't be because of me, can it? Di replied. It's not directly because of you, but you're connected to it. Nian gusped. Who? What? Di continued. Didn't you used to avoid Yin Chi back in middle school? Well, yeah, but that's because... Di interrupted. Back then, Yin Chi didn't know you were being bullied. He just thought you were going through a phase and didn't want to interact with anyone. But, that was also the time when things were worse between him and his mother after his father passed away. It got so bad that he even stayed at my place for a while. But Yin Chi still wanted to try. He planned to buy you that comic book you really wanted for your birthday, but he didn't have any allowance, and it was really expensive. So, he started taking on odd jobs related to online games. Just when he'd almost saved enough, one morning, his mother caught him working from home. She thought he was addicted to games, and they had a huge fight. After that, he kind of gave up on everything. He stopped studying, his grades plummeted, and he ended up repeating the year. So, Yin, be nice to Yin Chi. You mean a lot more to him than you think. Yin Chi lay on the grass, recalling Yin's earlier words. You really don't understand what liking someone means, do you? He smiled wryly. What a fool. Yin unknowingly walked over and sat down beside him. The Yu's words from earlier kept replaying in Yin's mind. Noticing a fallen blossom on Gao Yuanji's face, she reached out to brush it away. Just then, Xiao Ting ran up. Yin, the card game isn't going well. Let's go. A perfect chance to earn some spending money. Aren't you going to wake Yin Chi? Let him sleep a little longer, Yin replied. She was about to remove the petal from Gao Yuanji's face when he suddenly stirred. Flustered, she pulled her hand back. Sorry, He gently pulled her closer and kissed her cheek. I'm not completely oblivious, Yin stared at him, wide-eyed, speechless. After resting, the group set off for home. Noticing Yin Chi yawning repeatedly, the Yu asked, Didn't you get enough sleep? Yin Chi rubbed his mouth sleepily, a confused expression on his face. He scratched his head and walked over to Yin. Yin, did you come over while I was sleeping? I saw a petal on your face and wanted to take it off, she explained. But then Xiao Ting called me away to play cards. And did you win anything? He asked with a small smile. So, did you dream I was hitting you? She teased. Yin Chi looked at her. So it was just a dream. The MC's voice echoed through the night air. New Year's Eve. Just a few minutes left until the new year. Are you all gathered with your families? Everywhere. Every household is hanging lanterns to welcome the new year. The atmosphere is incredibly lively and joyful. After a year of hard work, everyone finally has a day to rest and reunite with their families. We hope all of you, our dear viewers, have a smooth and successful year, whether in your work or studies. Nian Nian's mother called out, "Nian Nian, bring this bowl of rib soup over to Yun Chi." Nian Nian sighed. "Mom, ever since he broke his leg playing basketball, you've been bringing him food every few days. Do you think he's your son or something?" Her mother laughed. "Well, it's not impossible." She added with a twinkle in her eye, "I like Yun Chi. He's handsome and sweet." Nian Nian pouted. "No way. I want to be an only child." Just then, her phone rang. "Hello," she answered. "Lin Tu. Happy New Year. What's up?" "Nian Nian, Happy New Year. Shouting, do you and I are setting off fireworks by the riverbank. Want to come over? I have something for you." Lin Tu clutched the gift he had prepared for her earlier. After hanging up, Nian Nian carried the soup over to Yun Chi's house. As she approached, she heard his mother's raised voice. "How can I have raised such an ungrateful child? And you're defending that man? You won't let me have a peaceful new year, will you?" Nian Nian approached cautiously. "What's wrong?" she asked Yun Chi's mother. She smiled. "Nian Nian, it's nothing, just a little end-of-year squabble. This is some bone soup my mother made for Yun Chi," Nian Nian explained. Yun Chi's mother beamed at the fragrant bowl. Well, the little rascal has some delicious food again. "I'll take Yun Chi off your hands," she said to Nian Nian with a wink. "Go on in and give it to him. I'll go downstairs for some fresh air." Yun Chi sat dejectedly on his bed in the darkened room. Suddenly, the light flicked on as Nian Nian entered. He turned, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "My mom made you some bone soup. Eat it while it's hot," she said. "She did? Thanks." Seeing his downcast expression, she asked gently, "Another argument about your dad?" He remained silent. "I should get going," she said. "Lin Tu and the others invited me to watch the fireworks." As she turned to leave, he reached out and took her hand. Just then, the clock struck 12, and the sky exploded in a shower of brilliant fireworks. Amidst the dazzling display, Diyu grinned at Xiao Ting. "Do you like it?" "It's beautiful," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lin Tu sat dejectedly, staring at a text message on his phone. "Sorry, Lin Tuesday. Yun Chi suddenly had a meltdown and won't let me leave. My leg probably broke, and my brain stopped working too. I'll treat you guys to a meal next time. I can't hang out this time. Boo-hoo. I'm so sorry. Happy New Year." Lin Tu looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Tears he hadn't noticed began to stream down his face. Just then, Sua Hongyu appeared and sat beside him. "There are still a lot of fireworks left. What are you doing sitting here?" Lin Tu stood up and looked back at her. "Let's go, Xiaoyu. Happy New Year. Let's go set off some fireworks." Sua Hongyu looked at him blankly. "Happy New Year." The two stared at each other. Back at Yun Chi's house, Nian Nian was feeding him soup. "Hey, your leg is injured, not your arm." Yun Chi chuckled. "I've been lying down for so long. My arms don't work anymore either." Nian Nian was speechless, completely exasperated. After a moment, she asked, "But Yun Chi, have you and your mother ever talked seriously about your father?" Yun Chi sighed. "No way. We can't even get 2 sentences in before we start arguing. My mom has a really short temper. She doesn't eat much either. Once, she almost went into the kitchen and grabbed a vegetable knife." Nian Nian thought for a moment. "Every time I come to your house, I see more than 10 pairs of your designer sneakers. But your mom only has 2 pairs, and she hasn't changed them in years. I don't know about the arguments at the dinner table, but I know that it's not easy for a single mother to raise a child. And you've never been less than anyone else." She smiled. "So, Yin Chi, maybe your mom isn't always right, but you still need to love her more." Remembering something her mother had asked her to do, Nian Nian called her. "Mom, where's the scarf you wanted to borrow?" Her mother replied, "I think it's at the bottom of the closet." After opening the closet, Nian Nian froze, staring at what was before her. When Yin Chi's mother returned, she found Nian Nian waiting for her at the front door. "What's wrong, Yin Nian? Is something the matter? Did Yin Chi act up again?" "No, it's not that. Why did you buy painkillers?" Yin Chi's mother sighed. "That boy Yin Chi said his wound hurt too much. I'm tired of hearing him complain." Nian Nian looked at Yin Chi's mother. You really do care about Yin-Chi. You didn't throw away his father's picture. You put it at the bottom of the closet. But why did you do that? He really wants to see his father. Yin-Chi's mother sighed, a pensive look in her eyes. I didn't have any other choice. After his father passed away, Yin-Chi would look at his picture and cry every day. He always hid in his room and wouldn't come out. I really didn't want him to continue like that. So I hid the picture and lied, saying I threw it away. I knew Yin-Chi would definitely hate me. But life has to go on. Nian comforted her, taking her hand. He's grown up now. He's not a fragile child anymore. Give him the picture back and then do this. Finishing her words, Nian demonstrated, reaching out and hugging Yin-Chi's mother. After returning home, Yin-Chi's mother gave him the picture back. Yin-Chi was deeply moved, holding the picture in his hand, tears streaming down his face. His mother hugged him, and their relationship improved from then on. The people we find easiest to resent in this world are our own family. We never say the words, I love you, but we show our worst sides in front of them. Yet, in our moments of vulnerability, the people we most want to see are our family. Because beneath the resentment lies a longing for love. Back in the classroom, everyone admired the painting, showering it with praise. Wow, it's so beautiful. The teacher came over and praised Nian. Your drawing is beautiful. Nian shyly thanked her. Lu, the teacher continued, have you considered transferring to the art department in 11th grade? You enjoy drawing so much and you're clearly talented. Applying to the Academy of Fine Arts wouldn't be a bad idea either. Nian pondered the suggestion. An art student? It was something she'd never really considered before. Later, she spoke with her homeroom teacher, who was surprised by her idea. Absolutely not. You're one of the top students in a rocket class. Only students with poor academic performance choose to study art. That field, after graduating, there's basically no future in it. Nian, listen to me. Consider drawing just a hobby. Don't entertain such unrealistic ideas in the future. Nian nodded sadly. Back in the classroom, she asked Yin-Chi, what do you plan to do in the future? Seeing him sneak a snack in class, she turned away. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Yin-Chi, wiping his mouth, replied, I want to travel the world. Silly, I'm asking about your career. Yin-Chi thought for a moment. Work in IT, I guess. Nian was still preoccupied with her own future career. Yin-Chi spoke up. You should draw. Isn't that perfect for you? The art department is starting their admissions soon. You should apply quickly. His tone was gentle, but Nian countered, drawing is just for fun. Making money is the real issue. Not really. You can make money designing games now. Nian was surprised. Really? Yeah, I know a few people through gaming who earn a decent living, but I heard there's AI now. A lot of companies are starting to lay people off. Then you could draw comics or work in animation. Don't you like reading BL? Nian's mind raced. That was a good idea. The internet is so developed now. You could do some research and convince your parents. Don't believe the baseless claims that there's no future in art. Nian, you only live once. The choice is yours. You'll be responsible for your own life, not your parents. Don't let yourself have regrets. Back home, Nian clutched the brochures in her hand. This should be enough to convince her parents. She entered the house excitedly, calling out, Mom, I'm home. But the atmosphere inside was strangely somber, unusually quiet. Her belongings had been piled up on the floor. Her mother's voice was laced with displeasure. Are these yours? Nian remained silent, unsure how to respond. Her mother's voice rose. I'm so disappointed in you. What is this? Two boys together, even kissing. No, Nian, I had such high hopes for you. I work hard every day, cook for you when I get home. I maintain good relationships with all your teachers. You said you wanted to study art. Turns out it's to draw this nonsense. You've embarrassed me. Nian's voice was tinged with sadness. So, all you care about is saving face? You force me to take extra classes and practice every day. I'm just a trophy to you, aren't I? As soon as she finished speaking, her mother launched into a tirade. Mo Nian, what are you saying? Nian's eyes were resolute. But I'm a living, breathing person. Have you ever asked me if I'm happy or if I'm sad? You just force me to do what you want, always arranging things so I have to obey you. If you feel so ashamed of me, why did you even give birth to me in the first place? Nian's voice cracked. The words hung in the air, followed by the sharp crack of a slap across her face. Her eyes welled with tears, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Why don't you just stab me with a knife? That would leave a scar just like the one on the right side of my face. That scar, it could have been healed, you know. But you didn't take me to a doctor. You just bought some ointment and then nothing. You didn't care. You didn't even believe me when I said I was being teased because of it. You know what I wish? I wish you would help me when I need it, not interfere when I don't want you to. With that, she slammed the door shut and stormed out of the house. Panic rippled through her friends when they got the news. Everyone scrambled to find her. Lin Tu grabbed his phone. "She's not at my place," he reported grimly. Xiao Ting and Yawu had also searched everywhere, but Nian Yin was nowhere to be found. Her phone was off. Do you think she might do something drastic?" Yawu asked, her voice laced with fear. Gao Yuanji and his friends also split up to search. Yin Qi's heart pounded with anxiety. "Nian Yin, where are you?" Nian Yin sat by the seashore, watching the sunset. The sight of a mother and child playing happily on the beach brought back a flood of memories, and tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, a voice spoke behind her. "Finally found you. My God, you had us worried sick." It was Yin Qi. "The breeze here feels so good," Nian Yin murmured, wiping her eyes. "Yin Qi, I just got off the phone with my mom. She was crying, kept saying thank you, and I'm sorry. Actually, I overheard her talking about it a while ago, but I never told you. You had an older sister. She died shortly after she was born. She was deprived of oxygen during birth, but the doctors didn't realize it. She didn't make it. Honestly, I never understood why your mom was so reluctant to take you to the hospital. It's because of that trauma. So, Nian Yin, just like you said to me before, your mom is also a mother for the first time. She's going to make mistakes. And even though it hurts sometimes, a lot sometimes, she still loves you more than anything in the world." Nian Yin's mother had been waiting anxiously outside the gate since the afternoon, her heart heavy with worry. When she finally saw Nian Yin's figure approaching, she rushed forward a few steps, then hesitated. Nian Yin looked down at her mother's worn slippers, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She reached out and took her mother's hand. "Mom," she said softly, "I'm hungry. I want to eat your cooking. Let's go home." Her mother nodded, tears of relief welling in her eyes. At school, Nian Yin's friends watched sadly as she packed her things to transfer classes. "Nian Yin, you have to come visit us often, okay?" "Okay, you too," Xiao Ting sniffled. "Your classroom is so far away." Nian Yin just shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Lin Tu looked at her with warmth in his eyes. "If you have any problems, you can tell us, right?" "Thanks, Lin Tu," Nian Yin replied gratefully. Yin Qi took the box from her hands. "Let me help you to your classroom." "What's in this box?" "It's so heavy," he teased. "Don't tell me it's all Danmei again." Nian Yin playfully kicked him. "Yin Qi, you're asking for it." 8 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Everyone had moved on with their lives. Lin Tu, now looking more mature and confident, greeted someone approaching. "Do you know how late you are?" he asked. Yin Qi, looking dashing in a white shirt, grinned sheepishly. Sorry. Traffic was a nightmare. I think you just woke up late, huh?" Well, today's a big day. Don't tell the bride about my little transgression." Inside the room, the usually boisterous Xiao Ting, now a vision in her bridesmaid dress, was getting her makeup done. Nian Yin opened the door. Everyone was ready. The photographer held his camera, poised to capture the moment. Everyone gathered around the bride a little closer. Yes, just like that. Nice and natural. The shutter clicked continuously. Yawu and Xiao Ting's wedding was filled with joy and celebration. Bye-bye, everyone. We're off to our honeymoon. Now, I'm going to toss the bouquet. Whoever catches it will be the next to get married," Xiao Ting announced. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Yawu stood 10 meters away. Xiao Ting was speechless. "I've eaten 20-something years' worth of sticky rice cakes, and I've never seen anything like this. Why are you all hiding so far away?" Su Hongyu waved her hands dismissively. "Honey, you just get married. I don't want to hear the screaming of childbirth and then suffer from hemorrhoids, hair loss, and all those other postpartum body issues. Plus, I can't even afford to raise a child, so I can only take care of myself." Su Hongyu added, "If Su Kana gets married, it'll be the end of everything. So, single life is the beautiful life." After listening to her two best friends, Xiao Ting was utterly dumbfounded. In the end, the bouquet was caught by Kalu. Beside her, Han Jiaoguan held 2 adorable pets. Getting married doesn't necessarily mean having children, but I still have a full house, a girl and a boy. The dog barked, while the cat remained silent. Xiao Ting happily held the 2 animals. "Hey, maybe we should do this in the future." Yawu gave a wry smile. as long as my wife is happy. But I'd still love to have a cute little princess. At the park, Lin too gazed up at the sky. She walked over and asked, "Why are you smoking again? I heard you got dumped again." Lin too stubbed out his cigarette. "Haha, as expected, there are no secrets between us. What was the reason this time?" Lin too chuckled dryly. "Maybe I like guys. So, what about that bracelet your grandma gave you? You were going to give it to the person you like. You've never given it to anyone, have you?" Lin too looked up at her. "Do you want it? I'll give it to you." She remained silent. Seeing her expression, Lin too burst out laughing, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. "I'm just kidding. Look how scared you are," she replied. "Okay." Lin too was taken aback. Then she continued, "I'm just kidding. Hee hee. Nyin Nyin, thanks for coming to see me off. No problem. You're going back to work right after the new year. You're so hard-working." Su Hongyu paused for a few seconds, then said, "You read my diary, didn't you? The one I dropped at the bookstore that year. I noticed the order of the photos was messed up a long time ago. That's why you didn't get together with Lin too, right? Right? You don't have to do that. What I do is my business. You don't have to avoid him because of me." She sighed. "If only I hadn't gotten on that bike that year. Are you going to keep hiding this secret crush forever? Don't let yourself have regrets, you dummy." At night, the two decided to climb the wall into the school. "Yin Shi, are you sure we won't get caught?" "Don't worry, I'm a pro at this. Come on." At the basketball court, after playing a game, Yin Shi and Lin Tu talked. "Lin Tu, you've changed a lot. You're not as fragile as you used to be. Hee hee, that's thanks to you and Su Hongyu." After a moment of thought, Yin Shi said, "There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Back in high school, did you like?" Lin Tu jokingly nodded. "Yeah, I've liked you since high school. You've been single for so long. Why don't we give it a try?" Yin Shi understood and didn't press further, playfully wrestling him. "Haha, I'm gonna get you today." Suddenly, a flashlight beam caught them. A familiar voice boomed. "What are you two doing here? What class are you from?" "It's the headmaster. Run." Lin Tu chuckled. "Hey, Teach, your head's still as shiny as ever." Yin Shi pulled him up. "Run, you idiot. Do you want to get caught?" The headmaster recognized them. "So, it's you two rascals, still causing trouble even after graduation." Yin Shi laughed. "Hey, remember that first day of school when you chased me for wearing flip-flops?" How could I forget?" The headmaster chased after them. "Stop right there." At Yin Shi's house, a delicious meal was prepared for his mother. The two mothers exchanged knowing glances. Nyin Nyen's mother's eyes gleamed. "Yin Shi, what do you think of our Nyin Nyen?" "Hee hee, yes, if they got married, we become in-laws." Yin Shi's voice turned somber. "We can't. Nyin Nyen already has someone she likes." The doorbell rang. After showering, Yin Shi opened the door. "Mom, I thought you weren't coming back until later." She smiled. "Oh, my sweet boy, is something wrong? I forgot my key. Mom said I could stay at your place tonight." At a nearby bar, the two mothers chuckled, pleased with their scheme. Yin Shi handed Nyin Nyen a blanket. "Don't forget to lock the door." She giggled. "Do you sleepwalk or something?" "Haha, what? Are you worried you'll do something to me?" She blurted out, "Like try to kiss me?" Realizing her slip, she fell silent. Yin Shi froze. So that time hadn't been a dream. He looked at her, mind racing. "Why did you lie? I didn't know how to face you after. You're my brother, after all." His heart sank. "So you like Lin Tuesday?" She mumbled no. "Then how are you going to face me now?" She whispered, "I don't know." Suddenly, Yin Shi leaned in and kissed her. She kissed him back. Meanwhile, Su Hongyu stopped her car and saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Tu, standing in the snow, waving. "Sorry I couldn't help you pack the other day. I brought you some sticky rice cakes. You said the ones here weren't as good. This should last you a while. Drive safe. Be careful at night." Su Hongyu drove off, then stopped and turned back. "Did you forget something?" "Yeah, there's something I forgot to say. Lin Tu, I like you. I've liked you since elementary school. I really like you." Lin Tu stared at her, stunned. At a flower shop, a little girl holding a bouquet asked, "Are you from out of town? You don't look local. Who are the flowers for?" Chow Vien Tich accepted the bouquet with a smile. "Right now, I'm just a creditor," he mused, "but who knows what the future holds." The next morning, Nyin Yin had just woken up when her phone chimed. It was a message from Yin Shi. "I'm really sorry about yesterday," it read. "I know you don't like me. I'll disappear from this place. I won't bother you anymore." As she tidied up, Nyin Yin opened a box and found a photo of herself and Yin Shi as children. Her mother walked over. "So, it was here. I looked everywhere for this," she said. "That day you went to catch cicadas and got lost. Yin Shi carried you home. When I got back, you two were sleeping soundly, holding hands tightly." Nyin Yin realized it was her high school uniform, covered in graduation graduation signatures. Wait a minute, she thought, noticing something on the collar. Beneath the signatures, Yin-Chi's mother arrived with a plate of freshly fried pastries, offering them to everyone. Yin-Yin's mother showed her the photo. "Do you remember this?" she asked. "Oh, that's it. It's a shame Yin-Chi's gone now. Otherwise, I'd show it to him." Yin-Yin gasped. "Yin-Chi's really gone?" "Yes," her mother replied. "He left just a little while ago." Hearing this, Yin-Yin bolted out of the house. She ran until she saw her father riding his bicycle. With lightning speed, she swooped in and commandeered the bike. Her bewildered father could only sputter as his wig flew off in Yin-Yin's wake. "Here's your favorite pastry," she called back. "So much for raising a gentle and refined daughter," he muttered, shaking his head. Yin sped down the street, forcing pedestrians to dive out of her way. It was only then that she realized how foolish she'd been. She finally understood. For so many years, he had grown up alongside her. He had always been a part of her youth. With him, she never had to pretend. She could always be herself. Happy, she laughed. Sad, she cried. Angry, she raged. On the path towards her dreams, she had faced many difficulties, but he had always been there to encourage her, to make her stronger and more resilient. And yet, she had taken it all for granted. Lost in her frantic rush, she tripped and fell flat on her face at the bus station. Yin-Chi stood nearby, suitcase in hand. The loudspeaker announced, "Attention passengers, the next bus is about to depart. Please prepare to board." Yin searched for him in the crowd. "Yin-Chi, don't go," she cried. "I have so much to tell you." Then the announcement came. Bus number 502 is now departing. Yin collapsed, defeated as the crowd flowed past. In that moment, she felt utterly helpless. "I'm sorry, Yin-Chi," she sobbed. "I only just realized." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Yin, you silly girl. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? What happened to your face? Why are you dressed so lightly? Where's your coat?" Seeing him, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Why haven't you left yet, you idiot?" He chuckled. "I never planned to leave. I was just betting you'd come. You even drew a scene like this, chasing after your husband, in your comic. I honestly didn't think you would," he continued. "But you actually came. Yin, do you know how happy I am right now?" She clutched his shirt. "You liar," she wailed. After a moment of silence, she confessed, "Yin-Chi, don't ever leave me. I'm really scared. I can't imagine what I would do without you." Yin-Chi looked at her, his eyes shining with joy. Do you like me a little bit too?" Amidst the bustling crowd, two figures shared a kiss. A song played, its melody weaving through the hurried footsteps of passers-by, fleeting like the kiss itself. Lips parted as if that was all they had ever wanted. She smiled at him, a hopeful glimmer in her eyes. "Yin-Chi," she began, should we try dating?" Hearing this, he pulled her into a tight embrace. It was easy to believe that these two would have a beautiful ending. Hopefully, everyone in the world finds their true love. Do you all think this coming-of-age story is good? Let me know in the comments. Young love is always something special. It would be truly wonderful to meet the one you love at the most beautiful age and walk hand in hand through life.